A loud menacing howl echoed throughout the night as the Kyuubi no Kitsune attacked the peaceful village of Kanahagakure/Konoha. Each ninja that was sent to the battle to stop the Kyuubi were considered masters. Shuriken and kunai flew through the air, piercing the large kitsune's belly, but didn't have any effect, for the fox just forced the weapons out of that area using yukai and then healed itself. The fox roared again. Storm clouds appeared out nowhere, and the fox then started using its claws and teeth to tear any shinobi that dared to attack it to shreds, and then the fox brought out its most fearsome weapon, the large, 9 whip-like tails, and started to destroy buildings, taking lives along with the infrastructure. You foolish humans stand no chance against me, but because of your courage to try and stop me from destroying your pathetic village, you all have my respect. Before you die. Wahahaha. After the fox's little speech, the fox resumed its destruction with a large vulpine grin on its face as everything in its path was destroyed. Katan, Gukakyu no Jutsu, a group of ninja yelled. Large fireballs blasted out of their mouths and hit the large fox in its face, hoping to at least hurt it if not kill it with that blow. The smoke then cleared, and to the ninja's surprise, there wasn't even a scratch on the beast's face. The shinobi gasped in fear and horror. Nothing would be able to stop the Kyuubi. That tickled, the fox said with a large grin. Its large red eyes stared down the shinobi, metaphorically, turning those who looked into it to stone. The Kyuubi's ears then perked up and then started to growl as its new enemy, a giant toad wearing what looked like a bathrobe and carrying a big-ass dagger, with a man on its head. The man was carrying a bundle in his arms. However, this is no ordinary man. This is the famous blonde-haired Yondaime Hokage, nicknamed as the Yellow Flash, Namikaze Minato. Kyuubi Yubaka, why are you attacking Konoha? Bellowed the toad to Kyuubi. The fox snorted at the toad. Gamabunta, /N. The giant toad. You always were a fool. Now step aside before I have to crush you with this pathetic village, roared the Kyuubi. Never, Bunta said with an icy tone and a huge amount of killing intent towards the fox. The toad and fox then began to battle, and while this was going on, Minato was doing some hand signs that would end being the last ones he would ever make. Bunta, I'm going to start the ceiling, yelled Minato his summon. Alright. Bunta then backed away as Minato did some hand signs. Snake, boar, ram, rabbit, dog, rat, bird, horse, snake, fuin jutsu. Shiki Fui, and the young blonde Hokage yelled. The Kyuubi then stared at the man, and then a ghostly image appeared behind Minato. The death god, it's not possible, how could a mere human summon such a thing? The death god's arm then reached through Minato's stomach and headed towards the Kyuubi. Kyuso, I don't want to die. Kyuso, move. But the Kyuubi legs refused to move as the death god's arm reached close and closer, and finally the arm reached into the Kyuubi's body and ripped out its soul, and then sealed it into the bundle in Minato's arms in a really bright flash of light. The Kyuubi then screamed its last as the remainder of its soul was torn out and sealed, and then its body disappeared, never to be seen again. The ninja yelled out in victory. Their Hokage did what no one else could. But then the body of the Hokage started to fall of Gamabunta's head. People ran to catch him as his body plummeted towards the ground, the small bundle still in his arms, but Bunta caught him and rested him gently on the ground. The shinobi started to cry as they saw the dead body of their once great leader. Then Sarutobi Hiruzen, the Sandaime Hokage, along with Jiraiya, Sarutobi's student and Minato's teacher, came to the scene and saw the man with a grim look on each of their faces. The bundle in his arms then began to cry, and Sarutobi immediately took the bundle from the Yondaime's cold, dead arms. He removed the cloth to show a young baby with blonde hair and 3 marks on his cheeks which looked like whiskers and blue eyes, with a large seal on its stomach which was glowing as it was being burned into the boy's skin. The glowing stopped and the baby stopped crying. That's a seal designed to seal the Kyuubi's soul into the boy's body and also give the Kyuubi's chakra to the boy to add to his own growing chakra coils, said Jiraiya, as he was an expert on seals and even created some of his own. When the ninja present heard this, they thought the demon was the boy and immediately shouted to kill the demon and whatnot. Some even threw kunai to kill the baby, but Jiraiya blocked them all. What the hell is wrong with you all? Can't you see this boy here is a hero? Why can't you see that? Jiraiya yelled to them. Because Jiraiya-sama, that thing is not a boy, it's a dadash. But the man never got to finish his statement as Jiraiya shoved a Rasengan into the man's chest and sent him flying. Anyone else want to say something about my godson? Such fools, they don't even know the difference between a demon and a young burdened with something no one should have to deal with, thought Sarutobi. No one answered, but some had shocked expressions on their faces at the news of Jiraiya being the boy's godfather. Some of the shinobi present then truthfully went over to Jiraiya's side as an act of believing that the boy was a hero, not a monster. After the little episode, all the people who sided with Jiraiya then Shunshin no gestured back to the village to present the news. Konoha the next day. The next day Sarutobi called together the entire village for an announcement. The whole village appeared outside the Hokage Tower. There, on the balcony of the tower watching the crowd, was the Sandame. Everyone stopped talking and mumbling about why the Hokage called together the entire village for an announcement, but whatever it was, it must be important. My treasured villagers, Sarutobi started. Due to the death of our beloved Yondaime Hokage, I will be reinstated into the position of Hokage again. The people were sad for the death of their leader, but cheered at the news that someone they can trust will be their leader. Also, as you all know, the Kyuubi was defeated, but the Kyuubi was not completely destroyed. The villagers grew reckless when they heard this and began to murmur among themselves. Don't fret, my people, for the Yondaime has sealed the spirit of the Kyuubi into a young baby. Uzumaki Naruto, and Naruto is to seen as a hero, and any child his age is to not know of the Kyuubi being sealed in him or try to kill Naruto, else you will face execution as punishment. Hokage-sama, why are you telling us not to kill the demon brat? Said one of the villagers, and others also began to question their Hokage. Sai, these people are such bakas, just like those other ninja. They only see the demon, not a young boy. And obviously most of them are. Well, that is all, said the Sandame Hokage, and with that he left to do what most likely be tons of paperwork. This is the beginning of the tale of Uzumaki Naruto. The Elemental Fox. 12 years later. It was a beautiful day in the village of Kanahagakure. The birds are singing. The sun is shining brightly in the sky. The villagers were walking the streets doing their daily routines. The Sandame Hokage watched his beloved village from the Hokage Tower with a small smile on his face. It really was a peaceful, relaxing day. Naruto. Okay. Maybe not so peaceful and relaxing, and with that the Hokage looked at the Hokage faces to discover them covered with graffiti. The Hokage faces were stone monuments that were to show all the Hokage for the people of Konoha to remember there was someone looking out for them, and now said faces were all colored with red swirls and what looked like blood, obviously red paint, coming from their nostrils. The Hokage sighed and then went to combat the most hated enemy of every Kage. Paperwork. I wish I knew how to get this stuff done quicker, because this is bullshit. Down in the streets of Konoha, a young 12-year-old boy wearing an orange jumpsuit and blue ninja sandals was running through the streets of Konoha. He had spiky blonde hair, electric blue eyes, and on each side of his cheek, he had 3 whisker-like marks, and wearing a pair of goggles on his forehead, and even some of the Umbu Black Ops were following him. This is Uzumaki Naruto, Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi no Yoko. Ha ha ha, you'll never catch me, you dickless homos, yelled our blonde protagonist. Get back here, you little gaki, so you can face your punishment, yelled a few of the shinobi. Never, Naruto cried out in retaliation to their threat. You guys just don't have the balls to do what I just did, he added with a foxy grin on his face. It was true what he said, though everyone had too much respect towards the Hokage to do such an act. Jumping past a fence, Naruto sped away with the Chunin and Jounin still hot on his trail. The Umbu, the greatest ninja assassins in all of Konoha, could not put up with any more humiliation of not being able to catch a 12-year-old boy and left. A few seconds later, the fence started to laugh. Naruto dropped his disguise, which was a sheet that was colored in the same shade and had the same characteristics as the fence. This was a very often used disguise by Naruto as a use of escape after his pranks. Hee hee. Those guys just can't catch me. Date Bayo? He said with a large fox-like grin on his face. Naruto then turned to go when his face suddenly smacked into something. Itai. Naruto looked up with a pained expression on his face from coming in contact with a Chunin vest that belonged to his ninja academy teacher Yumino Irika. The scarred-faced ninja looked down on Naruto with a glare that could kill someone. Hee. Hiya, Irika-sensei, he said with a sheepish smile. How are you today? How does he always manage to find me? Naruto thought. Naruto, you're supposed to be in class, he yelled. Then his voice calmed as though nothing had happened. Now come with me, you little gaki. And Irika dragged the blonde, who had a scowl on his face, back to the academy. Naruto, what am I going to do with you? The young Chunin thought with a confused expression on his face. Back at the academy, Naruto was tied to a chair in front of the whole class, which was laughing at his predicament. Naruto looked down at the ground with a scowl on his face. I'll show them. Naruto thought to himself. I'll show them all. Once I become a genin, I'll remove the stupid mask of happiness and show my true self, then all of them will give me the respect I deserve. Especially Sakura. Outside of Naruto's thoughts, the class had stopped laughing and looked at Naruto, who seemed to be in deep thought, which was a surprise to the whole class as the blonde was always chatting about becoming Hokage and ramen and acting like an idiot. Hey Dobe, are you alive? Uchiha Sasuke called to the blonde enigma. Sasuke is the top rookie of the academy and a big emo freak whose hair looks like a chicken's ass painted black. The blonde still didn't respond and Irika started to grow worried, for Naruto had never been so quiet for this long. After a few minutes, Naruto looked up and saw everyone staring at him. He blinked. What? Why's everybody looking at me like that? He questioned. Irika sighed in relief, glad to have the blonde loudmouth back in the real world. Now, seeing how that Naruto has returned to the land of the living, he started. Naruto scowled at that remark. You all shall now do the henge no jutsu and henge into me because of Naruto's inability to come to class on time. The whole class groaned and shot a series of rude remarks and curses towards our blonde hero. The students lined up and each one performed a perfect henge of their teacher. Haruno Sakura called Irika. Sakura was one of the fangirls of Sasuke. She has long, pink hair and emerald green eyes and wears a red dress and blue ninja sandals. With a poof of smoke, she performed her transformation. Irika nodded in approval and Sakura squealed with excitement. She turned around to face Sasuke, who had already had his turn. Sasuke-kun, did you see that? Were you impressed? She asked/shouted to her self-proclaimed love. Sasuke didn't respond. Uzumaki Naruto. Time to prank that stupid teacher. He doesn't understand what I've been going through, and for that I'll make him suffer. Wahahahaha. Perform your henge, Naruto, said Irika. Sure, sensei. Poof. Out of the poof of smoke stood a totally nude blonde and attractive young woman who had pigtails and smoke that covered her private areas. Hey Irika-sensei, I call this my Oryoke no Jutsu, said the blonde beauty. Irika was then blown back really far due to a rather large nosebleed. Naruto, cut the stupid tricks. Irika yelled while using humongous scary head no jutsu. Alright, I'll do a normal henge, responded Naruto. Naruto then transformed into a perfect copy of Irika-sensei, reverted back to normal and walked away with a large grin on his face, unaware of the pale eyes of a young love-struck Hyuga Hinata watching his back. Ninja Academy tomorrow. Good morning, class, Irika greeted to his students. Good morning, Irika-sensei, all the students replied. As you all know, today is the day you all are to have your genin exams, so please be prepared, advised Irika. This exam comes in 3 parts. The first part is a written exam, then you have a weapons test, and then we test you on the Bunshin no Jutsu. Is everyone clear? Yes, sensei, replied the academy students. Right, the exams will begin now. Kyuso, thought Naruto, even though my dumbness is a mask, my ability to pass one stupid paper isn't. And I can't even do a Bunshin to save my life. No, I mustn't give up Datebeo. Irika tallied up the marks and said how everyone passed, including Naruto but barely, who showed his signature foxy grin while everyone stared at him in disbelief. Next was the weapons test. Naruto, for this part of the exam, decided to let down his mask. You had to throw 10 kunai and try to hit a bullseye, and of course Naruto decided to show off by getting a bullseye on a few targets without looking, and even threw multiple kunai for a few more of the targets and got a perfect score. Kyuso thought the silver-haired academy teacher Mizuki. At this rate, the Gaki will pass the exam, but he'll fail the Bunshin part and Irika will fail him. Alright, class, time for the ninjutsu test, Irika announced. Student after student passed and walked off with their Hitai 8/n. That's how you spell it, right? Then it was Naruto's turn. Uzumaki Naruto, you're up, called Irika. Alright, Naruto, perform 3 Bunshins and you will pass, but don't and you fail. Naruto nodded, accepting the circumstances. Then Naruto gathered some chakra for the jutsu, and then in a large poof of smoke the jutsu was activated. When the smoke cleared, one pale-looking Naruto Bunshin that looked like it had just went through torture and had diarrhea appeared. Irika twitched at the poor attempt at making the Bunshin. Then he breathed in deeply and then calmly said, I'm sorry, Naruto, I know you tried your best, but you fail. Naruto looked down at the ground with a grim look on his face. Oh, come on, Irika. Naruto did try his best, just let him pass, said Mizuki-sensei. Naruto looked back up with hopeful eyes, but then drooped back into depression after being rejected the second chance, or rather 4th chance, since he failed the exam 3 times. Naruto then left the academy and sat on the swing where he had always sat since he was 5. He stared at all the students, each wearing a hitai-8 on their foreheads, arms etc., and chatting with their parents, something he didn't have. This pushed Naruto's depression to be even greater, and then not being able to stand watching it anymore, he ninja jumped back to his apartment with an unexpected visitor following him, and this visitor had a large sadistic grin. Naruto's apartment roof. Naruto sat on the roof of his apartment staring at the setting sun in the distance with a sad expression on his face. Then a friendly tap on the shoulder freed him from his daydreaming. He turned around in surprise and saw, "Mizuki-sensei, WW, what are you doing here?" Ha, this team believes he tricked the great prankster Uzumaki Naruto. Then he is gravely mistaken, Naruto thought to himself. Mizuki smiled a friendly smile at Naruto. "Don't be so hard on Irika, it's just how he is," Mizuki told Naruto. "Ever since he lost his parents, his life has been how I can put this hard to understand." Naruto looked at Mizuki with a confused expression on his face. "But I can tell you a secret way on how to become a genin and pass your exam," Mizuki told Naruto. Naruto looked at Mizuki with a big grin. Mizuki smiled a big grin also, but for a different reason. "I have his complete and undivided attention now, ha 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 ha." Yumino Irika was lying down on his bed thinking about what the Hokage told him about Naruto after the graduation exams. Flashback. Irika entered the door to the Sandaime Hokage's office with a nervous attitude. The Hokage only called him in to see about the academy students, but the messenger that called him to the office said it was an emergency. "Ah, Irika, good to see you. I trust you are well." Sarutobi greeted the young Chunin. "Yes, I am, Hokage-sama. So what was the emergency you wanted me to see you about?" asked the curious academy teacher. The old Hokage took a smoke of his tobacco pipe before answering. "I heard Naruto didn't pass his exams this year," the Hokage said with a far-off look in his eyes. "Well, of course he did, Hokage-sama. It's just that he's always fooling around instead of studying," Irika said. "Ha ha ha, well, I remember when a young scarred-nosed academy student used to do the same thing," the Hokage said in Naruto's defense. Irika laughed lightly knowing that Sarutobi was talking about him. "Irika, Yukumo, Naruto is a lot like you. He's an orphan and he never gives up. But Irika, do you know why Naruto acts like the class clown?" Sarutobi asked, staring hard at Irika. Irika shook his head saying no. "It's because he seeks attention and for the people to acknowledge his existence and see him for who he is instead of the burden he was given," the Hokage answered. Irika dropped his head in shame at not being there for Naruto, at not realizing his mistake sooner. "You may leave now, Irika. Oh, and Irika, please try to help Naruto when he's struggling. All he needs is a loving hand to guide and he will become an excellent shinobi," Sarutobi said with a grandfatherly smile. Irika nodded and smiled as well and left with a respectful bow. End flashback. Then Irika heard a frantic knocking on his door after his little flashback. He got off his bed and walked to the door. He opened it to see a panicking Mizuki. "Mizuki, what are you doing here? What's wrong?" Irika asked, getting a bit frantic himself. "It's Naruto, Irika. He's snapped and stolen the forbidden scroll. Hokage-sama wants us to meet him immediately," Mizuki yelled. "What? Hold on, I'll go get dressed," Irika said as he rushed to his room and put on his Chunin vest and sandals and hitai-8, and then rushed to the Hokage Tower where other Chunin and some Jonin were waiting, talking about what would happen to the scroll in Naruto's hands. "Settle down, people," called the Hokage to his trusted ninja. "As you all know, Naruto has stolen the forbidden scroll and we need to find him, and quickly, for the Kyuubi within Naruto could take over his body and use one of the jutsu in that scroll to break free, so I want you all to bring back the scroll and Naruto alive," the Sarutobi said with the last word dripping with killing intent towards those who were thinking of harming Naruto. "Now, Ike," the Hokage said in a commanding voice. "Hi," the ninja said and then blurred away. Meanwhile, in a nearby forest, Naruto was sitting down in the forest looking over the scroll with a serious look on his face. "Okay, so the first jutsu here is Keijibunshin no Jutsu. This jutsu is very useful. The user creates perfect solid copies of him/herself, and when dispelled the user gains information or techniques the clone has learned," Naruto read to himself. Naruto then smiled his famous foxy grin. He could have endless sparring partners, pranking buddies, and he could jutsus in less time. "Okay, I'll start learning this jutsu, and then once I master it I'll learn the other jutsu I find useful to add to my jutsu repertoire," Naruto said, and then began practicing his soon-to-be signature technique. Back with Irika. Irika was jumping on the roofs of Konoha as he looked for the blonde Jinchuriki. All the while a little somebody was following the Chunin in silence. "Where are you, Naruto?" Irika asked/yelled to himself and then sped off and then headed towards the forest when he felt a large chakra signature coming from it. "I better hurry," Irika mentally told himself and hurried towards the forest. Back with Naruto 2 hours later. "Ah yes, even though it's been 2 hours I've done it. I've learned at least 6 jutsu from the scroll and they all seemed pretty cool and powerful." Naruto sighed and then took a break. Irika then saw a little orange speck below when he was jumping through the branches of the forest. "That must be Naruto. No one else in the Leaf Village wears orange besides Naruto," Irika thought to himself and dropped down below, and there sat Naruto with a smile on his face when he saw Irika. "Hey Irika-sensei, there you are. I was gonna look for you after I rested up, but now that you're here you're gonna pass me for sure with these jutsus I learned for extras credit," Naruto said excitedly. Irika looked at Naruto with a confused expression. "What do you mean, Naruto?" Irika asked his student, not understanding. "Mizuki-sensei told me if I learned some jutsu from this here scroll," Naruto said, patting the scroll as though it was a cute little puppy. "I'd pass with flying colors," Naruto said. "Ha," Naruto thought. "I know Mizuki is just tricking me into giving him the scroll so he could get power." Then a whooshing sound was heard and then a multiple number of shuriken and kunai came out from the brush and headed towards Naruto. Naruto was ready to dodge but saw that he was too late to avoid them and shut his eyes tightly and prepared for the pain, but was then roughly shoved aside by Irika, who was hit by the flying pointy things of death. Luckily the Chunin vest protected him as the weapons didn't pierce his skin. But some weapons caught the edge of his sleeves and pinned to a tree, and a stray kunai had stuck him in the leg, causing blood to flow profusely from the wound. Then on a branch stood Mizuki, but with the grin of a madman on his face instead of his kind smile. "Mizuki, how could you betray the Leaf Village and why?" Irika yelled his question at the now former academy teacher and now traitor. Very carefully Irika, as for the why, it was all for the quest of power. "With that scroll," Mizuki yelled, pointing at the scroll which was now attached to Naruto's back, "I will learn very powerful techniques and gain enough power to kill everyone in the Konoha," Mizuki said, followed by a maniacal laugh. Naruto stood there looking between his two senseis as they quarreled with each other. Mizuki's gaze then shifted towards Naruto. "Give me the scroll, you little gaki," Mizuki demanded Naruto. "No, Naruto, don't give him the scroll," Irika yelled. "He's going to use the scroll to learn techniques to destroy the village." "Naruto, since you're about to die, I'll tell you a little secret kept by the Hokage," Mizuki said. "No Mizuki stop," Irika yelled. "What secret?" Naruto asked, curious as to what this secret was. "Well, you see, Naruto, the Yondaime Hokage didn't really kill the Kyuubi no Kitsune 13 years ago. He had to seal its soul into a little baby boy, and do you know who that boy is, Naruto?" Mizuki asked in a voice so sweet it could make you sick. Naruto shook his head even though he knew about Kyuubi already. He just wanted to play along a little bit longer. "Just so you know, I'm putting a flashback of how Naruto met Kyuubi since he already knows of it," and stared at Mizuki wide-eyed, wanting to know who the boy was. "Well, Naruto, that boy is..." Mizuki started with a sadistic grin. "No, Mizuki, don't do this," yelled Irika in a pleading voice. "That boy is you, Naruto," yelled Mizuki. Naruto chuckled, and then his chuckling got louder and louder until it became full-blown-out laughter. "What's so funny, Gaki?" the traitor asked in an annoyed tone. "Well, Mizuki-sensei, it's just that I already know I met the Kyuubi in my mindscape when I was 5 years old. He saved me from a mob by blowing them all away with chakra," Naruto answered. Mizuki gasped. His plan was in ruins now. Naruto then stopped laughing and then glared at Mizuki with all the killer intent he could muster, which is a lot by FYI. Mizuki froze on his tree branch as he couldn't move from the amount of killer intent being directed at him. "Prepare to be put into a world of hurt, sensei. Since you hurt Irika-sensei, you will die here and now," Naruto said angrily. "Kagebunshin no jutsu," Naruto yelled. Then 9 clones appeared in a puff, and then 5 of them rushed Mizuki, knocking him off the tree branch and effectively pinning him to the ground. Mizuki tried to free himself but couldn't budge. The other 4 clones and the original Naruto then began to perform hand signs, and judging by the amount of chakra being molded, you could tell it was going to be a big finish. 1 clone then ended its hand signs on Tiger Seal, another on bird, one on snake, one on dragon, and the original on rat. Then clones yelled out the names of their jutsus.
Karyuenda no Jutsu. Suiryuda no Jutsu. Doryuenda no Jutsu. Rairyuda no Jutsu. Furiwenda no Jutsu.
The clones and the original Naruto then took a deep breath, and the dragons of the element they called upon. Dragons of fire, water, earth, lightning, and wind then flew out of each clone's mouth respectively and flew towards Mizuki with great speed and power in their glowing yellow eyes. The dragons roared before consuming the traitorous Chunin in a mixture of the elements, and the clones pinning down Mizuki vanished in a poof of smoke when the attacks hit. A huge smoke cloud was formed, and when it cleared Mizuki was a pile of ash formed by the Karawenden. Iruka smiled at Naruto as he began pulling out the kunai and shuriken lodged in his clothing and the one in his leg. Naruto was panting from using so much chakra. "Naruto, come here and close your eyes, I have something to give you," Iruka called to Naruto. Naruto ran over to his teacher and closed his eyes. He felt his goggles being pulled off, and then something cottony/silky was placed where his goggles were. Naruto smiled, knowing what it was that was placed on his forehead. "Okay, open your eyes now," Iruka said excitedly. Naruto opened his eyes and blinked a few times to get used to the sunlight. He looked at a smiling Iruka who had no hitayate on his forehead. Naruto grinned his famous foxy grin and then jumped at Iruka. "Congrats, Naruto, you graduate, and tonight we'll celebrate with some ramen," Iruka said, smiling. "Domo arigato, Iruka-sensei," Naruto said happily. Then he and Iruka walked off to go home. Meanwhile, in the Hokage Tower, Sarutobi was watching the whole thing and was very surprised when he heard Naruto had made contact with the fox and knew he had to talk to Naruto about it later. But for now he was going to smoke his pipe and try to at least finish the paperwork. Uzumaki Naruto was walking into his classroom with a large smile on his face because due to the events yesterday Naruto had passed and graduated and became a genin, or so he thought. Naruto entered the classroom and saw everyone staring at him with confused looks on their faces. "Hey Dobe, only students who graduated are supposed to come today," said one random student. "Hey you, Baka, look at this," Naruto said, pointing at the hitayate on his forehead. "This is proof of my graduating, so shut your damn mouth." The student then began to silently fume and began mumbling at being humiliated like that by the class Dobe. Meanwhile, everyone was wondering what the Dobe did to graduate. Then Sasuke spoke up. "So how did you graduate?" he asked. All the fangirls started saying the same thing, not wanting to do anything without their precious Sasuke-kun. Naruto looked at Sasuke and took a deep breath for dramatic effect. Everyone in the class listened intently on what Naruto had to say, for they too were curious as to how Naruto graduated. "It's a secret," Naruto said in a calm tone with a huge grin on his face as he saw the class reaction to his statement. Everyone's faces faltered while some sweat dropped. "Come on Naruto, please tell us," the pink-haired one known as Sakura asked in a tone as sweet as sugar. Naruto turned at her and glared. "No Aruno. So do me a favor and shut the hell up. You're giving me a headache," Naruto told her. Everyone in the class, except Sasuke, who raised his eyebrow in a curious fashion, gasped at what Naruto had just told Sakura. They all knew that Naruto had never called Sakura anything but Sakura-chan because he had a crush on her. But based on what he just said, one thing came to the other students' minds. He doesn't like Sakura anymore, they all thought. Naruto then walked up to take a seat and saw there was one empty seat next to the Hyuga heiress, Hinata. He then went and took his seat next to her and noticed the quick glances she took at him and blushed when he caught her staring at him. Naruto sighed and then faced her. "Hinata, look. I know you were taking those glances at me when you think I'm not looking because I know you like me," Naruto started. Hinata squeaked when she heard that Naruto knew about her no longer secret crush on the blonde Jinchuriki. "Look Hinata, the thing is that I don't like you in that way," Naruto said. Hinata's head then dropped when she heard this news, thinking she no longer had a chance to gain his love. But he continued. Hinata looked up with hope in her eyes. "There's a but," she thought. "Maybe if we hung out more, my feelings for you could change from that of a friend to something more," he finished. Hinata then looked at Naruto and her face then became like that of a tomato and then fainted from the blood rush. Naruto luckily caught Hinata before she could fall and then rested her down onto the desk so it would look like she was sleeping. Iruka then walked into the classroom and saw all of his students staring at Naruto. They must all be wondering how Naruto graduated, Iruka thought with a chuckle. All right, class, settle down, Irika said. The class immediately stopped their conversations about how and why Naruto graduated. As you all know, you are now Genin, and I will be calling the team members for each team. Each team will have 3 members and will be trained by a Jonin sensei. Okay, I will now call out the team numbers and their members. Irika said. All of the Sasuke fangirls thought the same thing. That Sasuke was going to be on their team. Irika called the names of the first 6 teams and told them who their Jonin sensei was, and then came. Team 7 is Uzumaki Naruto, Haruno Sakura, and Uchiha Sasuke. Your Jonin sensei is Hatake Kakashi, Irika called. Naruto immediately stood up to object as to why Sasuke and Sakura were on his team. Irika told him it was because of the best to worst ratio, and that was that. Naruto then sat down and thought of pranks to try and torment Sasuke. Sakura then hit Naruto in the head while Sasuke just looked out the window. Team 8 is Hyuga Hinata, Aburame Shino, and Inuzuka Kiba. Your sensei is Yuhi Kurinai, Irika said. Kiba whooped with joy as his name was said while his dog Akamaru barked in approval. Hinata, who had now woken up from her fainting spell, was thinking about what Naruto had just told her, while Shino just remained silent. Now Team 10 is Yamanaka Ino, Akimichi Chuji, and Nara Shikamaru. Your sensei is Sarutobi Asuma, and that's all the teams. Please wait until your Jonin senseis arrive to pick you up. And before I leave, just one piece of advice. When on a mission, even one little mistake could cause disaster for your team and jeopardize the mission. So be careful out there. Irika said with a smile and then left the classroom. Then all the Jonin senseis came to pick up their Genin teams. All except for Team 7, who had been waiting for over 3 hours and counting. When is this guy going to come and pick us up? It's been over 3 hours? Sakura complained. Naruto and Sasuke just shrugged. But then Naruto got an idea. He looked around and found a stray bucket in the corner of the classroom. He went and picked it up and placed it above the door and secretly filled the inside of the bucket with chakra, so it would add extra stickiness for when it fell on their sensei's head. What are you doing, Naruto? Sakura asked. Just giving our sensei a little punishment for being late, Naruto replied with a foxy grin on his face. Dobe, our sensei is a Jonin, he's not going to fall for such a pathetic prank, Sasuke said in a bored tone. Yeah, Naruto, Sasuke-kun is right, Sakura said, wanting to back up her crush's words. But inner Sakura thought it was a great idea and began to chuckle evilly. Naruto scowled at them both and went to take his seat when he heard footsteps approaching the door. They opened and the bucket fell on top of a mop of gravity-defying silver hair. The Jonin began to try and pry the bucket off his head while Naruto was laughing his ass off and bragging to Sasuke at how his prank had succeeded. Kakashi then finally pried of the bucket and glared at Naruto. That Gaki used chakra to stick the bucket to my head, Kakashi thought. Kakashi glare then changed to smile as his visible eye changed into an upside-down U. My first impression of you all is that I hate you 3, Kakashi said. The 3 genin glared at him for disrespecting them. Well then meet me on the academy roof, so see ya, and he disappeared in a poof of smoke. The genin looked at each other and shrugged and left for the roof. When they reached the roof, they found their Jonin sensei waiting for them. Hey guys, about time you reached here, Kakashi said. The genin didn't answer and just sat down on the little bench that just happened to be there. Kakashi then cleared his throat and took out a little book called Ika Paradise. So why don't you all tell me about yourselves? You know, name, likes, dislikes, hobbies, favorite animal, and dreams for the future. Kakashi asked his 3 new disciples. Sakura spoke up. Sensei, why don't you go first? Sakura asked with a grin as she wanted to know about her mysterious one-eyed sensei. Kakashi sighed and put away his book. Okay, my name is Hatake Kakashi. My likes and dislikes are none of your business. My hobbies are a secret that no one should know about. My favorite animal is the dog and my dreams are none of your business. Okay, your turn, Pinky, Kakashi finished with a smile. The 3 genin sweat dropped. All the learned was his name and favorite animal. My name is Haruno Sakura. I like. She took a glance at Sasuke and giggled with a slight blush in her face. I dislike Naruto and perverts. Naruto didn't say anything as Sakura continued her description. My hobbies are. She took another glance at Sasuke and giggled. And my dreams for the future are. She looked again at Sasuke and blushed a deep crimson and giggled a bit louder than before. Kakashi sighed and shook his head at Sakura antics. This girl is more interested in boys than in being a ninja. I'm gonna have snap her out of it soon or their teamwork will suck, Kakashi thought. Okay, you next chicken head, Kakashi said, pointing at Sasuke. Sasuke glared at Kakashi for insulting his hair. My name is Uchiha Sasuke. I like training and katan jutsus. I dislike fangirls and people who insult my hair. My hobbies are training. My favorite animal is the hawk and my dream is more of an ambition. I wish to restore my clan and kill a certain man. Sasuke finished, the last part dripping with killing intent. Looks like he's too focused on achieving power to kill his brother. I need to show him the art of teamwork, so he can become truly strong, Kakashi thought. Okay, you next blondie, Kakashi said, pointing at Naruto. Okay, my name is Uzumaki Naruto. I like training, learning new jutsus, so I can add them to my repertoire of already amazing jutsus and ramen. I dislike Sakura and the 3 minutes it takes to cook ramen. My favorite animal is the fox and my dreams for the future is to become the greatest Hokage so that people will finally see for who I am instead of the burden that I carry, Naruto said with confidence. Kakashi smiled. I see a great future for this boy. All I have to do is bring up their teamwork and they'll do fine as a genin team, he thought. Okay guys, meet me at the bridge at Training Grounds 7 tomorrow for your true genin test at 9 a.m. and don't eat breakfast, you'll barf. Kakashi then turned to leave when Sakura asked, But sensei, I thought we were already genin. Why are we taking another test? Well, Sakura, the one at the academy was to test to see if you had the knowledge to be genin. This true genin test is to test your skills to see if you truly be genin. Kakashi answered. Naruto, come with me. Kakashi added. Naruto raised his eyebrows. Why would their sensei want to talk to him, so he just ignored it and walked with the one-eyed Jonin. Naruto, the Hokage, wants me to escort you to his office for an immediate private conversation concerning your tenant, Kakashi told Naruto. Oh, that's why. Gigi probably wants to know how I met Kyuubi when I was 5. Wait, speaking of Kyuubi, I haven't talked to him in a while, Naruto thought. Hokage Tower, Sarutobi's office. Knock knock. The Hokage raised his head when he heard the knock at his door. Come in, he called. The door opened to reveal the blonde Jinchuriki and the perverted Sharingan user. Ah, Naruto, Kakashi. Good to see you, and Naruto, congratulations on passing and becoming a genin, Sarutobi said with a grandfatherly smile. Naruto beamed and said a thank you to the old Hokage. So Gigi, what did you want to talk to me about? Naruto asked. Naruto, I wanted to talk to you about that night with Mizuki, the Hokage answered. Naruto nodded while Kakashi was getting very curious as to what was going on. Well, Naruto, on that night you said you had encounter with the Kyuubi when you were 5. Care to explain how this came to be? Sarutobi asked. Kakashi's eye widened. Naruto knows and encountered the Kyuubi. Now I'm really curious, he thought. Naruto nodded and proceeded to tell them the story. Well, Gigi, it started like this. Naruto started. Flashback. A young 5-year-old Naruto was running from a mob of villagers turning every which way in order to lose them, but where he went they followed. Then he made a wrong turn and ended up at a dead-end alley. We got you now, demon, said one of the people in the mob. What did I do? I didn't do anything to you, Naruto screamed. Shut up, demon spawn. We will kill you for your wrongdoings and for killing our friends and family, another person in the village said. Then Naruto felt pain everywhere as he was pummeled by fists and feet and stabbed by the occasional kunai. Then a voice appeared in Naruto's head. I can save you, Kit, just tell me to make them go away and they will. Please make them go away, please, I don't want to be hurt anymore, Naruto told the voice. Then a large blast of red chakra exploded out of Naruto, blowing away the villagers and knocking them out. Naruto then fainted from the strain of using that chakra and passed out. Sarutobi appeared on the scene and took Naruto to the hospital to be healed. In Naruto's mindscape, Naruto was walking through a sewer-like complex, water splashing at his ankles with every step he took. Suddenly, a loud breathing sound was heard some distance away. Naruto followed it to find himself in a large room with a huge cage. There in the cage was a large red eye staring at Naruto. Come here, boy, the thing in the cage demanded. Naruto, not wanting to anger the thing, walked forward. Then large claws went through the bars and tried to skewer Naruto. But Naruto didn't react on anyway, he just stood there staring at the claws. The claws then retracted back inside the cage. I like you, Kit. So sense of fear when face to face with the mightiest of Bijou, Kyuubi no Kitsune, which just happens to be me. Kyuubi told Naruto. Naruto eyes widened slightly. So you are the reason why the villagers hate me so much, but I can understand why they want to hurt me now, though they are idiots if they cannot see the difference between the jailer and the tenant, Naruto said. Kyuubi laughed at Naruto as he was talking to himself. Hey Kit, the Kyuubi interrupted Naruto's one-sided conversation. Naruto stopped talking and looked up at the fox. Yeah, Naruto responded. Well Kit, this is your mind, so why not change the scenery a bit? I mean, sewer pipes are so dull. How do I do that? Naruto asked the 9,000-year-old demon. Just think about a place, for example a meadow, and the place will change to that from a sewer to that of a meadow, so try it out, Kyuubi told Naruto with a large vulpine grin. Naruto then closed his eyes and thought of a meadow. Then a bright flash came out of nowhere. Naruto opened his eyes and instead of the sewer they were in a meadow with lush green grass, a small pond, a big blue sky and a few trees here and there. Good job, Kit. Naruto looked to his left and a large fox about the size of a horse. Kyuubi, is that you? Naruto asked. Yes, it is Kit, but you're probably wondering why am I so small, Kyuubi said. Naruto nodded at to why the Kyuubi was so small. Well Kit, we demon foxes can change our size at will since we are master pranksters, Kyuubi said with a grin. Anyway Kit, I was wondering, do you want me to train in the art of the Kitsuniken? Naruto looked wide-eyed at the fox. The all-powerful Kyuubi wanted to train him of all people. Naruto grinned and nodded in approval. The fox smiled and then a whirlwind of chakra formed around the fox, and then when the wind died down there stood a man in about mid-30s with red hair, red eyes with black slits, wearing a white and gold kimono, for males, with silver flames on the bottom, and had 2 red furry fox ears peeking out of his red hair and 9 fox tails swishing behind him. Kyuubi, is that your human form? Naruto asked. Why yes it is Kit, you know you're smarter than you look, Naruto, Kyuubi said. Naruto smiled his foxy grin at the compliment Kyuubi gave him. Now Kit, prepare to feel like shit because we will start your training tomorrow. You will only stop to eat or if you have to use the bathroom, understood? Kyuubi asked/said. Naruto nodded, agreeing to the terms Kyuubi set for his training, not realizing his mistake. But it's too late now. End flashback. And that was how I met Kyuubi, and how I am now a master of the Kitsuniken. Naruto finished as his flashback story ended. The Hokage and Kakashi stared wide-eyed at Naruto. This boy was training with the fox and could communicate with it. The Hokage smiled, for Naruto now had someone to talk to if he was lonely. Well, good for you, Naruto, you've made a new friend and now have a second sensei to train you, said the Hokage. Kakashi, on the other hand, thought otherwise. Naruto, how could you agree to train with the monster that nearly destroyed our village and cost the Yondaime his life? Kakashi practically screamed. Naruto turned to Kakashi and glared hard at him. 3 things, Kakashi. 1. Kyuubi didn't attack Konoha intentionally. He told a man with eyes like a snake used a brain-controlling jutsu on him and forced him to go and destroy Konoha. 2. The Kyuubi was the only one who took care of me in my times of need and trained me to defend myself, while you, Kakashi, would not even give a second thought to train me. And 3. Kyuubi acts like a father to me than any other person in the world besides my real father. Naruto said, his voice dripping with killer intent. Towards Kakashi. Kakashi looked down in shame. It was true. He would have never agreed to train Naruto until now in the Kyuubi, and he failed to protect Naruto when he was his Umbu guardian. But then realized who the snake-eyed man was, and so did Sarutobi. It was Orochimaru, no doubt about. I'm sorry, Naruto. I didn't know, and also the man who probably took control of Kyuubi was an S-class Konoha missing nin known as Orochimaru. Kakashi said, hoping the last part will back up his apology. And it succeeded. Apology accepted, senseis. Now then, can you tell me about what we are going to do for the test? Naruto asked excitedly. Kakashi sighed for being forgiven but then began to chuckle when Naruto asked about the test. You'll find out tomorrow, Naruto. Have some patience, Kakashi said with an upside-down UI, noting that he was smiling. Naruto nodded and then headed home to get some sleep. The next day, our blonde hero groggily got up from his bed and took a quick shower and then dressed himself in some new clothes he never used to wear, that he got for his birthday. It was a black t-shirt with a red shuriken on the back and the kanji for Uzumaki on the front, which Naruto wore over his vest. The vest is a weighted vest that is kind of like a bulletproof vest that cops wear. Instead, this one protects from kunai and shuriken, and some long blue pants, like the ones from Shippuden except in blue, which reached just below the ankles, and his now black ninja sandals which he got from the Sandaime. He ate a small breakfast of cup ramen and milk and then headed out the door. Oh shit, QB, I ate breakfast when Kakashi-sensei said not to now, I'm gonna barf a whole lot, Naruto mentally said to father figure. Don't worry, Kit. I've heard that Kakashi is always late so that breakfast will do you some good and well, I just to thank you for sticking up for me yesterday. But do you really think of me as a father? QB said to Naruto. No problem. Consider it a thank you for teaching me the Kitsuniken and those chakra control exercises. I'm gonna show that Uchiha team and Haruno bitch just what I can do, and yes, I do think of you as a father, because you were there for me when I was hurt and comforted me whenever Sakura turned me down, so arigato. QB Towson, Naruto said. Oh come on Kit, don't do that, you're making me tear up sob. It's just so nice to hear somebody say that to me. Well then I will protect you with my entire being, Naruto. Kit, now hurry up, it's almost 9, you're gonna be late for your test. Naruto then cut off his connection to QB and sped off towards Training Grounds 7 for the test. When Naruto arrived at the training grounds, he found a brooding Sasuke ignoring a Sakura trying to ask him out on a date. Naruto chuckled at the sight and then greeted his teammates. Hey Sasuke team, Haruno-san, Naruto said as he greeted them. Dope, and it's about time you changed your clothes and developed some fashion sense. Sasuke greeted Naruto and continued to brood. Naruto just smiled and didn't say anything to counter Sasuke's insult. Hey Naruto, I was just wondering, why aren't you calling me Sakura-chan anymore? Sakura greeted, but was sad when Naruto didn't call her Sakura-chan, like he used to. Wait, why I am sad? This just gives me more time to try and swoon Sasuke, she thought. Because Haruno-san, you have lost my respect and so you must earn it back by becoming stronger if you are to get me to call you Sakura-chan again. Naruto said. Well then Naruto, I'll do my best to earn it back, Sakura said, accepting this little challenge. 2 hours later. Naruto, Sasuke and Sakura were lying down on the ground looking up at the clouds, and while Sasuke and Sakura were starving. But noticed Naruto didn't look the least bit famished. Hey Dobe, how come you don't look hungry? Sasuke asked. Well team, it's because I ate breakfast. I heard how that Kakashi-sensei is known to be late all the time, so I ate breakfast, Naruto said with a tone of confidence. Sasuke and Sakura scowled when they heard this and continued to stare at the clouds. Poof! Then a puff of smoke appeared out of nowhere and there stood Kakashi. You're late, Sakura screamed. Well, I got lost on the road of life, Kakashi explained. Liar, Naruto screamed. Kakashi ignored them and then took out 2 bells from his weapons pouch. Your test is to try and steal these bells from me by noon, or else you guys will get to watch me eat the lunches I brought for you guys if you succeed. The genin now realized why he told them not to eat breakfast. It was for torturous purposes. So if you want to succeed, come at me with the intent to kill. Your tests te arts now, Kakashi yelled. Naruto, Sasuke and Sakura then jumped into the brush to hide from their sensei. Kakashi, although he could easily sense them, knew they were taught well by Iruka, especially Naruto, because since he got practice from his pranks, his stealth skills were by far the most impressive, for Kakashi would never have been able to sense him if he hadn't learned about chakra detection. With Naruto was moving silently through the bushes to Sakura's location because he knew the true purpose of this test was to build teamwork, and Sakura was the closest one to him. He then reached Sakura and gently touched her shoulder. Sakura whipped around to scream, but Naruto, expecting that, put his hand over her mouth to stop her from screaming. Listen Haruno, the true purpose of this test is to use teamwork to get those bells, Naruto whispered to her as he released his hand from her mouth. How do you know this? She asked. Naruto sighed. Use your common sense Haruno, how else could we need a Jonin, because individually we are weak against him, but if together we could be a match for him and might get the bells, and if we succeed I'll call you Sakura-san from now on, Naruto said as though it were the most obvious thing in the entire universe. Sakura blushed in embarrassment because she never had thought of that, and she would feel better if Naruto would start addressing her by her first name. She nodded but realized a flaw in this. How are we going to get Sasuke-kun to join us in this though? Sakura asked. Naruto grinned. Leave that to me, he said in a confident tone, and the both of them then headed off to find Sasuke. Meanwhile, Sasuke was stuck up to his neck in dirt with an angry expression on his face at being humiliatingly defeated by Kakashi-sensei. Then he saw Naruto and Sakura walking towards him, laughing at his predicament. The great and mighty Uchiha Sasuke has been defeated, Naruto said while laughing. Sasuke just glared, focusing his killer intent on Naruto. Come on Sasuke, I'll get you out, But only if you agree to work with me and Sakura as a team to beat Kakashi-sensei and get those bells, Naruto said. Sasuke declined, not wanting to give up on his Uchiha pride. Naruto groaned in annoyance and then slammed his hand down on the ground. He then pumped chakra into the ground, breaking down the ground's hold on Sasuke. Naruto then grabbed Sasuke by the collar and hoisted him up. Listen here, team, the only way we could beat Kakashi-sensei is if we work as a team. You know what happens if you do it alone? You end up stuck in the ground like a loser and feel like a baka. So swallow your damn pride and help us, Naruto yelled at Sasuke. Sasuke remained silent. Naruto sighed and let go of Sasuke's collar, reuniting him with the ground. Come on, Sakura, obviously Sasuke doesn't want to become a true genin, Naruto said and began to leave. Sakura didn't want to leave Sasuke-kun, but she knew Naruto was right, so left with Naruto. Wait, Sasuke called to them. Naruto and Sakura smiled at each other. All according to plan. I'll work with you guys, so what's the plan, dope? Sasuke asked Naruto. Naruto grinned. Oh, he had a plan, all right. Back with Kakashi. Looks like they realized the true purpose of this exam, Kakashi thought with a smile. Then a flurry of kunai and shuriken flew towards him. Kakashi jumped up and avoided them, but then saw Naruto fly towards him and blocked a kick from him. Kakashi then grabbed Naruto by the ankles and spun, and using the momentum slammed Naruto into the ground. Kakashi got up from the ground and saw the Naruto disappear in a poof of smoke. Kagebunshin, he probably learned that from the scroll. Kakashi then snapped out of the thought when he saw a rather large Kitan. Gukakeu no Jutsu courteous of Sasuke speeding towards him. Kakashi jumped to the side to avoid being burnt, but then he barely managed to avoid Sakura, who had made a grab for the bells. Phew, that was close, Kakashi thought, but then he saw he was surrounded by 5 Naruto clones, each one doing a long set of hand seals. The clones then finished their hand seals and shouted the name of their jutsus.
Katon, Karyuenda no Jutsu. Suiton, Suiryudan no Jutsu. Doton, Doryuenda no Jutsu. Raiton, Rairyudan no Jutsu. Fuuton, Furiwenda no Jutsu.
The 5 dragons of fire, lightning, earth and wind was blown out of 4 of the clones' mouths except for the water dragon which came from the nearby river. Kakashi's eyes widened at how Naruto was able to perform these high-level ninjutsu, and jumped before he could be hit with a barrage of the elemental dragons, but was too late to avoid being punched in the face by Sasuke, Sakura, and Naruto. He looked up and saw 3 fists come crashing down on his face as he made his descent to the ground. The last thing he heard was the ringing of the clock he had set for noon and the jingling of bells before being claimed by darkness. 1 hour later, Kakashi woke up to see the 3 genins smiling up at him. Kakashi tried to move but saw he was tied to the post with rope and his fingers were tied with ninja wire to prevent him from doing hand signs for the escape Justu. Kakashi smiled. Oh yeah, this was going to be a team for the books. Okay guys, can you untie because you pass? Not only because you got the bells, but because you showed high levels of skill and teamwork in Naruto. I was wondering, where did you learn those jutsus? Kakashi asked. Sasuke and Sakura were wondering the same thing because those jutsu Naruto used were obviously very high level, probably Jonin level. Naruto sighed. Not wanting to keep secrets from his team, he told them the story about how Mizuki had betrayed the village by stealing the forbidden scroll which Naruto had originally stole because he was tricked by Mizuki. But before Mizuki arrived, Naruto had learned the 5 elemental dragon jutsus and Kagebunshin, and how Mizuki told he and Irika his plot, not mentioning the part about Kyuubi though, and how he, Naruto, got really mad and used the jutsus to kill Mizuki, and how he was traumatized by the incident for a few days because he had made his first kill. The 3 of them were in shock at Naruto's story and knew by the tone that he wasn't lying. Hey Naruto, could you, Sasuke said, maybe teach me the Karawendan and Kagebunshin? Yeah Naruto, I want to learn the Kagebunshin too, Sakura chimed in. Now it was Naruto's turn to be in shock because he never thought Sakura and most of all Sasuke to ask him for help. Kakashi smiled. Just so you know, they untied Kakashi during Naruto's little story, knowing they would get along fine. Sure guys, I would be glad to, but you're going to need to build up your chakra reserves to use them. The reason I can do these jutsu is because I have a bloodline on my mother's side that gives me a larger chakra reserve than normal ninja at birth, Naruto told them. And no Kakashi, this is not a joke. Gigi Hokage told me about my mother when he asked me about the Mizuki incident after you had left, Naruto added, leaving Kakashi shell-shocked. Kakashi-sensei? Sakura called. Yes, Sakura, Kakashi answered. About my dreams for the future? I change it to wanting to be a strong Kanuchi in the future, Kakashi smiled. That's good to know, Sakura. It really is, Kakashi said. Okay guys, tomorrow I'll teach you all an exercise that will build up your chakra reserves. But for now go and have some fun and get some rest because tomorrow you'll be doing missions as an official Genin team, Kakashi told them. The three Genin nodded and left to go home with happy expressions on their faces because not only were they official ninja, they had made friends with each other in order to help each other get stronger to help accomplish their dreams. It was about 2 months after Team 7 was made an official Genin team with their sensei Hatake Kakashi, who has been said to have never passed a Genin team until 2 months ago. The team was doing extraordinarily well, doing over 210 D-rank missions. As for the team members, well, let's just say they got super extraordinarily awesome. Uzumaki Naruto, our favorite blonde Jinchuriki, had revealed his true self of being a not as loud, mature, strong, and intelligent Naruto. He had grown exceptionally stronger and had almost mastered the water walking exercise as he already knew the tree climbing one. He learned more jutsus from Kakashi and Kyuubi. He began weight training, wearing up to 200 kilos now, and due to this became faster and stronger in order to use the Kitsuniken to its full potential, as the Kitsuniken required the art of using fast-paced move and agility which are used to get under the enemy's guard and then deliver a set of powerful blows to defeat them. Overall, Naruto was a badass. Uchiha Sasuke has learned some more fire-style jutsus from his family scrolls such as Katon, Ryuka no Jutsu and Katon, Housenka no Jutsu and Katon, Karawenden no Jutsu from Naruto after doing continuous work on the Tree Zero climbing exercise. He also learned a fighting style that he got from a scroll given to Hai by Kakashi called Wrath of the Dragon, which uses powerful and speedy blows which are being pounded on by the foe but lowers your guard and therefore very risky to use in a taijutsu battle. He and Sakura also, after continuous use of the tree climbing exercise, and finally got enough chakra to learn Kagebunshin no Jutsu from Naruto. Haruno Sakura also improved learning a variety of genjutsu from a young Kuranai sensei and invented her own fighting style which is called Zeban Sakura, I do not own Bleach, in which Sakura casts a powerful genjutsu which makes the scenery change to that of a forest of sakura blossom trees. The genjutsu has a lot of chakra, so when using the Kai technique you have to use a lot of chakra to break it. Then after that she takes numerous kunai knives and throws them all at her confused opponent, thus killing them. Now the team had just returned after capturing the most horrible, deadly, and ferocious monster-like animal in the entire animal kingdom. It was Tora the cat. The team delivered the cat off at the place where they get their missions. No idea what that place is called. With anger towards the cat for it had nearly sliced off Naruto's face. Kyuubi had to use every ounce of willpower to stop himself from taking over Naruto's body and tearing the cat apart limb from limb. 2. Clawed out Sasuke's eyes. 3. Ripped Kakashi's little orange book to shreds and ruined Sakura's hairdo and grinned evilly at the cat, not showing any sign of pity when it was nearly squashed to death by its owner, the daimyo's wife. Good job, Team 7, that was your 211th mission completion for the year. Now then, your next mission is to cut the lawn of... No! All eyes turned towards the blonde Jinchuriki, who looked at the Hokage directing all his killing intent towards the Sandaime, who if not trained in the art of repelling killer intent would have shit himself. With all due respect, Gigi, we should be doing missions that would be able to help with our skills as a ninja, not ones that are chores that a civilian could for him/herself, Naruto said with an intelligent tone. Iruka stared at Naruto, wide-eyed at Naruto, as he had never heard or seen Naruto act mature in his life, while the Sandaime chuckled. Alright Naruto, you've made your point, here's a C rank. It's an escort mission, he said, tossing a scroll at Naruto, who caught it with a happy expression. Your client is outside, you can come in now, the Sandaime said to the door. The door slid open and there stood a rather fat man wearing regular civilian garb. He was holding a sake bottle, and due to Naruto's enhanced senses due to the Kyuubi smelt that horrid stench that was the breath of a drunken man. Naruto waved his hand in front of his nose. Hey old man, ever heard of the breath mint? It's really quite handy for people with horrendous and disgusting breath, Naruto said, trying not to vomit his lunch of rice, chicken, and a salad. I'm having Naruto change his diet to something other than ramen. Shut up, Gaki. I'm the super bridge builder Tazuna, I want you to treat me with respect. Besides, you guys are just a bunch of brats. Especially you Blondie, you look like you couldn't even lift a kunai, Tazuna said with a tone of arrogance. I'm a jonin, Kakashi said, but failed to notice when Naruto suddenly blurred away and slammed Tazuna into a wall with a kunai to his throat. Everyone in the room looked at Naruto with surprise. They had never seen Naruto move with such speed, not even during the spars between Naruto and Sasuke in training sessions. This made Sasuke mad, for Naruto was holding back in their spars. "The dobe's been holding out on me," Sasuke thought with gritted teeth. "Care to repeat that little remark of not lifting a kunai, Mr. Tazuna?" Naruto said in a tone of malice. Tazuna looked at Naruto with a look that said, "No. No, never again, just please don't kill me." Naruto grinned his foxy grin and let Tazuna go, pocketing the kunai in his weapons pouch. Kakashi then got over his surprise and said, "Alrighty then team, we'll meet with Tazuna at the South Gate at tomorrow noon," and poofed away. The genin and Tazuna then went to their homes to pack up for tomorrow's trip. Time skip, tomorrow noon, South Gate. The team and Tazuna were there waiting impatiently for Kakashi to arrive when a poof of smoke was heard. The four turned their heads and saw the Jonin with surprised looks on their faces. "You're early," Naruto said with disbelief, even pinching himself to see if it was a dream. "I'm never late for missions, Naruto, because those are important," Kakashi said. The three genin then got over their shock and left the village. Later on their journey, Naruto spied a puddle on the side of the road. "That's strange. Kyuubi Towson, did it rain yesterday?" Naruto thought to Kyuubi. "Not that I know of, Kit, then it must be a trap, the boy and fox thought. "Sensei," Naruto called to the silver-haired man. "I know, Naruto," Kakashi replied instantly. Naruto nodded and silently prepared himself for battle while Sakura asked about the community of Wave Country and why they don't have ninja. Then two men in shinobi garb with huge clawed gauntlets on their arms and the Hittite with the symbol of Kirigakure with a slash through the symbol. The chains which suddenly sprang from the gauntlets wrapped around Kakashi and then ripped him to shreds. "One down, for to go one," the former mist ninja said, and then went for Tazuna. Naruto then rushed at them and then using his speed jumped and did a spin kick at the man's face, making him groan in pain. Naruto then using this opportunity and then landed on the ground and did a sharp uppercut, sending him upwards, where Naruto then used an axe kick on the guy's face, knocking him out cold. Sasuke had already knocked out the other guy. "Good job, guys," Kakashi said, appearing out of nowhere as he proceeded to tie up the villains. "Sensei, when did you use the Kawarimi?" Sakura asked. Kakashi's "I went into an upside-down U shape," indicating he was smiling. "Bright as ever, Sakura, how did you know?" the Jonin asked his disciple. "Well, first of all, Sensei, I'm smart, and because there's a set of chopped wood on the ground where you were," Sakura said blandly. Kakashi chuckled nervously at the obvious show of using a Kawarimi. "Well, Mr. Tazuna, I'm going to need to have a few words with you," Kakashi said to Tazuna. The bridge builder sighed and then told the team the whole story about Gatu and how the village was poor now and could only afford a C rank. "Well, guys, we now have a few enemy ninja we might face up ahead, so should we stay or go?" the Cyclops asked his team. "Stay," Sasuke said. "Those two were weak, I'm sure we could handle the other more powerful guys. So it's a stay," Naruto said with confidence. Not wanting to let down her teammates and also not wanting to look weak also said stay. "Alright then, let's go," Kakashi said. A few hours later, the team and Tazuna made it to the port and were on a small boat leading to Wave Country. Then the three genin saw a large shadow on their left through the mist. It was the bridge that Tazuna was building. The genin stared in awe at its massive size and length. No perverted thoughts, people. Tazuna grinned at the expressions on the youth's faces. They then reached the shore and continued trekking toward Tazuna's house. Then Naruto heard something in the brush and threw a kunai into it. The others were surprised at his throw and wondered why he did it. Then Naruto went into the brush and came out with his kunai and a dead white rabbit. "Naruto, you killed a poor innocent little rabbit," Sakura said in anger. Then Naruto caught the punch directed at his skull and held up the rabbit to Sakura's face. Sakura looked. "This rabbit has white fur, meaning it was kept in a cage for a long while, and besides is the middle of summer. Rabbits change their fur white during winter," Naruto said with the intelligence that nobody would be able to get over he had hidden. "Naruto's right," Sasuke said. Then Kakashi yelled, "Duck!" Everyone then dove to the ground, avoiding a large sword that spun as it flew where their heads were seconds ago. The sword stuck in the tree with a thwack, and a tan-skinned man wearing no shirt showing muscles, camouflage pants, brown hair and bandages wrapped around his face. "Hello, Momochi Zabuza, aka Demon of the Mist. Guys, protect Tazuna," Kakashi said with seriousness. raising his Hittite, showing that underneath it was a blood-red eye with 3 black tomo in it, the Sharingan. The 3 genin looked with surprise by the amount of killing intent in the air and by Kakashi's other eye. Suddenly an eerie mist appeared from the air.
Kirigakure no Jutsu.
Sharingan no Kakashi, it's an honor to fight you, the ex-Kirinin said. Then Zabuza jumped off the branch, sword in hand, and slashed at Kakashi, who blocked it with just a kunai. Then the Zabuza in front of Kakashi fell and became water, but was too slow to react to the swing of Zabuza's sword as it cut him in half. Kakashi-sensei, the 3 genin yelled in fear as their teacher was just sliced in half from their location of a triangle-formatted defense to protect Tazuna. Then what seemed to be blood turned to water as fell as a puddle on the ground. Then Zabuza, still with shock on his face, felt cold metal on his jugular. Zabuza chuckled, "Very impressive, Kakashi. Copying my Mizubunshin no Jutsu in this thick of mist. Very good. But not good enough." Zabuza yelled the last part as he fell to a puddle, indicating that he was a Mizubunshin. Then Kakashi felt a presence behind him and ducked as Zabuza barely missed his hair. But using the momentum from his swing, Zabuza dug his sword into the ground and kicked Kakashi in his stomach, sending the Kapinin flying into a nearby lake. Zabuza then shunshined and performed a set of hand signs. Suru no Jutsu, the eyebrow-less ninja yelled, and Kakashi was instantly encased in a sphere of water. "Ha ha ha, now to deal with the little brats," Zabuza said as he made a Mizubunshin. "Guys, run, you don't stand a chance against him. He's out of your league. Finish the mission," Kakashi yelled. Never. Sasuke then rushed forward, making hand signs for a fire jutsu. "No, Sasuke-kun," Sakura yelled. But too late. Sasuke was elbowed in his stomach, hard, and was sent skidding along the ground with some blood coming from his mouth, a sign of internal bleeding. Naruto then calculated a plan and grinned his large foxy grin. "Hey you, the freak with no eyebrows," Naruto called to the Mizubunshin, which growled in anger at the blonde. "Prepare to be the first Jonin to be beaten by Genin." Naruto then looked at his teammates and nodded to them. Sasuke and Sakura nodded back, somehow knowing the exact steps of Naruto's plan. Sakura then rushed forward with chakra-enhanced speed and formed the hand signs for her genjutsu. The Zabuza clone then saw everything turn into a pretty cherry blossom tree field. Knowing it was a genjutsu, the clone tried to dispel it, but it wouldn't work. As it tried a second attempt, it then slashed from all sides and then fell to a puddle of water, and there stood 7 Sakuras, each with 2 kunai, and they smiled at their handiwork and dispelled the genjutsu. Meanwhile, Sasuke and Naruto, after seeing Sakura take down the Mizubunshin, they rushed the original Zabuza. Sasuke launched a Gokakyu no Jutsu at the Nukenin, but Zabuza made a Mizubunshin and let it take the blow as it was evaporated. Then out of the steam, a blonde boy wearing a black shirt with the Uzumaki spiral on his shirt and khaki shorts came running through the steam with 20 cage bunshins. The clones then jumped at Zabuza, kunai in hand. Zabuza was then forced to release Kakashi as he could never avoid that many clones and come out unscathed. With the water prison broken, the Narutos and Kakashi then began flinging kunai at the ex-Kirinin. Using the water walking technique, Naruto and Kakashi and Zabuza stood facing each other in a circular motion. Then Naruto, Kakashi, and Zabuza began to form hand signs in perfect sync and speed. "Sutten! Suryuenden no Jutsu!" the 3 ninja yelled. Then 3 huge water dragons rose from the depths of the lake and attacked. Kakashi and Naruto's dragons together had made quick work of Zabuza's own, and then headed straight for Zabuza. The sword-wielding Jonin managed to avoid one of the dragons, but was then hit with another one, in his face. Zabuza then got up and began another long chain of hand signs which Kakashi copied perfectly while mocking Zabuza by completing his own sentences. However, Zabuza was taken back by the monkey do act that he stopped making signs, but Kakashi kept going. "Suetun! Daibakufu no Jutsu!" yelled the Kapinin. Then a giant explosion of water came up out of the lake, flooding the land and nearly caught Sasuke, Sakura, and Tazuna if they didn't climb to the trees. Zabuza was hit really hard with that blow and smashed into a tree. "Itai, itai, itai," Zabuza said to himself, then screamed in pain as a couple of kunai were lodged into his arms and legs, rendering them useless courtesy of Kakashi. "Can you see the future?" Zabuza asked with pain and surprise. "Yes, and yours is death," Kakashi said, and was about to throw a kunai when 2 senbon needles came out of the brush and struck Zabuza at pressure points in his neck and killed him. A masked person then appeared in a swirl of wind. The person looked about 14 or 15 and yet easily picked up the body of Zabuza. Arigato. We've been searching for this man for years now. I must go to destroy this body, the masked person said. Wait, are you a hunter nin? Naruto asked. Yes, I am, answered the person. Well, aren't you supposed to just earn the body or something right then, and they're not take it someplace and then dispose of it? Naruto asked. The hunter nin, although he didn't show it, but he was surprised by the boy's information and therefore left in a hurry with a swirl of wind. Well guys, let's go, Kakashi said, but then fell down and unconscious. Sakura ran up to their sensei and checked him over. Nothing serious guys, just some chakra depletion, he'll be fine, Sakura said. Tazuna and the genin sighed. You know Sakura-chan, you should be a medic nin, you look like you could be a very accomplished one at that, Naruto said. Really Naruto, you think I… Wait, did you just say Sakura-chan? Sakura asked the blonde Jinchuriki. Yes. I did Sakura-chan, because of this battle you have earned back my respect, Naruto said with a grin. Naruto then picked up the unconscious copycat nin and let Tazuna lead the way to his house. Chapter 6. Mission to Wave Part 2. Kakashi woke up to find himself in a regular room in a futon. Naruto then came into the room and called to his teammates. Hey guys, Kakashi-sensei's awake, Naruto yelled down the stairs. Sasuke and Sakura then ran up and saw their sensei sitting up in his futon looking a lot better but still exhausted from his fight with Zabuza. Hey Naruto, Sasuke and Sakura, Kakashi said in his lazy tone. Sensei, glad to see you're all right. Right after you fainted we Naruto and Sasuke carried all the way to Mr. Tazuna's house. Sakura said. Hey guys, I don't want to be the bringer of bad news. But, Kakashi started. Zabuza's still alive, Naruto finished. Yeah, what he said, Kakashi said. Sakura and Sasuke looked at him like he had just grown a second head. What do you mean he's still alive? Sakura yelled, making all the guys cover their ears to prevent deafness. I mean, we all saw him get killed by that hunter nin, right? Unfortunately, that was a fake one, Kakashi told her. However, the damage Naruto and I did to him should take him out of commission for at least a week. Good work protecting Tazuna guys, especially you Naruto, you've improved a lot, Kakashi said with a mask-covered grin. Sasuke scowled because he barely got any praise and began envying Naruto. Arigato Kakashi-sensei, Naruto said with his foxy grin. So now then, during this week we'll be doing some training in order to get ready for our rematch with Zabuza, Kakashi said, his tone full of seriousness. The three genin nodded in agreement. But first, I'm hungry, where's the food? Can't teach on an empty stomach, you know. The genin then sweat dropped at their sensei's antics, but realized he did have a point. Sasuke and Naruto then helped Kakashi up and carried him downstairs to meet Tazuna's daughter, Tsunami, and her son, Inari. Kakashi ate his lunch of rice and vegetables and then, using the crutches the Tazuna family supplied him with, then left with the genin to go train them. Some random forest near the Tazuna household. Okay guys, time to get down to business. Sasuke, Sakura, I'm gonna teach you all the water walking technique while Naruto goes and does some training by himself. This means training with Kyuubi. Come on Sasuke and Sakura. Let's go. Naruto, you know what to do, Kakashi said. Naruto nodded and then leapt into the trees to do some fox-style training. Kakashi then led the two genin to a nearby pond which just happened to be there. Sasuke tripped on a pebble and fell into the pond. Sakura rushed over to help him while inner Sakura was laughing her ass off. Kakashi was laughing too. Sasuke-kun, are you all right? Are you hurt? Sakura asked with concern. I'm fine, Sakura, Sasuke answered, and then got up out of the pond and stood up next to a tree, soaking wet and brooding while Sakura looked at him with concerned eyes. Kakashi then stopped laughing and explained the water walking. Okay guys, to do the water walking you must first channel chakra into your feet like the tree walking you learned back in Konoha, but in order to keep yourself on the water you must keep expelling his chakra from your feet at a constant pace. Kakashi explained. Hi Kakashi-sensei, the two genin said and then proceeded to do it. Sakura managed to get it on her 5th try since she had better control. Sasuke got it much later since he had more chakra to control and got on his 100th try. Kakashi then told them to keep practicing while he would go off to check on Naruto. Kakashi, what training is Naruto going through? Sasuke asked, curious about his blonde teammate. Yeah, what is Naruto doing? Sakura asked. Kakashi sighed. It's a secret, so sorry, Kakashi said, and then leapt away to find Naruto. With Naruto was having a spar with one of his shadow clones. The clone tried a sweep kick, but Naruto jumped it and tried a punch to the clone's head. The clone ducked and tried to kick Naruto's chin, the kick that starts the primary lotus, but Naruto leaned back and dodged it and rolled back and got into the Kitsuniken stance. Naruto grinned and then rushed the clone. The clone, expecting a straightforward attack, got ready to block/dodge it, but Naruto jumped, surprising the clone, and hit the clone in the head with an axe kick, thus dispelling it. Naruto then wiped his face at a nearby river and took a lung drink and then turned around to see Kakashi clapping his hands and wearing a smirk. Nice show, Naruto, impressive moves you showed me, Kakashi said. Naruto grinned and then sat down in a cross-legged position. Thanks, sensei. So if you don't mind, I need to do some training with the furball, Naruto said, and then smirked when he heard Kyuubi growl angrily in his mind at the insult. Sure. Oh, and here, this is a jutsu scroll. It's Futon, Daitapa, Wind Style, Great Breakthrough, Suetun, Suijin Hiki, Water Style, Water Wall Jutsu, Mizabunshin no Justu, Water Clone Justu, Keizbushin no Justu, Wind Clone Justu, Kage Shuriken Bunshin no Jutsu, Shadow Shuriken Clone Justu, and Kagebunshin Daibakuha, Exploding Shadow Clones. Kakashi said, tossing Naruto a small scroll. This jutsu summons a large gust of wind that could blow down a few oak trees at max power, Kakashi said. Naruto thanked Kakashi and then went into his mindscape to train with Kyuubi. Kakashi then smiled at his sensei's son. This boy is destined for greatness, may even be better than his father one day, he thought, and then jumped to trees to return to Sasuke and Sakura, but didn't notice the shocked faces of a pink-haired and a black-haired genin that were racing back to the pond. Sasuke was also extremely jealous that Naruto got to learn all those amazing and powerful jutsus. Naruto training with the Kyuubi? I don't understand, Sakura thought as she and Sasuke made it to the pond, but was snapped out of her thoughts when she saw Kakashi with an angry face on. Guys, why did you disobey my orders? I specifically told you stay here and train in water walking as you haven't mastered it. Sure, you could do it, but that doesn't mean you mastery over it? Kakashi yelled. The two genin flinched at the Jonin's words and then suddenly found the dirt to be very interesting. Sasuke then found the courage to answer. Well, sensei, we were curious about Naruto's special training and followed you, Sasuke said, his Uchiha pride preventing him from being scared and looking like he pissed pants, which Sakura just happened to be acting like right now. Kakashi sighed and then glared at his students. How much did you hear? He asked the two. We heard the part with Naruto's training with the Kyuubi. I don't understand, sensei. And the Kyuubi is dead, isn't it? Sakura asked, somehow managing to speak. Kakashi looked down again and sighed. Again. That is something Naruto himself will tell you when he thinks you two will be ready to deal with the news. He will eventually tell you, Kakashi answered, and then told them to go back to the Tazuna household while he went to get Naruto. With Naruto was sleeping on the trunk of a tree. His new black t-shirt with the Uzumaki spiral on it and his khaki shorts were covered with grass stains, and his face and hands and legs were covered with dirt. Then a young girl wearing a pink kimono was walking through the forest with a basket full of herbs. The girl spotted Naruto and went up to the sleeping Jinchuriki and pulled out a kunai. That's because this was no ordinary girl, a/n. I'm making Haku female in this, so I'm leaving it at she. This was the fake Hunter Nin Haku. Should I kill him now and end the trouble because we will fight soon? On second thought, I will want to see more of his skills, so I will have to kill him on the field of battle, Haku thought, and then put back the kunai into the hidden pocket of her kimono and then woke up our blonde hero. Naruto stirred and then whipped out a kunai thinking it was an enemy. Naruto, now fully awake, saw a pretty girl wearing a pink kimono with a basket of herbs. Herbs used for healing, he realized. Naruto stashed his kunai and stood up, dusting off his pants. Those herbs are used for healing. Do you have a sick friend? Naruto asked the girl. Why, yes I do. Haku didn't finish. Oh my bad, where are my manners? My name is Uzumaki Naruto, the next Hokage, and you are? My name is Haku, and if you were dreaming to become Hokage, then you really are dreaming big, Haku said with a smile. Well, I don't care. Once I make a promise to myself or someone, I never give up until I fulfill it, Naruto said with confidence and determination. Haku nodded and then asked Naruto an unexpected question. Do you have anyone precious to you, your precious people? Naruto looked stunned and then thought, people precious to me. Irika, Sakura, Sasuke, Kakashi-sensei, Jiji Hokage and the other rookies, Naruto thought. Yeah, I have a lot of people whom I hold precious to me, Naruto said with his foxy grin plastered on his face. Haku smiled and then got up having collected all the necessary herbs. Well, I have to go, Uzumaki. I hope we meet again someday, Haku said and then walked off. Me too, Hunter-san, he said, whispering the last part. Haku then froze and watched Naruto's retreating back. He knew, she thought, and then ran off to the hideout she and Zabuza were using. Kakashi then arrived and found Naruto looking exhausted walking back to Tezuna's house. It was getting dark, so Kakashi then grabbed Naruto under his arm and sped off towards the house. Naruto, Sakura and Sasuke followed me and heard our little conversation about your training with Kyuubi, and they're starting to question me. You're gonna have to tell them soon, Kakashi said. Naruto looked at his sensei with surprise and then changed to a downcast look. Naruto sighed and looked up at the silver moon. This day came sooner than I expected. I'll tell them after the mission. Well, Kyuubi Towson, looks like my secret is gonna have to be revealed. Don't worry, Kit, they'll accept you, I just know it, so don't worry yourself. And Naruto, I am very proud to call you my Kit. Naruto smiled and then went straight to bed when he and Kakashi arrived at Tezuna's house. Chapter 7. Mission to Wave Part 3. It was around 10 o'clock in the morning and everyone was awake and ready except for Naruto, who was worn out from all his training and thinking about how to explain about his Tusan, Kyuubi. So Kakashi and the others decided to let him sleep in as they went with Tezuna to the bridge, leaving Naruto with Tsunami and Inari. With Naruto yawned loudly as he woke from his slumber, scratching his head, and then got up to have his shower. After the shower, Naruto then put on his clothes, consisting of a red long-sleeve jacket with the kanji for fox on the back in black, which he put over a blue t-shirt, and wore dark green jeans. He then tied his hitai around his forehead, put on his black ninja sandals, and then went to eat his breakfast. Hello, Tsunami-san, Inari-san, Naruto greeted. Hello, Naruto-kun, the 29-year-old woman replied. Inari just remained silent as he thought about what Kakashi told him yesterday about Naruto. /N. You, the part where Naruto goes and calls Inari a coward and stuff, and then Kakashi explains why Naruto is like that, blah blah. Yeah, sorry, it was late in the night when I wrote chap 6 and I kinda left it out, so sorry. Anyway, back to the story, so I'm continuing it from after the argument. Naruto then sat down at the table and ate his breakfast of a bowl of vegetable rice, some onigiri and a glass of milk. Tsunami-san, what time is it and where are Tezuna and the others? Naruto asked. It's around 11 o'clock. Your sensei thought you were very exhausted and let you sleep in as he, my father and your teammates went to the bridge, Tsunami answered, and then went back to washing some dishes. Naruto blinked and then hurried down his breakfast and then sped off to the bridge to meet his teammates and sensei at the bridge while saying bye to the woman and child. Kyuso, they went off without me, Naruto thought, and then started cursing Kakashi in his mind. At the bridge, Kakashi was leaning against the railing of the bridge while reading his little orange book, but then he sneezed loudly. Who? Kakashi then grimaced. Great, just great. I have snot and mucus stuck in my mask. The stains will take forever to remove. I wonder who was talking / thinking about me, he thought, and then went back to his book while trying to sniff back the mucus into his nostrils. Gross, I know. Back with Naruto. Naruto was leaping through the trees when he noticed a dead boar that was covered with slash marks. Thinking it was a bear, Naruto was about to leave when he noticed that the trees and branches and shrubs were all sliced, and that the slashes on the boar were too thin to be a bear's. Sword marks, Naruto said to himself. He looked at the path of destruction that the slashed made and noticed that they were going towards Tezuna's house, Naruto said, and then sped back towards the house. Tezuna's house. Run away, Inari! Tsunami shouted to her son as the two swordsmen held her. One was very muscular and had scars all over him, a tattoo on his arm, and wore an eye patch and only wore sandals and long black pants. The other one was short, wore a gray sweater and green shorts and a ski cap. Inari shivered as he watched his mother get knocked out by the short swordsman. The two men grinned at Inari's expression. Haha, look at him. Just a little coward, the tall muscular one said. Inari then swallowed his fear, picked up a nearby frying pan, and then ran towards them with a battle cry. Look at him playing a hero, the short one said, and then when Inari got close enough he drew his sword and slashed Inari. The two of them laughed, but then stopped as Inari nice to poofed into a log. They then heard a laugh and saw Naruto standing behind them with Inari in his arms. Don't you know it's not nice to slash swords at people? Naruto said, wagging his finger in a no-no way. He then threw 2 shuriken at the 2 swordsmen, which they blocked with their swords. Ha, think you can beat us like that? The tall one said with a confident smirk. No, but they could, Naruto replied, pointing behind them. The 2 shuriken Naruto threw then poofed, revealing them to be Kagebunshin that had used the Henge no Jutsu / transformation jutsu. The clones then punched them both out and tied the 2 men up. Arigato / thank you, Naruto Nizan. Nii-san means older brother. Hey, remember the hero always shows up at the last minute, and good job trying to protect your mom, Naruto said with a foxy grin. Inari grinned and watched as Naruto leapt away to the bridge. At the bridge, Sasuke wasn't doing well. Well, he was at first. He had fought the fake Hunter Nin and managed to get on a punch, but then the Nin who he thought was a girl due to the Hunter Nin's voice, whose name he learned was Haku. Oh, how right he is, give a round of applause PPL. Then pulled out her Haijutsu. Makyu Hayusho / secret jutsu. Demonic crystal ice mirrors. He was now trapped in them and now had no way of getting out, as the Hunter Nin could move faster than he could, as he was being struck by Senbon from all sides. Sakura was too busy protecting Tazuna to help him, and Kakashi-sensei was fighting Zabuza in the mist. Then when he thought all hope was lost, he heard a familiar voice. Outside the ice prison. Hello people, Uzumaki Naruto at your service, Naruto shouted, announcing his presence. Zabuza and Kakashi paused their battle to see the blonde Jinchuriki arrive. Kakashi and Sakura and Sasuke sighed in relief as they heard Naruto. Zabuza, on the other hand, growled in anger. You little gaki / brat, this is for hitting me with your water dragon, Zabuza said, and threw a flurry of kunai at the blonde. Naruto was about to deflect them with his own kunai when some senbon needles came out of nowhere and clashed with the kunai. I am sorry, Zabuza-sama, Haku said, but I want to be the one to defeat this boy. Haku finished. Zabuza nodded. Make sure you kill him painfully, he said, and then went back to fight Kakashi. Naruto then ran up to Sakura and Tazuna. Hey guys, are you all right? Naruto asked with concern in his voice. Yes. But Naruto, why are you here? You should be helping Sasuke-kun. The pink-haired banshee yelled, and then using strength, she didn't know she had flung Naruto into the ice prison. /N. Just so you know, since I've had Naruto change his diet, he's as tall as Sasuke and Sakura now. In the ice mirror prison. Sasuke was thinking of a plan. Now that Naruto's here, he could attack from the outside and give us the advantage, he thought, but was thrown out of his reverie as a red and green blob smashed into him. Naruto and Sasuke were rolling on the ground, but when they stopped, Naruto had accidentally moved his face at the wrong time and ended up kissing Sasuke. The 2 boys' eyes widened and then started coughing and spitting as if they had the plague. Meanwhile, Haku was trying her best not to laugh at the scene so that she couldn't lose her focus on the mirrors. You kissed me, Sasuke yelled, wiping his mouth. Well, sorry. If it weren't for that pink-haired team / bastard throwing me in here, this wouldn't have happened, Naruto yelled back, also wiping his mouth. After that, the 2 genin got up and then faced Haku, who had gotten over her feeling to laugh when saw the 2 boys staring at her ready to fight. Hello, Naruto-san, Haku said. Haku, Naruto replied in a monotone. Sasuke blinked and shook his head. You 2 know each other? Sasuke asked. Not really, Naruto replied. Naruto then some hand signs Keton. Kukaku no Jutsu / fire style. Grand fireball jutsu, he yelled. The large fireball spewed out of Naruto's mouth and at the mirrors, expecting them to melt. But they didn't. Naruto, fire doesn't work on these mirrors, I tried, Sasuke said. That would have been nice to know, Naruto said in an annoyed tone. Haku, tired of the boys bickering, began moving at her high speeds, throwing her senbon at the 2. Sasuke and Naruto then began dodging the flying projectiles, but couldn't avoid them all due to the sheer numbers of the needles, sticking them in many places. It was a miracle that the senbon didn't hit their genitals, which I find to be very weird in the anime and the manga, until they looked like human pin cushions. Naruto then made about 100 Kagebunshins. Sasuke made about 10 since his chakra was lower. The Naruto and Sasuke clones then did a rapid barrage of Keton. Kukaku no Justice / fire style. Grand fireball jutsus, they managed to get some of them to melt due to the extreme heat, but not completely. Haku then knew that if this kept up, some of her mirrors would be destroyed and destroyed all the clones and hurting Naruto and Sasuke too, but was cut on her ankle by Sasuke. How did he cut me? It's not possible, Haku thought. Then she looked at Sasuke and noticed the change in his eyes. They changed from coal black to blood red with 2 tomo in each one. Sharingan/mirror will I, Haku realized. Naruto got up and also noticed Sasuke's eyes. Sasuke, good job on activating your Sharingan, Naruto said with a grin. Sasuke looked into one of the mirrors and saw his reflection. Naruto was right, he finally unlocked his dojutsu/I technique. Haku then knew she couldn't let this fight drag on any longer and then went to attack the boys. Naruto got cut, but Sasuke managed to block most of them. Haku then noticed Naruto struggling on the ground and then went towards Naruto to kill him. Sasuke saw this and rushed and to block Naruto. Naruto saw Haku rushing at him for the killing blow. Naruto then closed his eyes waiting for the pain, but it never came. Naruto opened his eyes and saw Sasuke standing in front of him and Haku flying backwards towards the mirrors. Sasuke, you did it! Naruto yelled, but his happiness was short-lived as the body of the great Uchiha Sasuke fell. Naruto gasped and caught the Uchiha prodigy. Why Sasuke? Why did you take that blow for me? Naruto said with tears in his eyes. He and Sasuke had grown rather close over the past 2 months and a week they had been on a team, like best friends. I don't know, my body just moved on its own, Sasuke said while coughing. Look Naruto, even though I envied you because you got trained by yourself and got to learn all those amazing jutsus, I always saw you as my best friend. Sasuke then became still. Naruto cried as he saw his best friend die before his eyes. He was a great shinobi, Haku said with remorse. Naruto's body shivered as he cried, but in Naruto's mindscape Kyuubi saw everything and then gave Naruto some of his chakra, enough to heal him and give him the power to gain revenge. That Haku bastard will die today, Kyuubi yelled and let out a roar as he gave Naruto his Yukai/demon chakra. Haku gasped as she saw Naruto's body start to be surrounded by red chakra, and it also gave of a bloodlust greater than even Zabuza. The chakra then manifested into the head of a fox. The fox let out a howl before entering Naruto. Naruto's nails became claws. His whisker marks became darker, and then Naruto turned around looking at Haku with the blood-red eyes, the eyes of the Kyuubi no Yoko. Outside the mirrors, Kakashi had just been slashed across his chest protecting Sakura from Zabuza. But then he and the others felt a feeling of bloodlust and major killing intent wash over them, making even Zabuza and Kakashi shiver. What is this feeling? Sakura thought, her legs giving out from fear. Tazuna also lost feeling in his legs and sat down hard on his ass. Kakashi knew what this feeling was. It was the killing intent of the Kyuubi. This chakra, it can't be Kakashi because it's too much foe even him. But it fills me with dread, Zabuza said to himself. Whatever happened in there, it triggered the Kyuubi's chakra to leak out, but I sense that the seal is still holding. We are safe, Kakashi thought, and then took out a scroll, wiped the blood on his wound onto the paper, and then rolled it back up. Look, Zabuza, we're both busy men, so I'm going to end this quickly, Kakashi said into the mist. How, Kakashi, you can't even see me? Zabuza said with a chuckle. Kakashi then did a few hand signs and called out the name of his jutsu. Doton, Fanged Vengeance Jutsu. I don't know the Japanese name for it, Kakashi said. He slammed the scroll onto the ground and then a large number of dog summons sprang up from the earth, each one wearing a leaf headband like a collar, and latched themselves onto Zabuza, who couldn't move from the pain. When your eyes and ears have failed you, always follow your nose, Kakashi said in a confident tone. Back in the ice prison. Naruto's wounds were healing before Haku's eyes, who was right now scared out of her pants or kimono thing. I don't care. Naruto then rushed forward with amazing speed on all fours. Luckily Haku had some speed too, and if it weren't for that she would have been dead. Naruto then stopped and looked around for Haku, sniffing the air like an animal. Haku then flung a barrage of senbon at him, hitting him all over his back. Naruto then roared and let out a burst of chakra, expelling the senbon from his body, forcing some of the mirrors to crack from the force of the chakra as well. Haku then flung some more senbon at Naruto's face. Naruto saw Haku and then ran towards her and roared, sending a chakra pulse deflecting the senbon. He stopped them without even touching them, she thought. She then appeared in a mirror of Naruto's unprotected back, clutching some senbon in her hand. This is the end, she said and dropped down on Naruto. But Naruto heard her and then jumped to the side while tumbling, shifted his body and landed on his feet using his claws to scrape against the ground to stop himself. Naruto's blood-red eyes then stared at Haku with the instinct to kill her. Haku then rushed to the mirror behind Naruto, big mistake. Naruto, using his enhanced strength, speed and reflexes due to the Kyuubi, managed to grab Haku's wrist, stopping her movement. Impossible, he caught me, Haku said. Naruto roared, crushing Haku's wrist and giving off chakra in waves. Naruto then channeled most of the Kyuubi's chakra into his right fist and then, pow! Naruto punched Haku in the face, hard, really hard, and sent her crashing through a mirror and flying a few feet before landing ungracefully. Since her focus was broken, demonic ice mirrors were destroyed and were falling to the ground. Naruto then stood there in a menacing way. Haku got up and her mask fell off, revealing a pale face and brown eyes staring at Naruto. Zabuza-sama, I have failed you, and Naruto, I hope you accomplish your dream, Haku whispered to the wind. Naruto, still with the fox's chakra in his system, rushed at a goddamn fast speed. His right fist ready to end the fight, but stopped when he saw Haku's face. The Kyuubi's chakra then immediately left his system and Haku looked at the shorter boy with surprise. Haku-san. Naruto said, his fist still poised to punch Haku's face. Naruto-kun, why have you not killed me as I have killed one of the people you hold precious to you? She said, looking at Sasuke's still body. Naruto turned and also saw Sasuke's body. Naruto then took out a kunai and was about to kill Haku when she stopped him. Sorry Naruto-kun, but I can't die now, Haku said and disappeared in swirl of vapor. With Kakashi and Zabuza. Zabuza, you are a loose cannon and now you will die today, Kakashi said, holding a ball of chakra and lightning in his palm. Kakashi then rushed at the pinned Zabuza. He's still bound by the dogs. Raikiri/lightning blade, Kakashi yelled. He then rushed forward, his lightning-covered fist aimed at Zabuza's heart, but he didn't notice the ice mirror forming behind Zabuza. A hand is thrust, blood flies, someone dies. Kakashi looks and finds that Haku is struck in her heart with the Raikiri. Blood splattered all over her body and Kakashi's and Zabuza's face. Ziziziabuza Sarame, Haku stuttered and then died with an arm through her chest. Haku. No, why Haku, why? Zabuza screamed. Looks like you missed. But I'm not going to kill you for money, I'm going to avenge Haku. Now die. Zabuza then sloppily attacked using his sword in his left hand. But Kakashi avoided it and stabbed him in the shoulder, rendering it useless. Kakashi then jumped away and closed Haku's eyes and rested her on the ground. Zabuza then appeared behind Kakashi, but got punched in his face. He then tried to slash Kakashi with the sword in his right hand. But Kakashi appeared behind him and was about to strike him in the neck with a kunai, but Zabuza twisted his body so that it stabbed him in the other shoulder. Zabuza, give up. You can't win. You've lost both your arms and the only person you hold dear, Kakashi said. Zabuza sighed, but then growled when he heard some laughing behind him. There stood a short man in a business suit with a lot of ninja and samurai behind him. Gatu will now kill you, for you have just finished your use to me, Gatu said. His lackeys laughed along with their boss. Naruto then came out with Sasuke's body and rested it by Sakura, who was now crying her eyes out. Tazuna felt sorry for her and now understood the life of a ninja. Naruto then stood with Kakashi and Zabuza facing Gatu. Hey kid, can I borrow a kunai? Zabuza asked Naruto. Sure, Naruto replied, tossing him one from his kunai holster. Zabuza caught it in his mouth and then rushed towards Gatu. Gatu then ran to the back of his little mob. Kill him, Gatu yelled to his lackeys. The mob then got ready to attack Zabuza when the cloud behind Zabuza took a rather ominous shape, the shape of a demon. Zabuza used their fear to an advantage, slicing them all to get closer to Gatu. Zabuza was stabbed all over his back, but he kept going. Why won't you die? Yelled one of the samurai guards. Zabuza then reached Gatu and stabbed him in the stomach. Gatu gasped in pain and surprise. You're going to hell with me, Gatu, Zabuza said menacingly, and then removed the kunai from Gatu's stomach, blood spewing out like water from a fountain. Zabuza then leaned back and then, using his lone kunai in the mouth, cut off Gatu's ugly little head, sending it flying like a comet with a tail of blood. The mob of samurai and ex-ninja then yelled in surprise when the head of their boss rolled to their feet. Zabuza then fell to the ground, exhausted from pain and blood loss. You guys killed our meal ticket, well now we are just going to have to raid the village, one of the ex-nin said. He and the others then let out a battle cry and charged, but were halted when an arrow stopped their march. They looked and saw the villagers carrying spears, pans, pieces of wood and knives, wearing pots on their heads, and leading them was little Inari with a steel bowl on his head holding a crossbow. The hero always appears at the last minute. Isn't that right, Naruto and Ai-san? Inari said with a grin. Naruto looked at the people and then nodded with a laugh. You'll never get into the village. You'll die before that happens, Inari said in a menacing voice. The villagers waved their weapons in the air to support Inari's statement. Naruto and Kakashi then made some cagebunshin, and the ex-nins and samurais all jumped off the bridge and swam away, some drowning from not being able to swim. The villagers cheered, and they all walked back to their homes with happy expressions on their faces. Sasuke then woke up and Sakura told him the whole story, and then Tazuna and the team went home to rest. 3 weeks later, Tazuna, Inari, and all the villagers were there to say goodbye to Naruto and his team. Inari, no need to cry, I'll come back and visit when I become Hokage, okay? Naruto promised. I'm not gonna cry. It's alright for you to cry, Naruto and Ai-san, Inari retorted. Me cry? No way, Naruto and the team then turned and walked away. Naruto and Inari were blubbering at seeing each other leave. Baka's Sakura thought. So what you gonna name the bridge to? Sand, Tsunami, asked her father, while watching the retreating backs of the 4 shinobi. Tazuna smiled. That Naruto boy inspired Inari, and all of us to keep believing and fight for ourselves, so we shall name this bridge. But he was interrupted by Inari. The Great Naruto Bridge, Inari shouted. Tazuna chuckled. Yes, the Great Naruto Bridge, a great name for a great work of art. It had been 3 days after the mission to Wave and Naruto, and his team had received their pay, which was a lot, I might add. Naruto and the others then went to their respective homes and slept a lot. So Naruto, being the kind and generous soul, he has decided to pay a visit to Ichiraka Ramen with his froggy wallet, Gamachan, which was bulging with over what seemed to be over 2,000 yen after his nap. Ichiraku Ramen. Hey Gigi, I'm back, Naruto yelled to the old chef. I am. Ichiraka's daughter smiled, knowing that voice anywhere. Hey Tu-san, our favorite customer's back, she said with a smile. Naruto, you're back. I missed you, you little gaki. Business has been slow since you left, Ichiraku said. Well, no need to fear, Gigi. I will have your extra large chicken and pork ramen, please, Naruto said with excitement, for he had not eaten his favorite food in over 3 weeks. A few seconds later, Ichiraku came back with the 2 piping hot bowls of ramen. Here you go, enjoy, Ichiraku said with a large grin. This boy will have me retire early with all that money, he thought. Naruto then continued inhaling high ramen until he was full, which consisted of a neatly stacked tower of about 31 bowls. Ah, that was good, Naruto said, patting his stomach in satisfaction. See you later, old man, gotta go meet with the team, Naruto said with a wave. Come back anytime, Ichiraku said with a large grin. Sai so much like his father, even has his appetite for ramen, the old ramen chef said. Training Grounds 7. Hey Sasuke team. Sakura-chan, and how are you this fine morning? Naruto asked with his cherry attitude. Hey Naruto-kun. I'm good, you? Sakura replied, also in a good mood. Sasuke looked up from staring at the koi fish in the nearby river. Hey Dobe. I'm good, and you seem happier than usual, Sasuke said with a grin. I'm fine, Sakura-chan and Sasuke, I'm just happy because we just beat an A-ranked mission. I learned some new jutsu which I would be happy to teach you team, so don't fret your little ass off, and I just had a whole lot of ramen, Naruto said, yelling the last part. Sasuke smiled, but scowled at the ass comment. Sakura was just plain happy at seeing her 2 teammates happy. You see, the 3 of them had grown rather close over the past few months they've spent as a team. Sasuke started opening up more, thus he began smiling and laughing a lot more. Sakura was taking her training more seriously, and with some help from Naruto and Sasuke had become stronger, and Naruto was, well, Naruto. They were like Naruto's little family. Seeing Sasuke and Sakura as a brother and sister to him, he had been going on dates with Hinata, and they had become rather close as well. Hinata had become stronger from her confidence boost she got from hanging out with him, and finally got respected by her father and the clan, and Naruto had finally decided that his feelings for her had changed to something more than a friend, and would tell her later this evening. But that happiness ended with Sakura's harmless little question. Naruto-kun. About the Kyuubi thing you were talking about with Kakashi-sensei. What is it? Naruto's smile dropped and it became serious. Poof. Kakashi came into existence fro his cloud of smoke. Yo, he said with his eye in an upside-down U indicating he was smiling. Kakashi then noticed the tension between them. Hey, come on guys, what's going on? He asked. I thought you guys worked everything out. We have sensei, it's just I was about to tell them about my tenant now, Naruto replied in a monotone. Kakashi said as realization hit him. Well, carry on, Kakashi said, taking out his orange book. Naruto sighed and told Sasuke and Sakura to sit with him by the tall tree they used during their tree climbing exercises. Okay guys, do you the tale of how the Kyuubi was killed by the fourth Hokage? Naruto asked them. They both nodded. Well, that story they told you was lie to cover up the truth about what really happened, Naruto said. What do you mean, dope? Sasuke asked confused. Yeah, Sasuke-kun, and I don't understand, Sakura added. Well, you see, you can't kill a demon, but you can seal it. The fourth used a very advanced sealing jutsu which sealed the Kyuubi's soul into a young baby who just had his umbilical cord cut. This was done with the cost of the fourth's life, and that baby was me. Naruto finally finished. Sasuke and Sakura were shell-shocked. Their eyes were wide as plates and were slack-jawed. I understand if you don't want to be my friends anymore, Naruto said with tears in his eyes. Kyuubi was watching this from inside Naruto's mind, waiting for the two Genin's response. Come on, talk already. The kid's getting more and more miserable, Kyuubi thought. Sasuke was the first to answer. And why would we do that? Sasuke asked with a grin. Naruto looked up, his electric blue eyes full of surprise from Sasuke's question. Yeah, honestly, Naruto, do really think we're that shallow to hate you for something that saved the entire village, Sakura added. Naruto then cried tears of joy and glomped them. Arigato, Nei-chan, and I-san, Naruto sobbed. The raven-haired boy and pink-haired girl smiled softly and rubbed Naruto's back in comfort. You're welcome, I-san, they both thought. Kakashi was watching the whole thing from a distance. Well, looks like things will be a lot different from now on. Oh, right, training, Kakashi said. All right, guys, time to train, Kakashi said, appearing in front of them. The three of them stopped their little hugging thingy and Naruto wiped his eyes and then got ready for today's fun activity. Bring it on, sensei, we can take it, Naruto said, his eyes full of determination. All right then, you all will spar with me until you can beat me again, /n. Kakashi said about how they beat him during their first meeting, and then Naruto will train with Kyuubi after, while I train Sasuke and Sakura in some ninjutsu, Kakashi said. The three genin nodded and then got into fighting stances. Okay, and start, Kakashi said. The three genin rushed the jonin as fast as they could, but Kakashi easily dodged their rush attack, but didn't see some of Naruto's cage bunshin come up from behind. Kakashi, sensing the clones' movement, turned around and caused them all to be dispelled with a few sharp blows. The scenery then started changing before the jonin's eyes, changing from a training ground to a cherry blossom forest. Sakura's genjutsu, Kakashi thought. Kakashi was then slashed on his leg, some blood dripping out of the small cut. He was being continuously slashed from all sides before he dispelled it by forcing a lot of chakra from his body to destroy the genjutsu. Kakashi stood there panting. The numerous cuts on his body were dripping with blood, and standing before him were thousands of Naruto cage bunshins. Kakashi, knowing this was getting serious, raised his Hitai 8, showing his dreaded Sharingan eye. Seems you're taking this seriously now, aren't you, sensei? Naruto said. Yup, and I'm not holding back, Kakashi replied. He then began destroying clone after clone. One of the clones tried a punch to the head and another, a chakra-infused kick to Kakashi's chest. Kakashi ducked under the punch and grabbed the other clone's leg and threw it into another clone. A fireball then plowed through the clones and towards Kakashi, destroying a lot of clones in the process. Kakashi jumped the flaming sphere of doom, but saw Sasuke, Sakura and Naruto about to do a triple punch to his head, but unlike before, he was prepared and kicked Sasuke in his chest, punched Sakura in her stomach and kicked Naruto in the groin, ouch. The three of them then poofed into smoke, indicating they were cage bunshins. Kakashi landed on the ground when he saw a gale force wind heading towards him. Futon. Detapa, Naruto yelled.
Katon. Karyuenda no jutsu Sasuke yelled.
The wind then mixed with the flaming dragon, making its flames more powerful as it sped towards the jonin with a roar. Kakashi then made some hand signs. Suten. Suijin Hiki / water wall jutsu. That's how you spell the Japanese for water wall, right? The wall of water then rose up from the river and moved in front of Kakashi, protecting him from the fire blast. But Sakura came up from behind and held a kunai to his throat. "We win again, sensei," Sakura said with a cute smile. Kakashi sighed, "This starting to get old? I need to come up with some new stuff," he thought. "Good job, guys. But looks like I won't be able to train you anymore." "That spar took a while, so you can go home," Kakashi told them. The three genin then got up from their rest to go home. "Oh wait, I almost forgot. Here, take these," Kakashi said, holding 3 pieces of paper in front of them. They each took one. "What are these?" Sasuke asked. "Those are your applications for the Chunin exams that will be held here in Konoha," the Jonin told Sasuke. "You really think we're ready for this big of a tournament?" Naruto asked. Kakashi nodded with a smile. "Yatta!" the 3 genin cheered. They then rushed to Ichiraku to celebrate. Kakashi chuckled at their antics and then took out his Ika Ika Paradise book. John then went to go see Linda at the hot springs. Kakashi read with a perverted giggle. After their celebration and coming up with new strategies for the exams, Naruto went to the Hyuga compound to talk with Hinata. Naruto arrived at the gates of the clan and spotted a guard there. "Hey Hyuga-san, may I see Hinata please?" Naruto asked. "Of course Uzumaki-san, follow me," the guard said. You see, the elder Hyugas knew of Naruto's heritage and treated him with respect, but knew not to tell their children, especially Hinata. "Here you are," the guard said as they reached the main branch building. "Arigato," Naruto said as the guard used Shunshin no Jutsu/body flicker jutsu. Naruto then knocked on the door. "Coming," said a female voice from inside the house. The door opened, revealing Hinata. "Oh, Naruto-kun, what are you doing here?" she asked him. Naruto gulped and began his sentence. "Well, you see, Hinata-chan, after all the time we've spent together, I had come to terms with myself that I'm that gulp." "That what?" Naruto-kun, Hinata asked with an amused grin, knowing what he was going to say. "Come on, Kit, you can do it, just say it. I know it's hard. Believe me, I know," Kyubi said, encouraging his son. "All right, to sensei, here I go," Naruto replied. "Attaboy," Kyubi said with a grin. Naruto then took a really deep breath. "I really like you," Naruto said quickly with his eyes shut tight. Hinata chuckled and then kissed Naruto on the lips. Naruto's eyes widened before he melted into the kiss. Hinata then smiled before saying, "I do," to Naruto-kun. Naruto smiled his foxy grin before leaving the Hyuga compound to his apartment, humming a little tune and walking with a little spring in his step. Hinata giggled before going back into her house, watching her Naruto-kun walking home. The next day, Team 7 was walking to the building where the Chunin exams were being held when they noticed they were being followed by a strange square rock with eye holes and perfect angles. The 3 of them sighed before turning around to face the rock. "You can come out, Konohamaru," Naruto said in a bored tone. The rock then disappeared in a poof of smoke, revealing 3 small kids who were coughing from the smoke. One kid had brown hair, black eyes, and was wearing a black shirt with black pants, glasses, and had snot dripping out of his nose, and this was Udon. Another was a girl who had her hair tied up into things, /n. I don't know what that hairstyle is called. Her hair was a golden brown, she had brown eyes and was wearing a pink t-shirt and black pants. Moegi was her name, and well, you all know Konohamaru. "Hey boss, can we play ninja with you?" Konohamaru asked. The boy then froze when he saw Sakura. "Hey boss, is that your girlfriend?" he asked, wiggling his pinky. Sakura blushed, but Naruto maintained his cool. "Nah, Kono-san. She's just a friend, besides she's Sasuke's girl," Naruto finished, making Sakura and Sasuke blush. It was true, since Sasuke began opening up Sakura and Sasuke became a couple. Konohamaru nodded before asking his previous question. "Sure thing. Okay, all you guys have to do is try and catch that kunai in 10 seconds, he said, throwing a kunai around a nearby bend. "Yatta!" Konohamaru yelled in excitement as he ran after the lone kunai. He raced around the corner until... wham! He ran smack into the body of a tall boy, about 1 year older than Naruto, and was wearing a full bodysuit that looked like a cat, Kankuro, and standing behind him was a blonde girl, who looked around 15, had her hair tied into 4 ponytails and carried around a big-ass fan with her, Tamari. "Hey, that hurt," Kankuro said with a sneer as he hoisted up Konohamaru by the abnormally long scarf. "Itai," Konohamaru said as he winced in pain. "Let the gaki go, Kankuro. We didn't come here to cause trouble," Tamari said. "But Tamari, he ran into me," and it hurt, so I'm just returning the favor, Kankuro replied in a whiny voice. Hey, let him go, Naruto said as he and his team rounded the corner. They got worried when Konohamaru didn't come back for a while. Pick on somebody your own size, Sakura said, anger dripping in her tone. No, Kankuro said with a grin and squeezed harder around Konohamaru's scarf, making choke. Darkness surrounding his vision as he began to black out from lack of oxygen. Naruto then threw a kunai at Kankuro, who easily dodged it, but let go of Konohamaru in the process. Konohamaru got up and ran to his friends, hiding behind Naruto's leg. A poof was then heard behind Kankuro as the kunai turned out to be one of Naruto's Kagebunshin, using a henge and kick Kankuro in his ass. Sasuke then ran forward and punched Kankuro in his face, sending him flying into a waiting Sakura, who halted his movement with a swift kick to the place where the sun doesn't shine. Poor Kankuro. Kankuro then got up slowly, clutching his genitals in pain. He then reached to his back where a large bundle hung. No, Kankuro, don't reveal Karasu yet, Temari said with panic in her voice. Kankuro was about to shout back, but he then heard a voice which froze his movements from fear. Kankuro, stop it, the voice from a nearby tree said. All the heads turned to see a red-haired boy around Team 7's age. He wore a black and brown sash-like outfit which he wore over a fishnet shirt and black pants and carried on his back what looked like a giant gourd. Gaara, they started it, Kankuro tried to explain, but was cut off. Shut up or I'll kill you. You're a disgrace to Sunagakure, Gaara said. Kankuro immediately closed his mouth. Team 7 was feeling a bit off because of the killer intent he always spoke with in each sentence. Gaara then looked up at Team 7. They managed to trick Kankuro and kick him in the balls. They must be really good. I like their style, Gaara thought. He then shunshined in front of Kankuro in a whirl of wind and sand. Gomen for the unnecessary fight. I'm Sabaku no Gaara, what are your names? Gaara said as he introduced himself. Uzumaki Naruto. Uchiha Sasuke. Haruno Sakura. Gaara nodded. I look forward to facing you three in the Chunin exams, especially you Uzumaki Naruto. There's something about you that will make our battle worthwhile, Gaara said in his monotone, and with that he and his siblings left. Konohamaru then took this as his sign to leave and sped away to find his friends. The three genin just stood, with their eyes fixated on the spot where Gaara stood. Hey Kit, Kyuubi said out of the blue. What to-san? Naruto asked. That Gaara boy, he's the Ichibi, Shikaku's Jinchuriki. Shikaku has the most bloodlust out of all 9 of us. But I'm still stronger, so no need to fret, Kyuubi said. Are you sure to-san? Naruto asked, thinking Kyuubi was kidding. As sure as I have 9 Ninetales, Kyuubi replied. Naruto gulped at this. Another Jinchuriki in the exams meant this exam was about to be even more dangerous than already is. Hey guys, Kyuubi to-san says how Gaara is a Jinchuriki like me, Naruto said, turning to his teammates. What are you sure, Naruto? Sasuke and Sakura said in unison. Naruto nodded and grimaced along with his teammates. Which one? Sakura asked. The Ichibi, Shikaku. Kyuubi says how he had the most amount of bloodlust out of all 9 Biju, Naruto replied as he grimaced along with his friends. Well, we have to avoid their team at all cost before the finals. Alright, Naruto said. Sasuke and Sakura nodded and then together they left towards the Chunin exams building. Chunin exam building. Naruto, Sasuke and Sakura walked upstairs to the second where a whole crowd of people were gathering outside a room with a sign on it saying, Chunin examination room. Then a boy wearing a green leotard, had a bowl haircut and extremely bushy eyebrows had gotten kicked in his face by one of the kids guarding the door. If you guys can't beat us, you've got no chance at becoming Chunin, one of them said. Hey guys, this is only the second floor. We should go on ahead, it would lessen the competition a bit, Naruto whispered to his teammates. They both nodded and followed Naruto to the stairs leading to the 3rd floor, but apparently the leotard-wearing guy was following them, leaving his teammates, a Hyuga who had a really long ponytail, wearing a white shirt and black shorts, and a girl wearing a Chinese-style shirt and black pants. Some big room leading to 3rd floor stairs. Hey Uchiha, a voice called from a nearby balcony. Team 7 looked up towards the balcony and saw the bushy-browed, green leotard-wearing boy who looked around 1 year older than them. The boy then jumped down, glaring at the team before spying Sakura. A smile then cropped out on his face and he winked at her. A little heart then all of a sudden flew out of his eye, a /N. Like in the anime. Sakura screamed in fear and hid behind Sasuke to avoid it. Sasuke-kun, that bushy-browed freak has a crush on me, she whispered to him. Sasuke then glared at the boy. No one makes a move on his girlfriend. And oh one. I am Rock Lee, and I would like to fight you to test my flaming powers of youth over your genius. And if I win, I get to take Sakura on a date, Lee said. Naruto then walked up and whispered something in Sasuke's ear. Sasuke looked surprised for a while before nodding. Sorry, bushy brows, but maybe next time during the exams, and also Sakura's my girl, alright, Sasuke said, and then turned to go to the exam room. Lee then sat down and sobbed rivers before composing himself and went back to his teammates. Chunin examination doors. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura then arrived at the doors to the examination room and then saw their silver-haired sensei. Hey guys, Kakashi said, looking up from his little orange book. Kakashi-sensei, what are you doing here? The three genin asked the jonin. Kakashi chuckled. I'm here to see my star students off before they become chunin. That's what. Kakashi said with a grin. Naruto grinned. Well, we will become chunin and we will totally kick some ass, right guys? Naruto said, turning to his teammates. Of course, Baka. What else do you expect from the first team ever passed by Kakashi of the Sharingan? Sakura said, smiling. Sasuke just grinned and gave a thumbs up. Well, good luck guys, not that you need it, Kakashi said before poofing away. Sakura and Sasuke then each opened a door with Naruto walking through it. The three of them walked in to see a large group of genin glaring at them upon their entering. Whoa was all they could mutter. There were genin from many various villages. Amigakure, Kusagakure, Tsushigakure, etc. Sasuke-kun, an annoying shrilly voice yelled. Yamanaka Ino then latched onto Sasuke's neck and winked at him. I've been waiting in excitement for you, she whispered seductively. Sakura and Sasuke glared at the annoying platinum blonde girl. Ino pig, let your stupid hooves off of my Sasuke-kun, Sakura said with a lot of killer intent. Sasuke had managed to escape and then kissed Sakura. Sasuke then stopped looking at a shocked Ino. See Ino, Sakura-chan and I are a couple, so leave us alone, he said with a smirk. Ino growled and then started to lunge at Sakura before she was interrupted by Naruto. Yeah, Ino, leave my teammate alone, now, Naruto added. Ino glared at Sasuke, but gasped when she saw Naruto. Naruto, is that you? She asked. Naruto was dressed in a dark blue, short-sleeved t-shirt with the kanji for fox on it, which he wore over his vest. It also showed off his muscles. He also wore a pair of black long pants, like in Shippuden, with his black ninja sandals. In the flesh, he said with a grin. Hey Ino, could you keep it down? It's really troublesome when you yell, a lazy voice said. There stood Nara Shikamaru with his trademark, hands in his pockets, with a Kimichi Chuji, who was eating away at a bag of chips. If it isn't the Baka duo, Sakura said with a smirk. Will you please stop calling us that? Shikamaru asked with annoyance. Nope, she replied. Shikamaru sighed before walking over to the window to look at the clouds. Hey Sasuke, a loud and brash voice yelled from the other side of the room. Inuzuka Kiba, Aburame Shino, and Hyuga Hinata. Team 7 turned to face Team 8 as the former walked over to the latter. Hey Hinata-chan, Naruto said with a smile as he walked over to Hinata and then gave her a kiss on the cheek. Hinata giggled at his show of affection. Good to see you too, Naruto-kun, Hinata said. Kiba, Ino, Shikamaru, who took a break from watching clouds, Ino, Chuji, Sasuke and Sakura had their jaws touching the floor, if they could that is, while Shino just had his eyebrows raised. Naruto and Hinata looked at them with a chuckle. Oh right, guys, I forgot to tell you. Me and Hinata are together and so are Sasuke and Sakura, Naruto said. Their jaws dropped lower than before, except for Sasuke and Sakura, who blushing, turning into human tomatoes. Hey, rookies, put a lid on it. Some people would kill you for being loud if this wasn't just the waiting room, a young man said. The Rookie 9, as they have been dubbed, looked to see a young man with silver hair in a ponytail, glasses, and wearing a purple and gray top with black pants. And who are you to tell us what to do? Kiba asked in a cocky tone. I'm Yakushi Kabuto, and I'm someone who failed the exams over 5 times, Kabuto said. Naruto and the others were shocked. Were the Chunin exams that hard? Since you're a regular, can you tell us about this exam? Naruto asked. Everyone, except Hinata, Sakura, Sasuke, and Shikamaru, looked at him weird since the other four knew about Naruto's hidden intelligence. Yeah, sure, Kabuto said. He then took out a pack of cards from his pocket and took one out of the pile. What are those? Ino asked. These are information cards that are specifically designed and made, by yours truly, to store any information that I have gathered, and then relay it to my allies by just shoving chakra into the card, Kabuto replied. How? This time asked by Hinata, her head resting on Naruto's shoulder. Like so, Kabuto said, shoving some of his chakra into the card. Then a map of the elemental continent appeared along with some holographic bar graphs. Oh, everyone said in amazement. Kabuto chuckled and then explained more about the exams and about the new Otogekure, which since they are new don't have much ninja participating. I can also show information on certain genin if you wish, Kabuto said. Team 7 then stepped forward and then told Kabuto the names of the genin they wished to know about. Sabaku no Gaara and Rock Lee, Naruto said. The others looked at Team 7 with the "what the hell are you talking about" face. The four genin ignored their stares and then focused on the two cards Kabuto just pulled from the deck. Let's see Rock Lee, he's a genin from Konoha just like most of the genin here, but he's 1 year older than you, he has practically no stats in Jinjutsu and Ninjutsu, but his taijutsu skills are through the roof. His teammates are Hyuga Niji. Hinata frowned when she heard her cousin's name, but regained her composure, and Tenten and his sensei is Mato Guy, the best taijutsu user in Kanahegakure. He has done 69 D-rank missions and 13 C-rank. An average amount for a genin team that lasts only 1 year so far. Kabuto said, surprised at the taijutsu stat on the card. This Lee kid must be really strong if he had taijutsu skills like that and that he was trained by the best taijutsu user in the country. Next is Sabaku no Gaara, Kabuto said, lifting up another card. It says here that he, like his name suggests, is from Sunagakure. His teammates are his older siblings, Kankuro and Temari. Their sensei is unknown, but specializes in wind jutsus. Gaara and his team have done 32 D rank, 10 C rank and 1 B rank. Impressive, and is said to come out of each mission without a scratch, Kabuto exclaimed, his eyes widening at the last part. The Rookie 9's eyes widened too, coming out of all your missions without a scratch. I mean D ranks, I can understand, but C's and B's, what is this guy? Shikamaru questioned himself, but Team 7 knew and then looked around for Gaara and then spotted him sitting with his siblings and was staring back at them. Uzumaki Naruto, mother wants your blood, Gaara thought, looking at Naruto with a wild look in his eyes. Naruto then stared back at Gaara and then looked back at Sakura and Sasuke with a look that said, I think he's crazy. Poof! A large plume of smoke then appeared in front of the classroom, exam room. And when the smoke cleared, there stood a large group of Chunin along with a Jonin who wore long black pants, a standard Jonin outfit and a large black trench coat which he wore over it. Okay, you gakis, go to your seats. I'm Marino Ibiki, and I will be your proctor for today's written part of the Chunin exams, Ibiki said. Naruto started to sweat. I'm gonna die. Oh, Kami-sama, just take me now, he prayed to himself. Chapter 9. The Chunin Exams Part 2. Okay, you gakis, take your assigned seats from the other proctors, so I can start explaining to you about the exam, Ibiki said. All the genin then did as instructed and sat in their seats. Same seating arrangement as in the anime. Alright, you brats, allow me to welcome you to your very first Chunin exams. For others, welcome back, Ibiki said with a smirk. The Rookie 9 all turned heads to look at Kabuto, who just smiled. Okay, so the Chunin exams are like this. You first have the written test, which is led by me, another test which tests your survival skills, and finally the final exams which test your fighting capabilities to see if you're fit for Chunin. The genin all nodded. Now then, for my part of the exam, you gakis will do a test which consists of 10 questions. Each question is worth 1 point, and therefore if you get all your questions wrong you get 0, if you lose 1 mark, you have 9 points, etc. And if you are caught cheating, you and your teammates are immediately disqualified and will have to try again next year. Ibiki finished grinning like a madman when he saw the terrified looks on the genin's faces. Oh boy, this gonna be a fun exam this year. This test is 1 hour and 45 minutes long, and also if one teammate doesn't answer a question, that person's team also fails, Ibiki added, making most of the genin pale. The genin then received their tests and the Chunin exams began. Now then, with our blonde enigma, he was looking at the questions with a lot of concentration. A lot. Okay, first question, if you throw a shuriken at a perpendicular angle to the ground and takes 30 seconds to hit a nearby enemy, find out the distance it traveled before hitting the enemy. Naruto was already sweating as he looked at all the other questions. Kyuso, all these questions are all almost or are impossible to solve. It's almost as if they want us to. Naruto thought as realization hit him. With Sasuke. Seems as though they want us cheat. Sakura won't need to since she's a genius. But I hope Naruto figures it out. If he doesn't, we all fail. Sasuke thought as he looked at his teammates. First Sakura, then at Naruto. Naruto's head was against his desk, clutching his hair. But then Naruto got up with a start and you could probably tell he was grinning. Looks like he figured it out, Sasuke thought, and then returned to his test paper by copying somebody's answers with the Sharingan. With Sakura. Sakura was on fire. She was answering questions so fast it looked like her hand was a blur. Okay, I've answered all 9 questions and the 10th question isn't told until 45 minutes are left in the exam. So I'll just take a nap, Sakura thought, smiling at her final thought, and then closed her eyes and fell asleep. Back with Naruto. Looks like it's time for those enhanced senses Kyubi-2-sen gave me to be tested out. Naruto closed his eyes and then focused on his sense of hearing and listened to the sounds of the pencil's writing. He then focused his hearing onto one of them and blocked out all sounds except the sound of that one pencil. His eyes then shot open and he was grinning like a madman, making Hinata, who was sitting next to him, look at him weird, but then smiled softly as she knew why he was grinning so. Naruto then began writing answers as fast as he could. He had just reached the 8th question when he heard those 2 fateful words. Time's up, Ibiki said. The 10th question will now be revealed. All the genins except for the rookie 9 gulped in anticipation. But before I say it, which of all of you here would like to drop out of this exam? If you wish to, do so now, Ibiki stated. Then immediately after, Ibiki asked that at least 15 teams dropped out, leaving the rookie 9, Team Guy, the Sand team, the Odo team, and about 22 other random teams stayed behind. Ibiki nodded with a grin. For those of you who stayed, congratulations, you pass, Ibiki said, smiling at the awestruck genin. Then Tamari stood up and asked, what then? What was the 10th question? Ibiki was about to explain, but Sakura got to it first. Well, you see, the point of this exam was to do information gathering. A ninja is required on some missions to get information. However, the 10th question was made to test if those who stayed are ready for the tasks ahead on the road to becoming Chunin, so therefore you could have just done this test without answering a single question, Sakura answered with smile, proud of her answer. Ibiki nodded and then removed his bandana around his head. The girl is right, information is important and could help during, for example, the Third Great Shinobi War, he said, and then completely removed his headband, showing he had burn marks, long scars and puncture marks from screws being inserted into his skull. The genin all felt like they wanted to hurl, some on the verge of doing so. Sometimes information can cost you your life, and as you have just seen, I nearly lost mine in the effort to do so, Ibiki finished while tying his bandana back on. Crash! A nearby window was shattered and a rolling black blob came through it. Kunai then pinned themselves to the 4 corners of the front wall, showing a black tarp the size of the wall, and written on it, it says, Anko rules. And there standing in front of said wall was a woman, probably early 20s, with purple hair and was wearing a skirt and a wire mesh bodysuit, and over that she wore a long, large yellow/brown trench coat. /N. If it wasn't for the trench coat and the skirt, she'd be a walking Ika paradise. Alright brats, your time with Ibiki is over and now you are to come with me. The coolest jonin ever, Mitarashi Anko, proctor of the second part of the Chunin exams. Anko yelled. The class was silent and a little cricket could be heard chirping in the distance. Ibiki then removed himself from behind the tarp. Anko, you're early. Again, Ibiki told her. Anko's sweat dropped. Oh, she said with a face that said, I, an experienced jonin, just embarrassed myself in front of a whole bunch of genin. Great first impression, Anko. Now the Sasuke, Sakura, and the other rookies were all looking at Naruto and thought the same thing. She's a lot like Naruto. This caused Naruto to sneeze multiple times. I wonder who's talking about me, Naruto wondered, looking around the classroom. After the silence, minus Naruto's sneezing, Anko then told them to follow her to the area where the second part of the Chunin exams were to be held. The genin all reluctantly followed. In Naruto's mindscape, Kyuubi was looking at the pond created in Naruto's mindscape, but this was no ordinary mentally made pond. This pond made Kyuubi see what Naruto was seeing, and when he saw this Anko person he was rolling on the ground laughter and injured his spleen, which of course healed. After that Kyuubi began to think if he should teach Naruto, knowing that the final part of the exams let their competitors take a 1 month off to train. What to teach, what to teach? No, not that one. That's it, I'll give him the greatest techniques a lord of the foxes can give. The demon lord thought, giddy with excitement. Training Area 44, Forest of Death. The genin were all standing in front of a large wall of wire, and beyond that was a large dense forest with trees that made the Hokage building look like a toy house. Anko was facing them with a small smile on her face. Hello my little genin, this is where your survival skills come into play. This is where your second part of the Chunin exams take place. Welcome to Training Area 44, also known as the Forest of Death, she said in a scary tone, and a crazy smile plastered on her face. The genin gulped in fear. Not Team 7, they wore looks of seriousness and looked like they could take on the Bijou and win. Oh Forest of Death, I'm so scared, Naruto said in a sarcastic voice. That's the biggest load of shit I've heard yet. Anko glared at Naruto and then flung a kunai intended to give him a cut on the cheek, but Naruto expected it and tilted his head to the side. But then Anko appeared in front of him and sent a fast kick to his head. But Naruto grabbed it, and then Sasuke and Sakura instantly appeared with their kunai held against Anko's throat. Anko chuckled a bit before relaxing. Naruto let go of her leg and Sasuke and Sakura pocketed their kunai. The genin before them were shocked. The Konoha genin were utterly baffled. Kyuso Naruto's team has gotten stronger, but will do better, thought Kiba. Whoa, Sasuke-kun is so awesome, but Naruto and Sakura sure did change, thought Ino. Naruto-kun, Sasuke-kun, Sakura-chan, your flames of youth are bright, but not brighter than mine, whoa sh. Guess who thought that? If you don't know, you are the most retarded person on earth. Well, looks like we got ourselves a special bunch here, Anko said with her creepy smile. Then Akusa genin shunshined next to Anko with her kunai in his tongue. Dubumji. Here's your kunai back, Anko-san, the long-haired Kusa nin said. Arigato, now go back with your team, and just because you're excited doesn't mean you have let off bloodlust, Anko said. The Kusanin shuddered. Gomen, it's just that your kunai cut a strand of my hair, and when somebody does that I get really riled up, he said, and then walked back to his team. Right now that that's done, Anko stated. She then went to the desk in front of the gate where Izumo and Kotetsu were sitting. She returned with a big stack of papers. These are consent forms you have to sign in case any, how should I put this, casualties occur during this exam, Anko said. You mean if there is a death or deaths? Naruto asked. Precisely, Anko replied. The genin then signed the forms and gathered back at the main entrance of the forest. Now let me explain the rules of this exam. You are to get 2 scrolls before the exam begins, one of earth and one of heaven, she began. She then pulled out 2 scrolls from her pockets. The black scroll on the left was earth and the white one on the right was heaven. Your goal is to obtain the other scroll from the other teams by any means necessary. What I mean is if you get an earth scroll you fight for a heaven and vice versa. Then once that is done you head straight for the tower, which is located in the exact center of the forest, and also you have 5 days to complete this exam, and once you reach the tower you can open your scrolls for. If you open them during the exam you'll regret it. Anko explained. The genin nodded. Good, now go and stand in front of the gates assigned to you, she ordered. The genin teams all went to Izumo and Kotetsu and received their gates numbers and stood in front of them. Team 8 Gate 1. We'll go for an ambush and then head straight to the tower, Shino said. Alright, let's do this, Kiba said. Akamaru yipped in agreement and Hinata nodded. Team 10 Gate 2. Looks like we'll go for the weakest team, Chuji stated. Then I guess Naruto's our target, Ino said. Hold on guys, we're gonna have to rethink this. I would have gone for Naruto too. But judging from that little display before, Naruto has most likely improved a great deal, Shikamaru added. Team 10 then sighed as they tried to think up a new plan. Kusanin team, Gate 3, head straight for Team 7, the long-haired one said. His teammates nodded and prepared themselves for the exam to start. Kabuto's team, Gate 4, hope you make it through. Team 7, Kabuto thought, adjusting his glasses. Team 7, Heaven Scroll, Gate 5. So Naruto, what's the plan? Sasuke asked. Naruto looked at Sasuke. Why me? He asked. Because Naruto, you were the one who came up with our strategies when we fought Kakashi-sensei, and that makes you the leader figure, Sakura answered. Naruto sighed. Okay, we'll navigate through the forest and find a suitable place to make camp. Then once we do that, we go and search for other teams, take their scrolls, and then race towards the tower. But if it's not the scroll we need, we return to camp, rest up, and continue this for the next 5 days, and just in case we get separated, we'll need a password. I go with Kyuubi because no one will expect that, Naruto said. Sasuke and Sakura looked at each other and nodded. Excellent plan, Naruto, you might make it to Hokage after all, Sakura said. Arigato, Sakura-chan. With Anko. Okay, the test starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Start! She yelled. The gates all opened and the genin raced into the forest of death. 5 minutes later, the screams of terror and death filled the air. Already, Kami, these kids suck, Anko said while munching on a stick of dango. With Team 8. Team 8 was waiting for a team to trigger their trap. The trap consisted of a basic tripwire trap which catches the team in a net, and then the forest leeches which occasionally drop down from the tree will land on them, judging from Shino's calculations, and suck them of both blood and chakra, and they will then take the scroll. This then happened a few seconds later. Kiba searched the team and found a heaven scroll. Kyuso, not the scroll we need. Let's go, guys, Kiba exclaimed, and then Hinata, Shino, and Kiba headed out to look for their scroll. With Team 7. Naruto and the others were traveling through the forest looking for a suitable campsite. They quickly found a clear area which had a nearby river full of tasty fish and other supplies needed for survival. They set up their supplies and then returned to the forest to look for an earth scroll. As they jumped through the trees, Naruto sniffed the air and then paused on his tree branch. What is it, Naruto and I? Sakura asked. Naruto looked back. I have to take a leak, he said with a sheepish grin. Sakura and Sasuke backed away from him in disgust. Nisan, don't tell us that, Sasuke said as they dropped to the ground. Naruto then went behind a rather large tree. A zipper sound was heard, and then the sighs of relief as liquid waste products were released from Naruto's body. Then a yell of annoyance was heard. Kyuso, can't a guy take leak without being disturbed? Naruto exclaimed from behind his tree. Pow! A body then flew out from the tree and landed at Sakura's feet. Naruto then walked out looking awfully pissed. Sasuke then searched the aim genin as identified by his Hitai 8 and found a heaven scroll. Sakura then said how they should keep it for negotiation purposes. The boys agreed, and then they continued their search for an earth scroll. They landed on the ground and then did a small scout, but then Naruto sensed something. Move! He yelled as he pushed Sasuke and Sakura to the ground. A large gust of wind then blew from in front of them. Sasuke and Sakura had managed to glue themselves to the ground with chakra, but Naruto was too slow and then flew off a good few meters. Naruto and Aisan, Sasuke and Sakura yelled as they saw their brother in awe, but blood being blown away into the distance. Kukukuku, a voice laughed in the distance. The couple then looked in front and saw the Kusanine team in front of them. Go and see if the blonde one is still alive. If he is, kill him, the long-haired one said. He wore a kanji on his outfit for death. His teammates, one which had on a mask which looked like a skull and wore a kanji for punishment, and a fat one who wore the kanji for pain, nodded and then sped off in the direction Naruto blew away. Hello, Sasuke-kun. I've always wanted to meet you, Kusanine said. Sasuke looked with disgust at the man. Are you a pedophile or pedophilic emo? Sasuke screamed. Sakura gasped in horror, and then said anything a normal girl would say, ew. I am not, so shut up, the Kusanine said, releasing killer intent. This caused Sasuke and Sakura to freeze in their spots in fear. This killer intent is so intense. Can't move, Sakura thought. Sasuke then struggled to move, but his body won't respond. The Kusanine then took out 2 kunai from his pocket and chuckled. Kukukuku, now die, he said, and flung the kunai at the 2 of them. Sasuke then forced his body to move. He took a kunai and stabbed himself, removing his fear with pain, and then grabbed Sakura and jumped away into the brush. Interesting, destroying his fear with pain. This Uchiha is more astounding than Itachi-san. He thought, licking his lips in anticipation, and then followed the genin. With Naruto. Naruto groaned as he got up. His head felt like it had been smacked with Zabuza Zanpakuto. That wind sure hits hard, Naruto said. Naruto then surveyed his surroundings. He saw trees, and would you guess it, more trees. Naruto sighed. But then he heard some bushes rustle nearby. He turned around, his kunai gripped in his hand in case it was an enemy. Naruto relaxed a bit when he saw a little rabbit hop out of the bushes, but then instantaneously went back on guard when a kunai whizzed past his ear and killed the poor rabbit. Naruto looked at where the kunai came from and saw that one long-haired Kusanin's teammates, Pain and Punishment, /N. I'm gonna call them that since I don't know their names and stuff. Anyways, back to the story. Naruto backed up a bit as Pain and Punishment stepped towards him. Kagebunshin no Jutsu, Naruto yelled, and 10 clones poofed into existence. The two Kusanins then froze, not expecting that, but quickly recovered when the clones rushed them. Pain dodged a clone's punch and then returned a punch of his own, ending the clone's life. Another clone tried to slash him with a kunai, but Pain took his own kunai and blocked it, followed by a fast kick to clone's face and then threw his kunai into the heart of another. However, he was too slow to dodge a fast kick to his gut, knocking the air out of his lungs. The another clone then continued the combo with a punch to Pain's face, followed by another clone's spin kick to the side of the head and then the finisher. A clone grabbed Pain's neck and using all its strength threw him up and then rapidly appeared above Pain and delivered a powerful axe kick to Pain's face. Kitsune Rundan / Fox's Barrage. The clone Naruto yelled as Pain rocketed to the ground and then created a meter-wide crater in the ground. Dead. Punishment, who had destroyed one of the remaining clones, watched in anger as his teammate was defeated by the blonde Gaki. Turning his head towards the original Naruto, who was cheering on his clones, making motions with his fists and feet like someone would do when they were watching a fighting flick. Punishment rushed up to Naruto, kunai in hand, and stabbed Naruto in the heart. Naruto looked at Punishment with a surprised look on his face before it turned to a foxy grin. Naruto poofed away, revealing it was a Kagebunshin he stabbed, and it was in that moment Naruto decided to finish off Punishment with his most powerful jutsu, taught to him by the Kyuubi no Kitsune himself. Flashback. Naruto was in his mindscape doing some mental training by playing chess with Kyuubi, who was in his fox form. Kyuubi moved his knight forward with his tail, check. Kyuubi said with a grin as his knight had Naruto's king in its sights. Naruto then took it out with his queen, making Kyuubi's grin change to a scowl. Kyuubi moved his queen and then ended his turn. Naruto then grinned and moved his rook. Checkmate, Naruto said. Kyuubi sighed in defeat while Naruto got up and did his victory dance, which was doing some sort of disco move. Naruto then turned to the 9,000-year-old demon lord of foxes. Alright Tusen, you said if I win I get to learn a new jutsu. So what is it? Naruto asked in anticipation. Kyuubi then thought and thought and thought until a light bulb appeared, indication of an idea. Kyuubi scowled. Kit, how many times have I told you stop doing the light bulb thing? It was funny the first time, but now you're just killing it. Naruto chuckled and then let the light bulb poof out of existence. Naruto had the ability to make things in his mind, anything he wants. Alright Kit, the jutsu I'm about to teach you is a very powerful one and must only be used when you are separated from your teammates, Kyuubi stated. Naruto looked at Kyuubi with a puzzled look. Why Kyuubi Tusan? Naruto asked. Because, Naruto Kit, this jutsu is so powerful it destroys everything but the user in a 20 feet radius, Kyuubi answered. Naruto was absolutely stunned. The jutsu was that powerful. This jutsu creates a sphere of fire formed from the fires of the legendary phoenix itself. A silhouette of the phoenix appears, and then when the technique hits it, encases its victim in a sphere of flames. The name of this jutsu is... End flashback. Phoenix Rasenkafuria no Jutsu / Phoenix Spiraling Fire Flare Jutsu, Naruto yelled. Punishment turned around, feeling a high concentration of chakra, to find Naruto holding a sphere of white and blue flame in his palm. The heat coming off it made Punishment feel as if he was melting. Naruto then ran towards Punishment, but as he was about to dodge he froze in his spot when he saw the silhouette of a gigantic bird made completely of flames following Naruto as he made his way to him. Naruto then thrust the sphere forward into Punishment's stomach. The phoenix then let out a loud screech, like that of a hawk. The sphere in Naruto's hand then expanded, engulfed the both of them in a spinning sphere of fire, and then an explosion, which, like Kyuubi said, destroyed everything except Naruto in a 20 feet radius. The explosion was heard all over the forest and caused some people to cower in fear from the amount of chakra that was expelled from it. After the explosion, there stood Naruto, who was crying, inside of a 15 feet deep crater. The phoenix silhouette gave one last cry before disappearing in a poof of ash. Naruto then looked at his hands and then his whole body as if he didn't know who he himself was. He had just killed. It's alright, Kit, it's part of every ninja's life to kill. The first kill is always the hardest to overcome, Kyuubi said in a comforting tone. Naruto then sniffled a little bit before rising to his feet. You're right, I can't let this hold me back. I need to become Hokage and save Sasuke and Ai-san and Sakura-ne-chan, Naruto thought. Atta boy, let's go. Naruto nodded and then, with newfound determination, he sniffed the air and found Sasuke's and Sakura's scents and then leapt into the trees to find them. With Sasuke and Sakura. Sasuke and Sakura were exhausted. They just finished avoiding that weird snake like Kusanin's snake summon. Did this guy ever run out of those things? They were resting against a tree and were breathing hard from all that jumping and running. Sakura then saw a giant snake appear behind Sasuke, who was facing her. Sakura was about to shout when Sasuke covered her mouth. No, shush, Sakura, we can't give away our location, Sasuke told his girlfriend. Sakura noticed the scared look in his eyes, but that didn't top her. She removed Sasuke's hand from her mouth. Snake! She yelled. Sasuke turned around and saw the humongous reptile poised to strike them. But Sasuke, in a rush of adrenaline, jumped up and threw a flurry of shuriken at the snake. The snake then let out a hiss of pain as it fell to the ground, dead. Sasuke let out a breath of relief, but then looked up in surprise when he heard a squishing sound. The Kusanin emerged from the head of the snake's carcass. The prey must never let down their guard when they are still hunted by the predator. Kukuku, he said as he stepped down onto the thick tree branch where Sasuke and Sakura rested. Sasuke then grabbed Sakura and jumped up to a higher branch. Sasuke watched in horror as the Kusanin did something much unexpected. His body seemed to compress together as he slithered, that's right, slithered, up the trunk of the tree, fangs bared to bite. Sasuke froze in fear. We're gonna die. Oh, Kami-sama, helps us please. Please, Sasuke mentally screamed. The Kusanin's movements were halted when a flurry of kunai and shuriken appeared in front of him. The three people turned their heads to see the and only Uzumaki Naruto, standing on a branch with a confident grin on his face. Naruto and Ai-san. Sasuke and Sakura yelled. Naruto then jumped down to Sasuke's branch. Gomen nasai, guys. I was held up by this guy's goons. So are you guys alright? Naruto said/asked. Yeah, Sakura replied. But as you can see, this pedophilic snake freak has been chasing us and we lost one of our heaven scrolls. Naruto glared at him, but then heard Kyuubi roar loudly within his mind. Naruto had never heard such a feeling of anger from Kyuubi before unless. You guys take a rest, I'll fight him now, Naruto said. Tusan, is this him? Naruto asked. Yes, it is, Kit, so just do me a favor and kick this Bakayero's ass and tell him no one messes with the son of the Kyuubi. You got it, Naruto replied. Okay, Orochimaru, time for you to go down, Naruto said. Sasuke, Sakura, and the Kusanin looked at Naruto surprised. Naruto, how do you know who this is? Sasuke asked. This is the guy that forced Kyuubi to attack the village, the Nuke-nin, former Konoha Sannin who has the ability to summon snakes and also has the attributes of a snake, Naruto answered. Sasuke and Sakura then joined in the glaring with Naruto as they stared down the Kusanin. Kukukaku. Very good, Naruto-kun, I see your tenant still remembers me, Orochimaru said while clapping for them in a mocking way. Naruto growled, his eyes flashing from red to blue and back repeatedly before finally settling for the red-slitted eyes of Kyuubi. Orochimaru, you will pay for your insolence, and now you shall face my wrath for injuring my family and forcing my father to attack Konoha. Now face the wrath of the son of Kyuubi. Arrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr in front of Orochimaru and punched him hard in the face, sending him flying. The Hibi-Sannin crashed into a tree, but quickly recovered, blocking a punch from Naruto which was intended to hit his stomach. Naruto grinned, showing his sharp teeth, in amusement before poofing away. Kagebunshin no Jutsu? The Hibi-Sannin thought, and was hit in the back of his head from a swift kick courteous of our blonde-haired hero. Sasuke and Sakura watched in amazement as Naruto kept landing punch after punch, kick after kick on Orochimaru, not letting up for a second. I never knew Naruto and Aizen could be this strong. Sakura thought, her head flashing back and forth trying to keep track of his movements. Naruto, I know the Kyuubi is the one who is allowing you to have the strength to fight this guy, but why am I so jealous? Sasuke thought with gritted teeth. Naruto was about to do the fishing move of a Kitsune Rendan, but was halted when Orochimaru grabbed Naruto with his tongue by the neck. Naruto growled in anger, the yukai flowing from him like a river. Kukukuku, Gomen Naruto-kun, but no more yukai from your two-san. Ha ha ha, Orochimaru said with an evil laugh. He then raised up Naruto Black Fox t-shirt showing the seal as bright as day. He then rapidly formed some hand signs and then the Hibi-sanen's fingertips on his right hand then glowed with purple fire. Gojio Fuin / five-pronged seal, he said and slammed his hand into Naruto's stomach. Naruto screamed in pain as the yukai left him and he fainted. No kit, no. Kyuubi yelled in fear for his kit. The forest in Naruto's mentally made meadow suddenly was caught in a funnel of fire with Kyuubi in the center of it. Kyuubi then let out a howl as he tried to escape his fiery prison, failing, which the Kyuubi did something he had not done in 200 years. He cried as he felt Naruto fall into the darkness of unconsciousness. Naruto and I-san, Sakura yelled as she heard Naruto scream. Orochimaru then threw Naruto off the tree, but luckily she caught him by throwing a kunai, pinning his shirt and jacket to the trunk of a thick tree. Sasuke was angry now. No one does this to his family, and oh one. Sasuke's anger spiked. Chakra flared and the blood-red iris of the Sharingan flashed into his eyes, the two black tomos spinning wildly in his eyes. Orochimaru, feeling the chakra spike, looked up and saw Sasuke glaring at him, the Sharingan blazing as if staring into his soul. Orochimaru licked his lips. This was the moment he was waiting for. Sasuke then told Sakura to wait here and then gave her a kiss before jumping down to face Orochimaru. Naruto and you have been the light that shone through my path of darkness and have helped me a lot. Now it's my turn to help you. Your sacrifice will not be in vain, Sasuke thought. Sasuke then rushed Orochimaru, moving so fast he created an after image. Orochimaru then did the same. Sasuke then jumped and did a front flip over Orochimaru's head. He then skidded a few feet while throwing a few shuriken, but Orochimaru deflected them all with a kunai. Sasuke once again rushed him, this time going into the stance of the Golden Ryuken / Golden Dragon Fist. He then went and attempted a punch, but Orochimaru blocked it and tried a sweep kick, but Sasuke jumped high over it and blew out a Keton. Gukaku no Jutsu. The giant fireball hit the Hibi-sanen and created a boom. Sasuke took a deep before going back into the stance. When the smoke cleared, there was nothing but a charred log. Kawarimi no Jutsu, Sasuke thought as he looked around for the snake. Orochimaru was hiding behind a tree near Sasuke and was rubbing his sore arm that he used to block Sasuke's punch. Kyuso, he hits hard, which makes me want him even more, Orochimaru said with a perverted and creepy smile. He then rushed to attack Sasuke, but Sasuke reacted fast enough and did a backflip over Orochimaru's slide tackle. He then landed firmly on his feet and then tried a flying kick. The snake dodged the kick and then the brawl started. Sasuke kept fighting with all his heart and skill, using every taijutsu move he knew for the Golden Ryuken, but the Sannin kept blocking his attacks. Sasuke then saw an opening and hit Orochimaru in the stomach, making him double over in pain. Sasuke then grabbed him and threw him off the tree branch they were fighting on, making it so the Hibi-sanen was falling head first. Sasuke also jumped off and wrapped his legs around the snake's neck and bound his legs with his arms. The fall then ended when Orochimaru's head smashed into the thick branch of a tree, creating a thick cloud of smoke. Sakura jumped down, retrieved Naruto and then hopped onto the branch above them, careful not to interfere with the fight. She smiled thinking Sasuke had won, but then gasped when she saw that Sasuke was standing in front of a glop of mud. Another Kawarimi, she thought. Time skip, /n. Getting boring typing up the whole fight. How could he have survived Sasuke's Keton? Ryuka no Jutsu / fire style. Dragon fire jutsu? Sakura thought in disbelief. Orochimaru's neck then extended and bit Sasuke on the crook of his neck. Sasuke screamed and gasped in pain as he clutched his where Orochimaru bit him on the neck, the cursed seal forming on that spot before fainting from the pain and exhaustion. Kukukuku, a little present before I go. Don't forget Sasuke needs power to fulfill his ambition and I can give it to him. Sooner or later, he will seek me out. In the lust for power, Orochimaru said, and then sunk into the trunk of a tree, leaving a crying Sakura with an unconscious Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke. Some secluded part of the forest. Sakura laid out some traps for enemies while she nursed the boys back to health. She tucked her long pink hair behind her hair as she watched Naruto and Sasuke sleep. These two, they fought so hard just to protect me. Well, Naruto also did his fight for Sasuke and Kyuubi, but I guess it's along the same lines, she thought. She then heard a rustle in the bushes and drew her kunai. She was relieved when T was shown to only be a squirrel, but then threw the kunai to scare the squirrel when it headed for the traps, so when it ran back into the woods, Sakura returned to watching the boys. A few minutes later, Sakura heard another rustle in the bushes and saw a trio of Otogekure ninja walking toward her. One of the ninja was a boy had long gray hair, I think, who looked like a mummy and wore a long-sleeved jacket, black pants, and a silver-like gauntlet. The other boy had spiky brown hair and wore a black pants with a vest/shirt with the kanji for kill on it. The final one was a girl who had a short-sleeved green t-shirt and a camouflage jacket with long black pants and had long black hair. "Hello," said the mummified one. "I am Dosu and this Kin and Zaku, and we are here to kill someone." Zaku then interrupted and then pointed at the unconscious Sasuke. "We are here to kill Uchiha Sasuke," he said in a cocky tone, and then began to laugh loudly before being hit in the head by Kin. "He's asleep, so please just go away," Sakura said in an angry tone. "Well then, wake him up now," Zaku insisted and then started to walk towards them. Sakura grinned as he was walking straight into her trap. "Stop, Zaku. This is a trap. The ground we are standing on is not fertile soil. Not a place where grass can grow," Dosu said, examining the ground. Zaku laughed as he bragged about not falling for the trap. Sakura then became paranoid and then set off the first trap, which was to send a flurry of shuriken and kunai at them, but Zaku used some sort of mechanism in his hand to blow them back. Sakura then activated the second trap, a large pit which just happened to be located where they were standing. However, the Otogenins noticed that too and jumped, but were completely caught by surprise when there was a third trap. A giant log was headed for them, but then Dosu blew it to splinters with his gauntlet. "Very nice traps, miss, but not good enough to stop us," Dosu said. Sakura then drew her kunai and began to fight. Due to being outnumbered and outskilled, Sakura was caught by her long hair by Kin. Kin then began to mock her and call her a stupid excuse for a ninja. This got Sakura so angry she cut off her pink locks, making it reach her neck. She then escaped and performed the Zenbon Zakura, slashing and stabbing with her kunai under the cover of her genjutsu. However, she had wasted a lot chakra and the Sakura Blossom genjutsu was dispelled and there stood 3 bloody Otogenins. "Kyuso, team, you'll pay for that," Zaku said in anger and rushed her. He grabbed her by the hair and smashed her face into the ground repeatedly until Zaku felt an ominous chakra. There stood Sasuke and Naruto awake and angry, facing killer intent towards the Otogenin. "Sakura ne-chan, who did this to you?" Naruto asked, angry, his blood-red eyes staring at the 3 Otogenin. His claws twitched, wanting ripped flesh from bone, and his whisker marks more prominent, making him look like a cat of some sort. "Answer him, Sakura-chan. Arigato to protecting us for this long. But we'll take over now," Sasuke said. He was covered with black markings that resembled flames, his Sharingan blazing and covered in purple chakra. "I did this," Zaku answered in his cocky tone. Sasuke and Naruto then looked up from Sakura to Zaku. "Then you die today," they said. Zaku laughed and then said, "Zankaha." He yelled, and then the holes in his hands sent a strong gust of wind at the two. Naruto then held out his arm and slashed downward, sending the winds off course. Then Zaku tried an even stronger Zankaha and caused a huge dust cloud. The cloud cleared and the place where Naruto and Sasuke stood was empty. "Ha, I blew them away," he exclaimed. "Blew who away?" said 2 voices behind Zaku. Zaku turned to see 2 fists before they smashed into his face, ending him flying. He then got up a few seconds later, and then Naruto and Sasuke sunshine behind him, and then they each grabbed one his arms and then planted one their feet on each shoulder blade and began to pull. Zaku screamed and screamed until a loud snap was heard. Zaku moaned in pain and then blacked out. The 2 demons turned to Dosu next, but Dosu said, "I surrender, please take my earth scroll and leave us alone," placing the scroll on the ground. Dosu then took his teammate and then he and Kin jumped away. When Dosu left, the killer intent and bloodlust left them, and then they both fell to their knees in exhaustion. Sakura cried tears of joy to see the boys back to their old selves, and then after Sakura picked up the earth scroll and now having both scrolls needed for the test, the 3 of them headed straight for the tower. Chapter 10. The Chunin Exams Part 2, the Prelims. Naruto, Sakura and Sasuke entered the tower, which had taken a while to find and getting attacked by other teams and giant animals, covered with cuts and scrapes. Naruto and Sasuke were the ones who were really exhausted. Apparently the use of the curse seal and the Kyuubi's Yukai had taken a larger toll on their bodies than expected. They then stared at the heaven and earth scrolls held in Naruto's hands. They looked at one another and nodded to each other. Naruto handed the heaven scroll to Sakura and very carefully they opened the scrolls and they saw bewildered them. There in the center of the scroll was the kanji for human. Human. Mankind. What's that supposed to mean? Sakura asked. No one answered, but then the scrolls in their hands began to smoke from the kanjis. Sasuke's eyes widened in surprise. Sakura? Naruto, drop the scrolls now, he yelled to them. Naruto and Sakura then threw the steaming scrolls away like as if it was about to explode, which it did. A large plume of smoke appeared when the scrolls hit the ground and the shadow of something could be seen inside it. Hey guys, long time no see, the figure said. Wait, Sasuke began. The smoke cleared to reveal our very own Scar-nosed Chunin, Yumino Irika. Irika looked at them with a smile. You guys look like you've been through a lot, he said. Irika then noticed something hit his chest and caused him to fall flat on his butt. Irika-sensei, Naruto yelled in happiness. Irika looked at the whisker-marked genin and then ruffled Naruto's hair. Good to see you too, Naruto, Irika said with a smile. Irika-sensei, what were you doing inside a summoning scroll? Sakura asked. Irika got Naruto off of him and then got up. Good question, Sakura. I'm here to congratulate you on passing the second part of the Chunin exams, and by my calculations you are 2 days early, meaning you can rest for the next 2 days, Irika said, looking at a pocket watch he took out. Team 7 was silent. They had just passed the second round of their very first Chunin exams. Then the silence was broken when Naruto started to jump up and down and whooping with joy. Sakura and Sasuke sat down, their legs too tired to support their weight. I see you haven't slowed down a bit, Naruto. I would treat you guys to a chiraku. But, Irika inquired. Sasuke looked up. Yeah, but that's life, he said with a shrug. Sakura then looked around the room and noticed a plaque on the wall. Irika-sensei, what's that plaque for? It looks like moth have been at it, and why are there spaces in between some of the words? Irika looked at where Sakura was looking. Oh right, I nearly forgot. That's the real reason I'm here, Irika said. Naruto stopped jumping around and looked at his former sensei. What do you mean, the real reason you're here? Naruto asked. Irika looked at the heaven and earth scrolls on the ground. Well, first let me tell you the true purpose of this exam. It was to test your skills in being able to survive and also your trust, Irika said. Trust, Sasuke said. Irika nodded. Well, on some missions, you might be asked to deliver an important item that is not supposed to be opened until it is delivered to your client, and also you must not cave in to pressure. Remember, Chunin are the team commanders in almost every mission, and trust and strength of will and body are important qualities in being one, Irika said. The genin nodded before asking about the plaque again. Now you see, that plaque has a speech written by the Hokage himself to guide all to be Chunin. The blank spaces are filled in by either the words heaven or earth, such as in the third line. That space is filled in by heaven, meaning you need to raise your mind to greater heights. For example, if Naruto hopes to become Hokage, he must first get focus and become serious about his studies. Irika began. Sakura and Sasuke chuckled at this, but Naruto scowled. I am smart, I was hiding it during the academy, Naruto thought. And Irika continued, gaining back the genin's attention. If you require the attribute of earth, in which you need to gain the strength to fight off any opponent and survive any challenge, like Sakura, who is skinny as a twig, needs to build some stamina and strength if she hopes to become Chunin, Irika said. Naruto and Sasuke chuckled at her. Sakura then blushed in embarrassment. And if you require both skills of heaven and earth, then you can complete any mission without fail, Irika finished. Hi, Sensei, Naruto said. Irika didn't answer, which caused Naruto to get a bit uneasy. Listen guys, these exams are tough and grueling, and some people have even died in them. I'm just worried about you, Rookie 9. Especially you, Naruto, your fiery temper tends to interfere with your judgment, Irika said in a sad tone. Naruto's eyes flashed red for a second. Irika-sensei, I am not a kid anymore. This Hittite you gave me is proof of my maturity. I'm a Konoha shinobi, understand? Naruto said with a tone of confidence. Irika looked shocked. He had never heard Naruto speak like this before. But then that shock turned to a smile. Kakashi, you really do know these kids more than I do now, he thought. I understand, Naruto. Now go to the rooms assigned to you while you wait for the next 2 days. Hi, they answered, but then Naruto stopped mid-step. Irika-sensei, I want Sasuke and me to go speak with Gigi. Sure, Naruto, this way. Sasuke, Naruto and Irika then left to go to the Hokage while Sakura went to go to her room. But then she smelled something and it smelled like food. She yelled and raced off in the direction of the smell. With the Hokage. Anko was on the chair in the Hokage's office with her shoulder open to all those present. The curse seal mark given to her by her former mentor Orochimaru. Does the curse mark still hurt? Sarutobi asked her. Anko adjusted the shoulder of her coat. Much less, arigato Hokage-sama, Anko said. Sarutobi nodded. Kotetsu and Izumo, who were in the room, looked at their leader. Hokage-sama, isn't Orochimaru one of the 3 Sannin of Konoha that became a Nuke Nin? Kotetsu asked. Sarutobi looked at the Chunin and nodded. I thought he went into hiding or maybe died, so why reappear now? Izumo asked. The Sandaime took a puff of his pipe. Because, Izumo, Kotetsu, he is here for Uchiha Sasuke, he answered. The 2 Chunin were shocked at what they just heard. They then decided not press on the matter any further and watched the screen where a camera showed the teams who made it to the tower. Knock knock. The Hokage looked at the door. Enter, he said. The door opened and the people he least expected to come arrived through his door. Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke stepped through the door. Hey Gigi, what's up? Naruto said with his signature foxy grin. The Hokage looked at the 2 boys before welcoming them. So what are you 2 doing here? Sarutobi asked. Well, Sasuke and I want you to look at our seals, Naruto said. Naruto, the Sandaime said in an angry tone. He knows Sakura too, Naruto said in a calm tone. Sarutobi then calmed down, and then Naruto lifted his shirt up to show his stomach. He then channeled chakra and the Kyuubi seal became visible, but over the Kyuubi seal was the Gojyo Fuin. Ah, I see the problem. Apparently there's been an odd-numbered seal placed over the original 8 trigram seal. Okay, Naruto, just sit still, and I'll get rid of it, Sandaime said. He then flashed through hand signs and then his fingertip glowed with green fire. Gojyo Fuin Kai / 5-pronged seal release, he shouted. Naruto gasped as the wind got knocked out of him from the Hokage's fingers being thrusted into his stomach. He fell to his hands and knees to catch his breath, but got up a few seconds later. In Naruto's mindscape, the fiery vortex instantly vanished and Kyuubi began to hop around and howl with joy. Outside mindscape. Hey Kit, miss me, Kyuubi said with a grin. San, you're back, sugoi. Naruto then told Kyuubi about what happened before the seal was removed. Sasuke then stepped forward and showed Sarutobi the curse mark. Oh Sasuke, I'm very sorry, but I don't know how to get rid of that seal. But I can make a seal to prevent its influence. But the seal's strength relies on your willpower to remain intact, he said. I don't care, I don't want to go with that pedophilic snake Baka. Do it, Sasuke said. Sarutobi nodded and then applied the seal. All done, you boys can go now, Sarutobi said with a grandfatherly smile. Arigato, they said and left the room with smiles on their faces. Outside Hokage's office. To the cafeteria, Naruto said with his foxy grin. Sasuke chuckled. To the cafeteria, my brother, away! Sasuke yelled and the 2 boys sped off to meet Sakura at the cafe. At the cafe. Sakura was sitting at a table with a plate piled high with food. There were burgers, fries, ice cream, salads, toast, eggs, ramen, onigiri, and many other delicacies. Naruto and Sasuke walked in and saw the leaning tower of Sakura. Their mouths agape, they grabbed their plates, got their food, but not as much as Sakura, and sat with her. Sakura, I thought girls wanted to watch their figure not become sumo wrestlers, Naruto said. Sakura looked at them and giggled. Of course I can't eat all this. I got this stuff for you guys. This is my food, she said, moving aside the large tray of food, and behind it was a salad, a couple onigiri, and a bottle of water. The 2 boys sighed in relief before grabbing the leaning tower of food and scarfing it all down. Taking sips of water in between, and in a time of 10 minutes, the mountain was reduced to a pile of breadcrumbs. dribbles of ice cream and splatters of ramen soup mixed with rice grains. Ah, that was good, Naruto said with a little anime smoke cloud puffing out of his mouth when he belched. Sasuke nodded, patting his fat stomach, and belched loudly. Sakura was staring wide-eyed. Sure, she finished, but she didn't expect the boys to finish in that amount of time. How did you guys do that? Sakura asked. It's a male thing, Sakura. Nay, Naruto? Sasuke said. Naruto nodded before getting up. I'm gonna go take a nap. Later, guys, Naruto said with a wave. By Naruto, they both said as they watched their teammates retreating back. So, wanna go to the room, Sasuke? Sakura said with a sly grin on her face. Sasuke's face brightened before grabbing Sakura's arm and racing off to her room with Sakura laughing loudly throughout the tower. In Naruto's mindscape, Naruto was sitting once again at the chess table playing with Kyuubi. Kyuubi sent his rook into the fight and took out Naruto's knight. Naruto grinned and then sent his queen, killing Kyuubi's last knight and putting the king in check. Kyuubi moved his king out of harm's way, and while doing so an opportunity for checkmate, but hoped Naruto didn't notice it. Kyuubi's praying T-Kami worked, for Naruto moved his pawn forward and Kyuubi sent in his rook and put Naruto in checkmate. Kyuubi's in human form, by the way. I win, Kit. Good game though, Kyuubi said with his vulpine grin. Naruto sighed and said, Tusen, I let you win. I noticed the opening and I felt sorry for you, since I always won after our very second game. Kyuubi scowled before turning his back on Naruto and pouted like a little child. Naruto laughed and then got P to stretch his aching muscles from sitting down for so long. Okay, Kit, new technique time for during your fight, Kyuubi said. Naruto's eyes sparkled and then grabbed Kyuubi by his arm. Arigato, 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 he said with a smile. Kyuubi chuckled before prying his kit off his arm. Okay, Kit, here, take this piece of paper, Kyuubi said, holding out a square piece of paper to Naruto. Naruto took the paper and looked at it quizzically. What is this, Kyuubi-san? He asked. Kyuubi looked at Naruto and went into lecture mode. Naruto looked at Kyuubi and paled. Oh no, not another boring lecture. Kit, are you familiar with the 5 jutsu elements of wind, water, fire, lightning, and earth? Kyuubi asked Naruto. Naruto nodded. But what does this have to do with the paper? Naruto asked. That paper is no ordinary paper. It is a special paper which shows your chakra nature, Kyuubi said. Naruto gasped. What's chakra nature? He asked. Chakra nature is the elemental affinity of your chakra. For example, the Uchiha specialize in fire jutsu, so therefore they have a fire chakra affinity, so basically it is to show which field of jutsu you specialize in. Some people have 2 or 3 chakra affinities by Jonin level, but I feel there's something special about yours, Naruto, Kyuubi said. Naruto nodded at the explanation. So how do I work this? He asked. Just pump chakra into the paper, and depending on what happens to the paper will determine your chakra affinity. If the paper is cut, your wind. If the paper is burned, fire. If the paper crumples, lightning. Paper becomes soaked, water. And if the paper turns to dust, earth. Understood? Kyuubi asked. Naruto nodded and then closed his eyes and focused his chakra into the piece of paper in his open palm. Then Kyuubi saw the most extraordinary thing happen. The paper was cut by a very powerful whirlwind into 4 pieces. One piece then burned, another crumpled, another became soaked, and the last piece turned to dust. Kyuubi was wide-eyed, slack-jawed, and speechless. Naruto opened his eyes and saw what happened to the paper and grinned. Yatta, I have all the elements of chakra, he yelled in a sing-song voice. Such a thing has not happened since, well, me. I thought I was the only one with the ability to have all 5 chakras, but I guess my ceiling in you has given you it, Kyuubi said. Naruto then stopped jumping and asked Kyuubi. So which jutsu will I learn? He asked. Well, I guess your abilities should have been noticeable since you were able to use those 5 elemental dragons from the scroll, Kyuubi said to himself and then began muttering about other things. Naruto started to become very annoyed at this. Hey, furball! Naruto yelled. Kyuubi looked at Naruto with murder in his eyes. Don't you ever call me furball again, young man, or else I won't teach you for a whole year, Kyuubi said in an angry tone. Naruto nodded as he tried not to pee his pants. So what will I be learning, Tusan? He asked again. Kyuubi thought for a few seconds before snapping his fingers with realization. Okay, Kit, your first of the many jutsus I will be teaching you is Raikurai no Jutsu / Thunderbolt Jutsu. It sends a concentrated bolt of lightning chakra from your fingertips and badly damages the opponent. The more chakra you add, the stronger it is. Observe, he said. Kyubi then performed some hand signs. He then positioned his hand as if he was pointing at the tree with his pointer and middle fingers, the buzzing of electricity coming from his fingers. Then sparks started coming off from it, and then Kyubi gave a yell and a powerful lightning blot blasted the tree to bits. Naruto covered his eyes before thinking, Sugoi/amazing, and then with a smile began to try it himself. Kyubi then stopped him. "Tusan, why did you stop me?" Naruto asked. "Because Kit, you have to learn the necessary exercises to convert your ordinary chakra into the elemental chakra and master it." A light bulb, a leaf, a stick, and a small rock appeared in the Biju's hand. These objects are needed for mastering the conversion of chakra. If you can light this light bulb for more than 10 minutes, then you have mastered lightning chakra. To master wind, cut the leaf in half to master earth, change the rock to mud, light the stick ablaze for fire, and for water, go to the pond and try and make a water pillar 12 feet tall to master water. These were the exercises I was given by Master for my elemental training. Kyubi said, and as he said this, the 9,000-year-old demon looked as if he'd aged a few more thousand years. Naruto then wondered how he would do all this within 2 days, for he wanted to learn before the fighting part of the exam started. Then a light bulb appeared above his head. Naruto growled and saw Kyubi holding a light bulb. "Not so funny when somebody does it you, isn't it?" Kyubi said with a grin. Naruto then made the cross-shaped sign for his favorite jutsu. Taju Kagebunshin no Jutsu/Mass Shadow Clone Jutsu. He yelled, and then thousands of clones appeared. "Okay guys, I made 4,900 of you, so including me there's 5,000 me's here. S will be splitting into 5 groups, 1,000 me's in each group." Naruto then pointed at the first 1,000. "You guys practice fire." He pointed at a next group. "Wind for you guys," he said. He pointed at 2 more groups for earth and water. "And the final group will be you 999 will be with me for lightning training, understood?" He asked his clones. A chorus of highs was heard, and the designated tool for each training exercise appeared in the hands of each clone. Kyubi watched from the shade of an oak tree in Naruto's made-up meadow/forest landscape. "Remember, Kit, use your chakra only to do those exercises," the Demon Lord reminded his adopted son. The Narutos nodded and resumed their exercises. Kyubi chuckled. Oh, the Kit was going to be tired for a while. By a while, I mean a long time after he was done with this and learning the Rakurai no Jutsu. Kyubi then yawned before going into his fox form, going into regular size, which by the way was huge, and fell asleep to sounds of Naruto's groaning in concentration as they tried the exercise. One day later. Naruto's mindscape. "Hey Tusan, check this out," Naruto said, waking up the large fox. Kyubi blinked his eyes as they adjusted to the bright light of the sun made in Naruto's mind. The great Kyubi yawned before looking down at his adopted son. "What Kit?" the Lord of Foxes asked. Naruto then made a cross seal. "Kagebunshin no Jutsu," he said. For clones then poofed into existence, each one with the object used for each individual elemental exercise. The Naruto with the stick in his hand focused his chakra, and then a blazing yellow and red flame turned it to ashes. Kyubi nodded with a grin. The one with the rock did the same, and the rock started to liquefy, forming mud. One then ran all the way to the pond and put his palm on the water. The clone focused his chakra, and then a pillar of water at least 15 feet tall sprang up before falling back down. The clone with the leaf placed the leaf between his hands and then focused his chakra. It then removed its hand, and there lay the leaf cut perfectly in half along the mid-vein, and then original Naruto made a light bulb form in his hand. He then focused his chakra, and then the light bulb lit. 10 minutes later. Naruto then cut off his chakra and the light bulb flickered off. Kyubi looked astonished. He had taken at least a month to finish these exercises, even with bunshins, but Naruto managed to do it within a day. "Kit, I have never been more proud than I am now. Good job, now time for that Raikurai no Jutsu," he said. Naruto nodded and made some hand signs. Naruto then pointed out his pointer and middle fingers and placed his hand by his waist. He then began moving his hand in a circular motion. A humming sound was heard coming from it. Then when Naruto noticed sparks start to form on his fingertips, he thrust his hand out, and then a powerful lighting bolt shot from his hand and completely obliterated a tree, turning it into splinters. Kyubi clapped his paws and chuckled. Jutsus he had learned that took at least weeks to learn, had been learned in a day by this boy. "Still prouder than ever, my boy. Now you have one more day before the Chunin exams, so get ready to learn a lot of jutsus and fall from chakra exhaustion."
Naruto not dead. Hai QB Sensei.
Kyubi chuckled. Now then, let's begin. With Sakura and Sasuke. The two of them were lying down on Sakura's bed sleeping in each other's arms. While Sakura was, and she was snoring. Sasuke looked up at the ceiling with bags under his eyes. It was a wonder why Naruto, who was on the bed next to theirs, was still asleep. Dear Kami, I couldn't sleep at all because of her snoring, but at least I got a whole lot of making out done with Sakura-chan, so it was totally worth it, the Uchiha survivor thought with a happy grin on his face. He then fell asleep, too tired to complain about Sakura's snoring. /n. You know how you have one of those moments where you're so tired that you could block out any sound once you fall asleep? Yeah, that's what Sasuke just had. The Tower Cafe. Teams 8 and 10 had just reached the tower and were exhausted both mentally and physically from running from all those giant reptiles, mammals, and insects. Kiba and Akamaru were rapidly making a huge piece of steak disintegrate into their mouths. Chuji was the same as Kiba except he was eating a mountain. No, not even a mountain, a fucking Mount Everest-sized plate of food and was slowly, but surely eating away at it with all the speed he had. Shikamaru went to his room to sleep. Ino and Hinata had forgotten all about their manners that were taught to them and were rapidly eating away at the food placed before them. Shino was the only one with some dignity left and was using his cutlery to eat at some pancakes. After the meal, the two teams then left to their respective rooms to sleep and later discuss plans on how to fight their opponents. Team 10's room. After sleeping, "Alright guys, we're going to need to do some serious training if we want to become Chunin," Ino said, being the self-proclaimed leader of the team. Chuji took out a bag of chips, while Shikamaru yawned. "Troublesome," he said. A vein appeared above Ino's eyebrows as her eye twitched in annoyance. "Come on guys, if we're going to become Chunin we need to get serious," she yelled. Shikamaru covered his ears. "Do you have to yell? There are other people here too, you know." Ino then calmed down as Shikamaru spoke. "Okay, Chuji, these fights are most likely going to be one-on-one, so you need to make a strategy for yourself. Ino, you have to find a way to keep your enemies still if you're going to use your Shintenshin no Jutsu/mind transfer jutsu. Of course, if the opponent is a foreigner, you could have the element of surprise seeing as they might not know the move, but you have to take precautions. As for me, you know how I operate," he said. Ino and Chuji nodded, but then Chuji asked, "Hey, how come we have to have strategies, but you don't?" Shikamaru sighed. "For two reasons. One, it's too troublesome, and two, I come with strategies once I have finished analyzing my opponents. I thought you knew that, Chuji," he said. Chuji nodded before going back to his bed and began eating his chips while thinking about how to fight his opponents. Ino also went to bed, while thinking what Chuji was thinking, and Shikamaru yawned, muttered, "Troublesome Chunin exams will finally finish tomorrow," and then fell asleep on the floor, which actually turned to be pretty comfortable. Team 8's room. After their nap. "Ah, that was a pretty well-deserved rest," Kiba said with a yawn. "Yup," Hinata and Shino said. A moment of silence then spread throughout the room. Hinata then spoke up. "So, Kiba-kun, Shino-kun, what will we be doing about our fights during this last part of the exams?" Kiba and Shino looked at her with clueless looks. Hinata has learned to tell what Shino's expressions were after hanging around with him so much during their team training. "Well, I'm just gonna beat the shit out of whoever I'm facing, but I'm gonna forfeit immediately if we come up against your cousin, Niji," Kiba said. Hinata got angry when she heard her baka cousin's name. "Or that sand guy, he gives me the creeps, especially after what happened in the Forest of Death," he added. Hinata's anger quickly dissipated when she heard about Gaara, and Shino remained quiet, as always, as they remembered the incident. Akamaru whined in fear inside Kiba's jacket. Flashback. I'm changing my flashback font from bold to underline OK. Kiba, Hinata, and Shino were jumping through the trees towards the tower, as they had just ambushed another team and got their Earth Scroll. Kiba then stopped and sniffed the air. "Hey guys, there's some people up ahead." Hinata then flashed through hand signs. Byakugan / the all-seeing evil eye. The veins around Hinata's eyes then became visible as her clan dojutsu was activated. Her vision then increased 100-fold as she looked a few kilometers ahead and the chakra signatures of the people Kiba smelt. "Around 3 people, but one of them has a strange chakra," she said. "Let's go check it out," Shino suggested. The other two nodded, and then quietly yet swiftly they jumped through the trees to the destination of the strange people. After jumping for a few minutes, they dropped to ground level and hid behind some bushes after sensing the chakra signatures of the strange 3 people. And as it turns out, those people were the Sunagenin team. In front of the Suna team there stood a team of AIM genin. "Surrender your scroll and we'll let you live," the one in the middle said. The Suna team remained silent until Gaara spoke. "I am Sabaka no Gaara, and if you don't get out my way, I'll kill you," he said in the tone of that of maniac. The AIM genin trembled before taking out their battle umbrellas. "Eat this," they said. They threw their umbrellas into the air and then kept them up there and spun them with chakra. "AIM Senbon no Jutsu / Raining Senbon Jutsu," the AIM team said. Then the spinning umbrellas released a huge wave of senbon at Gaara. A thwacking sound was heard, a sign that the senbon hit something. "We got him," the one on the left said. "Yeah, he's probably dead," the one on the right said. The smoke cloud created from the impact of the senbon cleared, and there stood Gaara in all his glory with a wall of sand which blocked the senbon. "Raining senbon, let's make rain blood instead," he said, getting a wild look in his eyes. The sand from the wall and some more sand from Gaara, now open gourd, flowed towards the AIM genin. The sand then enveloped the three. Gaara smiled evilly and thrust his hand out. "Sabaku Q/sand coffin," he said. Gaara then closed his outstretched hand as if he was squeezing something. "Sabaku Kosu/sand burial." The sand then imploded and crushed the ninja inside so fast they didn't even have time to scream. A large fountain of blood then blew out of the sand and fell onto the ground in front of Gaara. Hinata and her teammates were shocked at this genin's show of power, skill, and not even show a hint of remorse when killing those three genin. Kankuro then started shouting at Gaara as he picked up the scroll while Gaara and Temari just stood there. Kiba then heard something that sounded like, "I don't see you two as siblings, only as teammates. No more." The Gaara's team then jumped away, leaving a sick-looking Team 8 behind the bushes. End flashback. Team 8 then decided it was time for bed again as they needed a lot of rest for tomorrow. With Team 7. In Naruto's mindscape, Naruto was lying on the ground exhausted from his elemental jutsu training done with Kyuubi. "Kyuso, my chakra is completely gone and I'm dead tired. I learned at least 20 elemental jutsus since I have all the chakra natures, but I didn't know the training would be this tough," the blonde Jinchuriki thought. Naruto then got up and walked over to Kyuubi, who was gazing into a pond. This one was a regular one, not the pond that makes him see what Naruto sees. Looking at the multicolored koi fish swimming around like as if they were dancing. "Hey Tusan, I'm tired and the fights are tomorrow, so can I sleep now?" he asked with a yawn. The Fox Lord nodded and then returned to watching the fish. Naruto grinned before closing his eyes, and he left his mindscape to sleep in the land of dreams, aka reality. Outside Naruto's mindscape, Naruto woke with a start and saw a very kawaii/cute scene before him. Sasuke was lying on his back with his arm wrapped around Sakura's waist and Sakura resting her head on his chest. Naruto smiled and then shut his eyes and went back to sleep. "Kabanwa/good night/evening. Sasuke and I, Sakura ne," he said. The day of the Chunin exam finals. The Jonin instructors, Ibiki, Anko, and the Hokage were standing in front of a large statue of a pair of hands in the ram sign in a large room before the various genin teams that survived the forest. The teams that survived were Gaara's team, the Rookie 9, and the Odo team and Kabuto's team. So the Rookie 9 made it, no wonder their Jonin instructors allowed them to take this exam, the Hokage thought. "Uchiha Sasuke and you blonde-haired kid, you two will pay for breaking my arms," Zaka thought. So the Uchiha made Niji thought with a smirk. "Yash Gai-sensei, I will make you proud," Lee mentally yelled. Naruto-kun's team made it, Ye Hinata thought. "I'll beat that Sakura team for stealing Sasuke-kun from me," Ino thought. Welcome one and all to the annual Chunin exams. Now I will tell you that the reason we have this exam is to promote friendship between all our various villages. However, I see these exams as a so-called miniature war between us, Sarutobi said. "A miniature war?" Tenten said to herself with a confused look on her face. "So let me reiterate before the third exam begins. You are taking no ordinary test. You are risking your very lives, hopes and dreams in order to do this exam," he said. "Let's just hurry up and get to the fighting already," Gaara said with impatience. "Oh, we have an eager one here," Sarutobi said with a chuckle. A poof of smoke then appeared in front of the sandame. A pale-looking man with messy raven-black hair, bags under his eyes, and looked like he had a bad cold appeared before the crowd. Gomen for interrupting Hokage-sama, but please allow me, Gecko Hayate, proctor of the third exam, to speak, Hayate said. Very well, carry on, Sandame said with a puff of his pipe. Okay, anyone who wants to leave now, do so immediately, he said. Kabuto then raised his hand. Naruto looked surprised. Kabuto, why? Naruto said with a confused tone. Gomenasai Naruto, but in the forest of death, I damaged my inner ear due to a scuffle with some more Oto nins. Therefore in this state I won't be able to go into situations which require combat, Kabuto explained. Naruto sighed before going silent and stared at the floor. Sasuke, maybe you should leave too. That mark could cause you a lot of trouble during the fights, Sakura whispered. Sasuke scratched the crook of his neck where the seal lay at bay by the protection seal. It's okay, Sakura-chan. I can handle it. And Sandame-sama put a protection seal to prevent it from taking over like last time. But what if that seal fails, Sasuke-kun? What will you do then? Sakura said a bit louder. Sakura then began to raise her hand, but Sasuke stopped her. Sakura, Urasai, this exam is more than just an opportunity to become Chunin. It's a way to test my strength and fight the best of the best, Sasuke said as he remembered Gaara, Neji, Lee, and the Oto nins. Naruto, who had been listening to all of this, began to get very angry at Sasuke's Avenger attitude. Sasuke, look, Sakura's just worried about you. Don't be stupid. If you know that the curse seal might affect you, then give up and stop trying to be cool, Naruto whispered loudly. Sasuke turned to Naruto with a smirk. Naruto and Ai-san, you are the one I want to fight the most. Naruto became silent as he looked at Sasuke as if he'd just grown a second head. Then Naruto smiled. Then don't lose because I want to fight you too, he replied. Kabuto had long left when Team 7's conversation ended. Okay, since that's it, we shall now start the preliminaries since there are still too many examinees in this place. So in order to reduce it we will have the prelims, Hayate said. The sickly Jonin turned to his fellow Jonin, Anko, and nodded. Anko then spoke into the headset she wore, and then a whirring sound was heard as an electronic board appeared from a panel in the wall. The Genin looked at the board. Okay, you Genin, this electronic board will show the names of the two competitors who will fight while everyone else will wait for their respective turns up on the balcony right there. And start the board, Hayate said. The board then started to flash through names at a high speed, making the letters of the people's names look like blurs. Uchiha Sasuke and Akato Yoroi remain here, while everyone else left to the balcony, Hayate ordered. The Genin, except for Sasuke and Yoroi, all left to the balcony. Kakashi then walked up to Sasuke when all the other Jonin instructors were going to see their teams. Sasuke, don't use the Sharingan. The curse will react every time you use it, Kakashi said. But Sensei, Sandame-sama put up a protection seal that is strengthened by my will to not use the power of the curse, Sasuke said. Kakashi sighed. Alright, but if the seal starts to activate the match will end and you will be disqualified. Got it, Kakashi said in a serious tone. Sasuke nodded and then Kakashi shunshined to where Naruto and Sakura were. Okay, you two ready? Hayate asked. Hi, they both said. Then Hajime/begin, Hayate said as he leapt to the Hokage's side. Yoroi then took out a few shuriken and threw them at Sasuke. Sasuke activated his Sharingan and took out a kunai. He then slashed downwards, sending the shuriken flying back at Yoroi. Yoroi then appeared behind Sasuke and was about to punch his head. But Sasuke ducked, dug his kunai into the ground and then tripped Yoroi and pinned him to the ground with his legs. Yoroi then raised a glowing hand and grabbed Sasuke's leg. Sasuke then felt all his strength start to leave him. What the hell are you doing, you team? Sasuke asked angrily. Yoroi then got out from Sasuke's grip and punched him in the face. Yoroi then grabbed Sasuke's head and then began to suck away his chakra. You're sucking away my chakra, Sasuke realized. Yup, and now you're gonna lose, Yoroi said. Meanwhile, up on the balcony, the Oto team sensei was watching the match intently. But what the people here didn't know is that this particular Jonin was Orochimaru in disguise. Yes, Yoroi suck out his strength so that he will have to rely on the power of my precious curse mark, Orochimaru thought, licking his lips. Sasuke then all of a sudden felt newfound strength and kicked away Yoroi. Sasuke panted as he tried to think up his next move. Bad time to daydream now, Uchiha Yoroi said as he was about to grab Sasuke. Poof! Yoroi was surprised. Cagebunshin, he thought. Yoroi was then kicked in the back by a foot courtesy of Sasuke. You see, I had already switched myself with a cage bunshin and hinged into a kunai and pulled this sneak attack on you. But I was surprised by your abilities, Yoroi. Now time for you to face my ultimate finishing move, Sasuke said. The two tomo in each Sharingan I spinning rapidly. Cage bunshin no jutsu, he said. 5 Sasukes appeared in a poof of smoke. 2 of them ran up to Yoroi with amazing speed and double punched him in the face. A third then shunshined underneath Yoroi and sent a strong uppercut to Yoroi's chin, sending the older genin a good 5 feet above ground. The 4th clone then appeared and did a backflip which ended doing a powerful kick to Yoroi's chin, sending Yoroi even higher into the air. On the balcony, Naruto smiled. Okay, Sasuke. Finish this, he said. Sasuke looked at his brother and nodded, shining in front of the floating Yoroi. Time to lose, he said. Sasuke then did a punch to Yoroi's face, then shunshined below the falling genin and kicked him back up, then shunshined far above the rising genin and did a front flip, doing a powerful heel kick to his stomach. Yoroi gasped in pain, and then Sasuke appeared behind Yoroi and did a very unsuspecting thing. His fists and feet caught afire, but he wasn't burning. The Uchiha just smiled before giving a battle cry as he spun to kick Yoroi in the head, but Yoroi managed to block it. Sasuke then used the force of his kick to twist his body and deliver a flaming kick to the boy's stomach. Sasuke then punched Yoroi with a flaming fist to the face, and then as they were only 3 feet above the ground, Sasuke quickly spun his body and a very powerful, flaming kick to Yoroi's stomach and yelled the name of his rundan/combo. Doki no Ryu rundan/Dragon's Wrath Barrage. If anyone has any better suggestions, let me know and I might change it if it's cool. Sasuke yelled as he slammed his flaming heel into Yoroi's belly as they hit the ground, and upon impact a pillar of flame rose from the spot where Sasuke and Yoroi were. The flames quickly died down and there stood Sasuke over a burned Yoroi and a piece of his shirt still burning. The medics came and took away Yoroi, who was suffering from 2nd-degree burns all over his body and internal bleeding. Winner, Uchiha Sasuke, Hayate said. Naruto and Sakura were whooping with joy while the others were wondering how Sasuke was able to that thing with the fire. Sasuke then shoved his hands in his pockets and walked to his team with a smirk. Whatever training Kakashi did with Sasuke, it sure worked, Asuma said to Kurinai, whose teams just happened to next to each other. Yeah, but what about Sakura and Naruto? I'm wondering about their growth now that I've seen this year's Rookie of the Year fight. Asuma nodded and lit a cigarette. Flash forward. Kankuro vs. Tsurugi Misumi, winner Kankuro. Shino vs. Zaku, winner Shino. Temari vs. Tenten, winner Temari. End flash forward. The people then began to talk about the fights. Kankuros was very sneaky, making his puppet fight for him before ambushing his opponent. Shino showed surprising skill with his family's clan jutsus with the use of his Kikai bugs. Zaku might have won with that move he pulled with pretending for his arms to be broken, but got his arm blown off in the end. The boards flashing then ruined the people's trains of thought. Haruno Sakura vs. Yamanaka Ino, Hayate called. The two kunoichi were, all I could say is, shocked due to lack of a smarter sounding word. The girl then walked down to the floor and faced each other. Sakura, you're gonna pay for taking Sasuke-kun from me, Ino said. Sakura grinned before removing her Hitai 8 from its hairband style before tying around her forehead. Come on, Ino, tie it around your forehead. I'll wait, remember? We made a pact that when we fight each other, we wear our Hitai 8 like true shinobi, Sakura said. Ino nodded and removed her Hitai 8 from her left thigh and tied it around her forehead. Flashback. Sakura and Ino were standing in front of the Ninja Academy facing each other. Look, Ino, I know we're friends, but since we both want Sasuke, we're rivals now, and since we're both qualified shinobi now, she said. Ino was surprised. You know I'm gonna get him right, and besides, why throw away a friendship for Sasuke-kun? Ino shouted. Sakura sighed. Don't worry, we can reform it when one of us gets Sasuke, and also when we fight. Sakura paused when Ino looked at her to continue her statement. We fight with our Hitai 8s on our foreheads like true shinobi. Swear that to me, she said. Ino nodded and shook Sakura's hand. End flashback. Ino and Sakura glared at each other before going in for the attack. Sakura and Ino both threw punches at each other and caught each other's respective punches as if they were mimicking each other's movements. They then began doing similar punches and kicks which connected with each other. Sakura then jumped away and performed cage bunshin, but Ino just thought they were regular bunshins. This isn't the academy, Sakura. You can't beat me with basic Bunshin no Jutsu, she shouted. The three Sakuras then rushed Ino as Ino prepared to fight back. Well, Ino, it's a good thing this is not an academy-level jutsu, she said as she focused chakra into her entire leg structure. Ino looked surprised. What do you mean? I mean, this isn't Bunshin no Jutsu. This I learned from Uzumaki Naruto himself. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, she said. The Sakuras then disappeared and reappeared in front of Ino's shocked face before one Kage Bunshin tripped Ino, and while Ino was falling, the clone that tripped her kicked her back up into the waiting fist of another Kage Bunshin, who punched Ino the face back towards the Sakura Bunshin that kicked her. This was repeated constantly. The people in the stand were sweat-dropping. Ino looks just like one of those blow-up weighted punching bag things, where when you hit it, it just comes back up, Shikamaru said with a grin. Chuji was eating his bag of chips and Asuma was smoking a cigarette, trying not to chuckle at the sight before him. Teams 7 and 8, minus Shino, were rolling on the floor laughing while Shino just raised his eyebrows in amusement. Temari was struggling not to laugh. Kankuro was laughing, while Baki, their Jonin sensei, and Gaara showed Shino's expression. Ino then managed to dodge the punching Sakura Bunshin and grab its outstretched arm and bonking it on the head, dispelling it, and then did a quick kick to the other Bunshin, also dispelling it. The original Sakura then appeared behind the beat-up Ino and tapped her shoulder. Ino turned around to get a fist to her face, sending her flying across the arena floor. Ino got up and wiped her mouth, which had blood on it. It's not possible, you can't be stronger than me, Ino said. Sakura smiled. Hey, when you train with Naruto, you're bound to get stronger, she said. Ino was puzzled. How Naruto's just a big baka, the class clown. Adobe, how can you possibly learn to be stronger from? But Ino didn't get to finish when a powerful uppercut hit her in the chin, followed by a series of rapid punches all over Ino's body and finishing with a swift kick, sending Ino flying. Sakura walked towards the broken Ino with fire surround her and her eyes went blank, a sign that inner Sakura was unleashed. Don't ever insult Naruto and Isen again. You hear me, bitch, Sakura yelled, grabbing Ino by the collar. Ino chuckled before forming the Torai/bird hand sign. Shintenshin no Jutsu/mind transfer jutsu, she said as her spirit left her body and entered Sakura's. The Konoha genin were surprised. Ino allowed herself to get beat and lead Sakura to the point where Sakura would grab Ino like that and then use her Shintenshin no Jutsu. Brilliant, very stupid to take on an angered Sakura, but still brilliant, Naruto thought after getting over the fact that Ino had just insulted him. Ino's body then fell to the floor as Sakura lost her grip on it. Sakura's head was downcast, her bangs covering her eyes. What's going on, Kakashi-sensei? Naruto and Sasuke asked with concern. Kakashi, who was reading his little orange book, folded the corner of the page and shut it. Well, Ino used her Shintenshin no Jutsu, and since Ino hasn't immediately taken over means that Sakura is fighting for control. For the only way to avoid Ino's jutsu is to either dodge it and then use the opportunity that her spirit won't be back to her body for quite a while and make her surrender and or pummel it to a pulp, or you can fight with mental willpower, Kakashi explained to his students. Naruto looked confused. What's mental willpower? He asked. Kakashi spoke again. Mental willpower is the power to do things when it is controlled or taken over. For example, if Ino were to take over you, Naruto, you would be able to thrust her out of your mind since you would most likely fight back. But in your case now, Kyuubi would just force her out himself. The former scenario would apply to any non-Jinchuriki, Kakashi said. Sakura's mindscape. Ino and Sakura were fighting it out in her mind, which looked like a forest of sakura trees in full bloom surrounding a clearing with a flowing river and a grass-covered field. Ino, get out of my mind, Sakura said. Why would I do that? If I did that, the jutsu would end, Ino said as if it were very obvious. Fine then, I'll just get back up, inner Sakura now, she shouted. Ino was confused until a large shadow covered her. Ino looked up slowly and saw a black and white version of Sakura with the kanji for inner Sakura written on its forehead. Oh, did I mention that this Sakura is like a gargantuan version of Sakura? My bad. By Ino, Sakura said as a portal appeared behind her. Inner Sakura then picked up Ino and threw her at Sakura. A baseball bat then appeared in Sakura's hands. Sakura swung the bat and hit Ino in the face into the portal which leads to outside her mind. And she's out of there. Shinaro, Sakura shouted as baseball music started to play in her mind. Outside Sakura's mindscape. Ino's and Sakura's bodies convulsed for a second and eyes of Ino and Sakura opened wide. Sakura, what was that? Ino asked, shocked at what just happened to her spirit. None of your business, Sakura said from behind her. Ino was about to turn when a kunai was placed in front of her throat. Ino sighed. I forfeit, Ino said in a sad voice. Hey-8, who had fallen asleep, but was awoken by Anko, got up and wiped the drool from his mouth. What, oh yeah, winner Haruno Sakura, Hey-8 said. The arena was silent as Sakura walked back to Sasuke and Naruto. Lee was crying rivers that his lady love had won her match and vowed he would win his. Lee then walked over to Naruto's team. Ino walked back up to the balcony where her teammates were. Hey Naruto-kun, Lee said. Naruto turned. Oh hey bushy brows, Naruto said with a wave. So what do you think of the matches so far? Lee asked. They are awesome, except for the one between Tenten and Temari. It was kinda short, Naruto said. Lee nodded. I'm gonna fight before you, he said. Naruto, not wanting to be a loser, said. I am just watch the screen, he said, pointing at it, which was flashing names quicker than the normal I could see. The names stopped. Inazuka Kiba and Uzumaki Naruto, come on down, Hey-8 called. Kiba hooped with joy, while Akamaru barked with happiness. We got it made, Akamaru, we're gonna win this for sure, Kiba aided to his pup as he jumped down to the floor. Naruto also jumped down and stood to face Kiba. One question, Hey-8-san, are dogs allowed in battle? Naruto asked. Hey-8 nodded. Animals are used as weapons like kunai and shuriken, so yes, it's valid. Naruto nodded and got into his Kitsuniken fighting stance. Kurenai walked over to Kakashi. Hey Kakashi, wanna make a bet? She asked the silver-haired jonin. Kakashi didn't stop reading, but nodded. Okay, if Kiba wins, I get all of those disgusting porno books of yore and I say burn then all to charcoal, the ruby-eyed jonin said. Well, if Naruto wins, I can keep my books and you have to have some fun time with me, Kakashi said slyly. Kurenai thought it over, but I mean it's Naruto, Kiba should win easily. All right, she said, and the two jonin shook on it. Back on the arena floor. All right, you dobe, I'll make this easy for you and end it in one shot, Kiba said. Naruto didn't say anything, but remained in his fighting stance. Kiba growled before forming hand signs. Ninpu, Shikyaku no Jutsu / ninja art. All fours jutsu, Kiba growled. Kiba then overflowed with chakra as he went onto all fours, hence the name, and his fangs seemed to grow sharper and his nails became claws. Kiba then rushed at Naruto faster than Naruto could react and slammed his elbow into Naruto's stomach, sending Naruto into a wall and kicking up a dust cloud where Naruto was smashed into. It's over, Proctor, Kiba said with a grin. The people in the stands thought so too, except for Team 7. That's what they think, Kakashi, Sakura, and Sasuke said simultaneously. The dust cloud cleared, showing Naruto with not a scratch on him. Kurenai was looking surprised. What did that boy do, Kakashi? She asked. He simply coated his body with chakra before Kiba hit, thus lessening the force of the blow to that, as if being given a slap on the wrist, Kakashi said. Kiba, don't ever underestimate me, Naruto shouted. His eyes flashing red for a split second. Kiba was surprised nonetheless. This boy is something else, Kurenai thought. Naruto, you never cease to amaze me, Sarutobi said to himself. You're supposed to be knocked out now, Kiba said. Well, that's just the way the cookie crumbles. Kiba, Naruto replied with a shrug. Kiba became angry and then threw smoke bombs at Naruto. Naruto was encased in a cloud of purple smoke and was being pummeled by Kiba on the inside. If Naruto didn't have up his chakra coating, those blows might have hurt. Naruto then made a cage bunshin to distract Kiba and escaped the cloud, but was bitten by Akamaru and sent back into the cloud. Naruto and I-san, Sasuke and Sakura said. Kurenai looked at the two of them oddly. Kakashi? Kurenai asked. They have hung around each other so much they see each other as siblings. In fact, if it weren't for the different blood types and outer characteristics, they could be, Kakashi explained. Sugoi, Kurenai whispered to herself. The smoke cleared to reveal a knocked-out Naruto on the ground and a happy, tail-wagging Akamaru. Yada, way to go Akamaru, we won, Kiba exclaimed. Akamaru then ran towards Kiba's outstretched arms and then bit Kiba's hands. The audience gasped along with Kiba. Akamaru, why? Kiba asked, confused at Akamaru's actions. Then Akamaru started to chuckle. Fooled you, Baka, Akamaru said as he poofed into a grinning Naruto. Kiba then shook off Naruto, who was busy spitting on the floor. You smell worse than the Inu/dog, Naruto complained. Kiba was frantic, all while looking around for Akamaru. Where is Akamaru? He growled. Naruto pointed behind Kiba, and there was Naruto's Kagebunshin holding a tired-looking Akamaru. Akamaru! Kiba shouted, concerned for his canine companion. You'll pay, Naruto, Kiba growled angrily. Kiba then reached into his weapon's pouch and pulled out some pills. He ate one and handed another to Akamaru, who caught in his mouth and ate it. Soldier pills, you must be getting desperate, Kiba, Naruto said with a smirk. Kiba just growled as his chakra capacity grew larger, and he became more beast-like, and Akamaru's fur turned red and let out, not a bark, but a bestial roar. The powerful pup then kicked Naruto's bunshin, dispelling it, and then jumped onto Kiba's back. Kiba is on all fours still. Kiba then made a hand sign. Ninpu, Jujin Bunshin/ninja art, man-beast clone, Kiba yelled. Akamaru then transformed into a copy of Kiba, so it looked like there were two Kibas. The two Kibas then charged and then jumped into the air and spun at high speeds, making them look like twin gray drills. Gasuga/double piercing Fong, Kiba yelled. Naruto then flashed through hand signs and slammed his palm on the ground. Doton. Doryuhiki/earth style. Earth wall, Naruto shouted, and then a large wall burst out of the floor and protected Naruto as the Kibas smashed into the wall. When the wall broke, the Kibas looked and saw that Naruto wasn't there anymore. Naruto then shunshined behind Kiba and delivered a swift kick to his ass. Kiba yelped in pain, but then poofed to reveal it was Akamaru. Naruto then picked up the pup and threw him aside like a rag doll. How dare you do that to Akamaru? You'll pay, Kiba growled and rushed Naruto. Kurenai was surprised by Naruto's moves. Naruto had barely done anything, and yet Kiba was already almost worn out. Kakashi, what did you do to this boy? She asked the silver-haired Jonin. I trained him, that's all, Kakashi said. Naruto then dodged Kiba's lunge and then jumped away and made a few hand signs. Kazebunshin no Jutsu/wind clone jutsu, Naruto yelled. Then wind started to swirl around Naruto as the wind started to take form and created 5 Naruto Kazebunshins. The Narutos then rushed Kiba, who was checking up on Akamaru. Kiba turned to be thrown away from his pup by one of Naruto's bunshin. Kiba then got up off the floor, but was met by an uppercut to his chin and then followed by another bunshin shunshining in front of Kiba, and since it was a Kazebunshin, its heel was surrounded by cutting-edge winds which hit Kiba in the face. Kiba fell to the floor and was about to get up when 4 of the Kazebunshins hit Kiba in the chin, which were more powerful due to the winds swirling around their feet. Kiba was sent sky high. Uzumaki, the clones shouted. The original Naruto was then blown upwards when the last Kazebunshin turned into a gust of wind to send Naruto skyward above Kiba. Naruto then did a front flip and equipped some wind chakra into his kick, making him faster and stronger. Naruto Renden, Naruto shouted as he brought his wind-powered kick into Kiba's face, which made spiral downwards head first in a wind vortex and smashed into the floor. Hayate looked at what had just occurred, and he, like everyone else, could only think one thing. Wow! Naruto then landed firmly on his feet as he looked back up to his cheering teammates and sensei who were clapping for him. Gaara was licking his lips in anticipation when he got to fight this Uzumaki Naruto. Winner? Uzumaki Naruto, Hayate called. The medics then went to the damaged Akamaru, who was unconscious, and Kiba, who was covered with cuts from the wind and was bleeding from his head. But his jacket lessened the force of the smashing into the floor. Well done, Kit. Good use of the Kazebunshins and your wind chakra, Kyubi said. Arigato, but I couldn't have done it without your training. Nei Tusan, Naruto replied. Kyubi nodded in Naruto's mind. Yeah, you're right, I deserve most of the credit, and since you've made it to the finals, I'm gonna give you something special for the finals, okay, Kit? Naruto laughed mentally, whooped mentally with joy at going to learn something new, and then severed his connection with the fox for the time being. Flash forward. Lee versus Gaara. Lee had shown the ability to move at extreme speeds, which Sasuke was able to copy the stances for the Omoto Renge/primary Lotus kick-up. Lee was appearing to win until Gaara revealed his Suna Yoroi/sand armor. Lee then revealed his last resort move, opening 5 of the 8 celestial chakra gates, and gave Gaara quite a pounding. But Gaara still emerged victorious by breaking Lee's right arm and leg. Lee had also taken some serious damage and was about to be killed by Gaara if Guy hadn't intervened. Hinata versus Niji. Niji tried to mess up Hinata's mind by belittling her first, but Hinata just stood strong and charged Niji with her Byakugan active. The Juken/Gentle Fist was later explained to Naruto about the Tekkensu and other aspects of the Juken. Hinata though revealed she was wearing weights and managed to surprise Niji and knock him in the head by throwing them at her cousin. Although Niji was surprised, he was still older and stronger than Hinata and managed to overpower her. But Hinata wanted to look strong in front of Naruto-kun and was still beaten down by Niji. Niji then went in for a killing blow, but was stopped by Naruto and the other Jonin. Niji was pronounced winner and was then threatened by Naruto that if they fought, he would beat him to a pulp. This he swore by Hinata's blood. Shikamaru versus Kin. Shikamaru used good use of the terrain and used his Kage main no Jutsu/Shadow Possession Jutsu to smash Kin's head into a wall. Dosu versus Chuji. Dosu tried to hit Chuji, but Chuji quickly used Baika no Jutsu/Expansion Jutsu and then followed up with Nikuden Sensha/Human Boulder. Dosu was about to use his sound waves to hit Chuji's diaphragm in order to stop him, but Chuji was spinning too fast and flattened Dosu, knocking him out. End flash forward. The finalists all stood before the Hokage to receive information on the finals. I must say this has been one of the most exciting Chunin exams. Yet so I congratulate you. The Sandaime began. Now then for the finals, you will have a 1-month time off in order to train yourself in preparation for the finals. Now here I have in my hand a box each with 10 pieces of paper with number 1 to 9 written on them. Now each of you come and reach into the box and pick a number. Sarutobi said. Naruto 1. Niji 2. Gaara 3. Sasuke 4. Kankuro 5. Shino 6. Tamari 7. Chuji 8. Sakura 9. Now then that means numbers 1 and 2 fight, followed by 3 and 4 and so on, and as for number 9 you will fight the winner of 7 and 8. Also the feudal lords from the various elemental countries are coming to see these exams. Make sure to also put on a good show, Sandaime said. The competitors nodded and then left with their teams. So Naruto's entire team made it to the finals. I'm surprised they're the only full team that went since the time of the Yondaime, Sarutobi said to Anko. Anko nodded with a smirk. I think with this team trained by Kakashi, this will be a fun Chunin exam for the feudal lords to see, Anko said, and then the both of them shined away. Naruto was lying down on his bed wondering who would be teaching him for the Chunin exams finals. I mean, Kyuubi could teach him, but he needed somebody else so he wouldn't be too reliant on his Tusan. Flashback. Naruto was in the hospital to visit his girlfriend Hinata. He entered the room to see the raven-haired Hyuga lying down on her hospital bed. The fluid that was supposed to heal her was flowing through a tube into her bloodstream, but her breathing was ragged. Even though she looked fine on the surface, it was a different matter for her on the inside. Naruto then walked up to the girl's bed and placed the bouquet of roses he bought for her on her bedside table. He tucked back a stray strand of hair away from her face and smiled while caressing the cheek of the sleeping girl. You're gonna be all right, Hinata-chan. And also I'm gonna defeat Niji for you. For putting you down and beating you up like this, Naruto said with tears in his eyes. I swear it. He finished and then left the room wiping the tears from his eyes. As Naruto walked out, he saw a familiar mop of gravity defying silver hair. Kakashi-sensei, Naruto called to the Jonin. Kakashi turned and saw the hyperactive blonde and waved. Hey Naruto, what brings you here? He asked. Came to see Hinata-chan, Naruto replied. Ah, I see. How's she holding up? She appears fine, but she's still unconscious. Kakashi nodded, and then turned to leave, but was stopped by Naruto. Kakashi-sensei, will you help train me for the Chunin exams? The blonde Jinchuriki asked. Kakashi sighed and shook his head. Gomen, Naruto, but I have to teach Sasuke since I'm the only one who could teach him how to use his Sharingan, and I have arranged Sakura to train with Kurenai. But I couldn't find a suitable teacher for you, Naruto, Gomen, Kakashi said, and then left the hospital. Naruto watched the retreating back of his sensei and then also left to go home and think who his sensei would be. I could teach you Kit, but I know that you want somebody you could relate to and is well human, Kyuubi said. Naruto sighed. Hi, Tusan, and what Kakashi-sensei said was true. There aren't many or most likely no one who has my type of attitude and feelings when it comes to being a shinobi. I mean, Kakashi and Sasuke are a perfect student and teacher matchup because they are both cool-headed and have the Sharingan. Naruto mentally thought back to Kyuubi. The boy and fox sighed in defeat as Naruto went inside his apartment building to sleep. End flashback. Naruto got off his bed and decided to go to the hot springs to calm his nerves because he was feeling kind of is an understatement, he was feeling really stressed out from trying to figure out who could teach him. Naruto went to bathroom, grabbed a towel, his swimming trunks, and then left to go to the hot springs. Konoha Hot Springs. Naruto had now just entered the hot springs and went into the men's side where he changed and then went into the soothing warm waters that were the hot springs. Hey Kit, come in here for a minute, I have something that might help with your fight, the great fox said. Naruto nodded and then focused on clearing his mind, and then in a bright flash, a half-naked Naruto appeared before the Kyuubi in his mindscape. Hey Tusan, Naruto greeted the fox. Kyuubi turned his head from the pond of koi and saw his Kit. Hey Kit, hey, have you been working out? You have like a six-pack and biceps and all that crap. Naruto shrugged. I train with you and Kakashi-sensei and you don't expect any results. I'm appalled, Naruto said in mock sadness. Now then, about that thing you wanted to give me, Naruto said. Kyuubi chuckled at Naruto's sarcastic sadness and then turned serious at the mention of the special thing Naruto was to be given. Okay Kit, this is the only thing I will be giving you to help with your fight, and that's it. I won't train you for the rest of the month. Got it? Naruto nodded and then sat down at Kyuubi's feet. Good, now here it is, Kyuubi said. Kyuubi held out a paw and concentrated his yukai into the palm of his hand. The red yukai swirled and began to take on a cylindrical shape. The yukai then became solid, and there in the demon fox's hand was a large scroll about 9 feet tall. It was red and gold and had the drawing of a 9-tailed fox howling. This kit is the legendary Kitsune summoning contract. I believe you are now ready to summon my kin. Just bite your thumb and write your name in the space provided on the scroll with your blood, and then put the blood from your thumb and put it on all 5 of your fingers, and then make 5 simultaneous fingerprints with your blood, and then you will be able to summon the foxes. Naruto squealed in excitement and took the scroll, but fell down as it was heavier than he expected. Naruto quickly go up and rolled open the scroll, but noticed something odd. The scroll only opened about a few feet and only had space for 1 name. Naruto got a puzzled look on his face. Tusan, why is there only space for 1 name, and why is this scroll legendary? Naruto asked. Kit, the reason this scroll is legendary is because only the leader of the foxes can carry this scroll, and many have tried to obtain its power, for the Kitsune are one of the 3 sacred summoning clans consisting of us Kitsune/Fox, the Phoenix/Phoenix, and the Ryu/Dragon. As for the 1 space, the 3 sacred clan leaders of each generation make an oath that if they ever meet a human they believe is trustworthy, reliable, and strong enough to be able to wield the power of that clan, they can only allow that human and that human alone to sign the contract. However, if that human happens to die before their time, then we have to wait a whole 3 millennia before we can choose a next user of our contracts. But if that human dies naturally, then we only have to wait a millennia. Naruto nodded in understanding before biting his thumb, and all of the instructions Kyuubi said were required for gaining access to the fox contract. The scroll then dissipated into thin air and was to be never seen again until 1 to 3 millennia have passed. Good. Now you've signed the contract. In order to perform Kuchiyose no Jutsu/summoning jutsu, you must offer a blood sacrifice, which is done by biting your thumb. Once you have done the blood sacrifice, you perform the hand signs. Inoshishi/boar, Inu/dog, Saru/monkey, Tori/bird, and Ohitsuji/ram, and then slam the palm of the hand you have bitten on the ground and yell, Kuchiyose no Jutsu, and the animal you have chosen to summon will appear. Try it. Naruto nodded and then bit his thumb and formed the necessary hand signs. Kuchiyose no Jutsu/summoning jutsu. Naruto yelled, slamming his palm on the ground. A large plume of smoke appeared, and when the smoke cleared there stood a snow-white fox with 8 tails swishing in the air, its slitted green eyes, observing its new environment. The fox then sniffed the air, and then its eyes widened before turning in the direction of Kyuubi. Kyuubi-kun, is that you? The snow-white fox, which due to its tone of voice was female, asked. Kyuubi's eyes were also wide and nodded before he and the female fox ran up to each other and nuzzled their noses. Kyuubi-san, who is that? Naruto asked. Kyuubi and the white kitsune turned their heads. Kit, this is my mate, Cyan, Serenity, the fox lord said, nuzzling the neck of his mate. So Kyuubi-kun, who is this child? Saiyan asked, looking at Naruto. Kyubi moved from Saiyan's side to Naruto's. This Saiyan is my adoptive kit, Uzumaki Naruto. Why have you chosen to adopt this human? She asked, puzzled. Kyubi gave a long sigh, because, Saiyan-chan, ever since that Orochimaru team sent me to attack Konoha, the Yondaime Hokage performed a few ninjutsu to seal me inside this kit, and due to my sealing they believe that he is my reincarnation that destroyed their village, so I have been helping Naruto to become stronger in order to help him achieve his dream of becoming Hokage. Oh, I see. So that's why you haven't been home or made contact with us, Saiyan said. Kyubi nodded with a sad expression. The only way I can be free is if the kit dies of a natural death, and if he dies before his time, I will die with him, and that is why I must keep him alive. Suki and the others have been asking, where their Tusan is, Saiyan whispered to herself. How will I tell them that their father has been sealed into a human, she asked Kyubi. Kyubi shook his head, but Naruto, feeling left out, cleared his throat in order to get the two giant foxes' attentions. The foxes turned their heads towards Naruto. What kit? Kyubi asked. Well, Tusan, how about I summon your kits and Saiyan here at how much times a week I can handle? Naruto implied. The foxes smacked their heads with their paws. Why haven't they thought of that? That's a wonderful idea, Naruto Saiyan said with happiness, but then froze. Kyubi-kun, are sure you think he is the one believed to summon us, she said to her mate. The Fox Lord nodded with a vulpine grin. But, until the end of the Chunin exams, I won't have time to do that, Naruto said, scratching his head on embarrassment. Saiyan and Kyubi nodded in understanding. It's okay, Kit, we understand, but make sure you keep your word on this, Kyubi said. Of course, Naruto, take as much time as you need before you are ready to summon us to see Kyubi or to aid you in battle. Farewell, Kyubi-kun, Naruto-kun, Saiyan said as she went back to the fox den in the world of summons. Naruto and Kyubi waved by as they watched the snow-white kitsune leave in a poof of smoke. Well, Kyubi, I swear I will keep my promise to you and Saiyan. So later, Naruto said. Arigato, Kit, arigato, but one last thing, you can also summon me. Just ask me for some chakra and I will lend you my yukai and you will be able to summon me. That is the only way to summon me. As for the other kitsunes, you can use your ordinary chakra. Naruto nodded, and then, in a flash of light, he disappeared from his mindscape. Outside Naruto's mindscape, Konoha Hot Springs. Naruto woke up, he looked at the sky and saw it was only about 2 p.m. A/N. People have estimated the time by looking at the location of the sun in the sky. He had been in the springs for only 20 minutes. Wow, time passes really slowly when I'm in my mind, he thought. Well, time to get out. Naruto then grabbed the towel he had brought with him and dried himself as he walked into the men's changing room and changed into his clothes of a navy blue t-shirt, his hitai around his forehead, a pair of orange shorts and blue ninja sandals. Naruto then left to go home, but then he heard something. He listened and heard the sound, and thanks to his advanced hearing, located the sound, which sounded a lot like a perverted giggle, like what Kakashi uses when he's reading his perverted book. Naruto then walked in the direction of the giggling until he finally reached the women's side of the hot springs. Naruto walked further, and there he saw an old man. The man had long spiky white hair, most of it was in a ponytail from. The man wore a green pair of long pants, green and red vest, which was worn over a fishnet shirt, and was carrying a large scroll on his back and had red face paint, like a kabuki dancer. Hey you, Arobaka/perverted idiot, what do you think you're doing? Naruto yelled. The old white-haired man turned away from the peephole he had made and gasped when he saw Naruto. Kyuso, Gaki, keep it down, I'm doing very important research here, the man said. Naruto looked at him with a, are you fucking stupid, I can see right through you look. Yeah right, and I'm the Yondaime's son, /N. Oh ho ho, if only he knew. Cut the shit and stop peeping. Naruto yelled even louder in order for the ladies inside to hear. There were gasps heard from inside the partially no longer concealed women's bathhouse, and screams of pervert were heard. Then Naruto, being the smart person he is, hinged into his Oryoku no Jutsu from, except with clothes. The women stepped out. Luckily they were covered in towels, so Naruto didn't get a super huge nosebleed. /N. He got one though. The old man screamed in terror as the women chased him down. They finally caught him and beat the man to a pulp and then went back into the bathhouse. Naruto then released his henge and walked over to the beaten white-haired old man, laughing. Ha! Serves you right, you Arobaka, Naruto said. The old man groaned before all of a sudden got up, angry and completely healed. How is he healed? Naruto thought with a sweat drop. You little Gaki, I'll destroy you. I was doing very important research, the man yelled. Research for what? Naruto yelled back. The man grinned and then pulled out the famous little orange book, Aika Aika Paradise. You see, I am a writer of novels such as this one, he said. Naruto's eye twitched. I've seen it before. That book is a shame to all mankind. Why would you make something like that? It's a big load of shit. Besides, who are you anyway? Naruto yelled/asked. The man then started doing a little kabuki dance. I am feared in the lands of the north, east, south and west. People tremble before me when they hear my name. I am the chosen Sannin of Gama Sage's mountain. I am one of Konoha no Sannin, the Gama Sannin, Jiraiya said. He looked at Naruto to find the boy sleeping on the ground. Jiraiya's eye twitched. Gaki, wake up, Jiraiya yelled. Naruto woke up screaming. Ha! What? Okay, so you are Jiraiya the Gama Sannin? Naruto asked. Jiraiya grinned. Oh, so you've heard of me? He asked. Yeah, Naruto replied. But my image of you has now been reduced to rubble because I used to think you were some super cool and strong ninja. But now I see you're just some perverted man. So from now on I will call you Ero Sannin, Naruto said. Jiraiya's eye twitched again. You know, kid. I hate you, Jiraiya said in a monotone. Naruto put his hands behind his back. Yeah, I get that a lot, Naruto said with a foxy grin. So what's your name, Gaki? Jiraiya asked, realizing he never knew the kid's name. Uzumaki Naruto, the next Hokage to take over Gigi, he said. Jiraiya's ears perked up at the name Uzumaki. Ah, so you're the Kyuubi Gakia? Jiraiya asked. Naruto froze and then became silent. Jiraiya became worried and put his hand on the kid's shoulder. Hey Naruto, don't be ashamed of the Kyuubi. He's a gift, not a curse, Jiraiya said with a smile. Naruto looked up. No, it's not that, it's just that people always tend to want to beat me up because of him and I thought you were one of them. I mean, the Yondaime was your student and I thought you might want to take revenge by hitting me, Naruto said quietly. Jiraiya sighed. You really had it bad before you became a ninja, didn't you, Naruto? Naruto nodded. Well, if you need anything, just tell me. I can help, Jiraiya said and turned to leave. Mateo/wait, Naruto called. Jiraiya turned to face Naruto. What? Well, you see, I am participating in the Chunin exam finals next month and my sensei is helping to train my teammate, so I need a sensei who I could relate to, and you seem so much like me, so I was wondering if you could be my sensei. Naruto asked. Jiraiya looked shocked. What kind of teacher would abandon their student like that? Who's your sensei? Hatake Kakashi no Sharingan and my teammates are Haruno Sakura and Uchiha Sasuke, Naruto replied. Jiraiya nodded. I see. So Kakashi needs to teach the kid with the Sharingan Well then, seeing that you don't have a sensei, I will take you on as my apprentice, Jiraiya said. Naruto looked at the Gama Sannin with a shocked look. Really? You'll make me your disciple? Naruto asked. /n. I think it's nice whenever you make the title a line in the story. Jiraiya nodded. And then Naruto started jumping up and down in excitement. Now time to start your training. We'll stop at sunset, okay, Jiraiya said. Naruto nodded. Jiraiya then removed the scroll from his back and unrolled it. There were the names of Jiraiya and some guy named Namikaze Minato. Hey, who's this Minato guy? Naruto asked. Jiraiya looked at Naruto with a grin. Namikaze Minato was my most treasured disciple, and the Yondaime Hokage, Jiraiya said with pride. Naruto was shocked, so that's the Yondaime's name. Now then I will teach you Kuchiyose no Jutsu, Jiraiya said. Naruto looked at Jiraiya and said, Gomen Erosanin, but I already have a contract, Naruto said. Jiraiya looked surprised. Really, which one? He asked. Kyuubi-san gave it to me, the contract of the legendary Kitsunes, Naruto said with a proud tone and sticking out his chest. Jiraiya was slack-jawed and then composed himself. You mean to tell me, you were given the contract of Kitsunes and call the very demon that tried to destroy Konoha, Tusan? Jiraiya asked with anger as he tried to control his want to outburst at Naruto. Jiraiya was then knocked to the ground and had a fist surrounded by wind. You dare disrespect QB2-san again and my Kaze Kiwa/Wind Edge will turn that face of yours to shreds. For you never heard the real story that Orochimaru brainwashed QB into attacking the village, Naruto said with killer intent in his voice. His eyes flashing from blue to red and the winds of the Kaze Kiwa swirling around his arm, ready to annihilate Jiraiya. Jiraiya then kicked Naruto off of him and then dusted his clothes off and saw the winds of the Kaze Kiwa disperse from Naruto's arm. Gomen Naruto, I didn't know, Jiraiya said. Naruto got up and dusted himself off and then walked back up to Jiraiya. It's okay. I just don't like it when people disrespect him, Naruto replied. Now then about that Kitsune contract. Kyuubi gave it to you meaning that he thinks you are the one believed is trustworthy enough to summon them, Jiraiya said. Naruto nodded his head. Jiraiya sighed and then rolled scroll back up and then reattached it to his back. Well, guess there's no point in teaching you how to use the Kyuubi's Yukai and how to summon. So I guess I'll just teach you some ninjutsu that may counter your opponent. By the way, who is your opponent? The very first match of the finals, Hyuga Niji Naruto replied with malice in his tone. He hurt Hinata-chan during the preliminaries. Hinata's a Hyuga too, Naruto said. Jiraiya nodded. Yeah, I never liked some of those Hyuga anyway, so now then, in order to counter a Hyuga, you're gonna need some long-range jutsus. So tell me which jutsus do you know already, Jiraiya said. Well, from the Forbidden Scroll, I learned Keijibunshin no Jutsu, Karawenden, Suryuden, Raryuden, Doryuenden, Furyuenden no Jutsus, Raikurai no Jutsu, Kaze Kiwa, which I made myself and am able to do without hand signs after 7 weeks of practice, Keton. Gukakyu no Jutsu, Mizubunshin, Keizubunshin, Keichiriken no Jutsu, Futon, Daitapa, Oryoke no Jutsu and Doton. Doryuhiki. I think that's it, Naruto replied. Jiraiya nodded. Okay, so you know a lot of elemental jutsus, so I guess you have all 5 elemental chakras. Based on that, you know all 5 elemental dragon jutsus like me, Jiraiya said. Naruto nodded and then asked, how do you have all 5 chakra elements? Well, you see, when I was young I attempted the Kuchios no Jutsu, but I didn't have a contract and ended up being sent to the Mountain of the Toad Sages, and there I trained to be a Toad Sage, and when you become a Toad Sage you become one with nature and gain access to all chakra elements and the ability to do elemental fusion, Jiraiya explained. Elemental fusion? Naruto asked. Elemental fusion is the ability to fuse 2 elemental chakras and create a new one. For example, High/Fire and Tsuchi/Earth chakras fuse to create Yoton Jutsus/Lava-style Jutsus, Jiraiya said. Naruto nodded and then said, teach me elemental fusion, Ero-sanin, Naruto said. Stop calling me that and first show me that Oryoke no Jutsu, Jiraiya said with a perverted grin. Will you teach me elemental fusion if I do? Naruto asked with a cautious tone. Yeah, sure, whatever, just do it, Jiraiya begged. Naruto sighed. This man has no shame, he said and then hinged into his Oryoke form. Jiraiya stuffing tissue paper up his nose to prevent from getting a nosebleed when he saw the totally hot, blonde and not to mention nearly completely nude female in front of him. Sugoi, you are a genius, my boy. I knew it was the right thing to train you, Jiraiya said, quickly taking notes. I can already see my next bestseller, he said with a giggle, and then fainted from the pressure of blood being backed up. 30 minutes later, 3:30 p.m. A/N. Naruto and Jiraiya talked for like an hour. Okay, we'll leave it at that for the time skip. Jiraiya woke up from being hit in the face with a bucket of ice-cold water. Cold, cold, cold. Oh dear Kami-sama, that is so cold, Jiraiya said, shivering. You'll pay Gaki, he said, glaring at his apprentice. Gomen, Ero-sanin. But you wouldn't get up after the first 29 minutes of me slapping you in the face, Naruto said with a chuckle. Jiraiya then used an evaporation jutsu to dry his clothes and then got serious. Okay, Naruto, we'll be training for the entire month, stopping only to use the bathroom, eat and sleep. So don't expect me to go easy on you, Jiraiya said in his serious tone. Naruto nodded. You have the same rules as QB2-san for when he puts me up with serious training, he said with a chuckle. Well, great minds think alike, Jiraiya said, and then told Naruto to go home and get ready for training and make sure to get plenty of sleep and meet him at the top of the Hokage monument tomorrow. Naruto left with a smile. He was going to be trained by Ero-sanin and he would be able to get strong enough to take down Niji for hurting his Hinata-chan. Chapter 12. Elemental Fusion begins. Naruto got up at 10 o'clock this morning. He said a mental good morning to Kyuubi and then took a shower, brushed his teeth, put on his clothes, an orange shirt with a red swirl on it and a pair of long black pants and black ninja sandals, and then ate his breakfast of eggs, toast, and bacon. Time to start elemental fusion training with Ero-sanin, he said to no one in particular. Prepare for it, kit, for this type of training is tough, it gave even me a good workout, Kyubi advised. I'll be fine, Kyubi. What could possibly be so hard about elemental training? Naruto said confidently. On top, the Hokage monument. What the hell is this? How is this going to help me with my elemental fusion training? Naruto yelled. Naruto had to do a measly 200 push-ups, which he could handle from his daily training, but he couldn't do it this time, not with a fucking fat frog. Whoops, I mean Toad sitting on his back, and said Toad was holding a boulder in its hand like it was a pebble. Naruto groaned as he struggled to do his fifth push-up with the ginormous Toad on his back. Naruto, the ability to be able to accomplish elemental training is to become stronger in both body and mind. The mind part is clear because I can see through your mask of stupidity, so you seem to be smarter in more aspects than others. The most I could do is to do more advanced work, but I don't feel like teaching, so therefore I must now work you physically. So shut your damn mouth, get those 700 push-ups done before. Jiraiya looked at the sun. It was noon. Get it done by 12:30 or else I'll have you strapped to a pole naked in a room full of gay men, Jiraiya threatened. Naruto, after hearing that last part, quickly began doing his push-ups, doing 10 per minute. 30 minutes later, Naruto was sprawled out on top of the head of the yondaime where he and Jiraiya were training. Good, you've finished the warm-up exercise, Jiraiya said. Naruto sat up and was slack-jawed. That was the warm-up? He yelled so loud that the people down below heard it. Jiraiya nodded. Now for the real thing, you have to run 10 laps around Konoha at full speed, then give me 300 sit-ups, then we'll go to Team 7 training grounds where you will run up and down the largest tree I could find in that area 50 times, and then you will stand up on top of the flowing river near the bridge at the training grounds for 1 hour. By then you should have completed course 1 of 5 for the physical part of elemental fusion, and then we'll do as much course as we can do by sunset, and then we'll eat, use the bathroom if needed, and then sleep and get ready to complete the 5 courses. Now Ikuzo/go Naruto. Ikuzo, Jiraiya urged. Naruto paled at what he had just heard. All that was one exercise, he would dead from exhaustion by the time this was done. Naruto then got up from his break and then began to finish course 1. He finished course 1 in about 3 hours and came back to Jiraiya at the top of the monument looking like a dehydrated human who had just done exercises that would have killed said human if he weren't a ninja. Right, here, drink some water and then take a half-hour break and then we'll continue. At this rate you'll finish in about a week and a half, give or take a few days. Jiraiya said. Naruto guzzled down the water as if his life depended on it, which it did, and then sighed in satisfaction, and then by the end of the half hour, he had drunk a/n, or is it drinkin' or drunken, I forget, 20 bottles. Naruto then got up and got ready for the next course of his physical elemental training. Okay, course 2, you will do the same 700 push-ups with Gamiozo, I just made up some random name, on your back with the boulder. I had to do it every day, so you do it too, so shut up. Then you will run 20 laps around the village at full speed. The amount of laps will increase as each day passes. Then you will wear this weighted vest which weighs around 500 kilos and run through the forest and back. Then you will do water walking, and this time you will practice to run, jump, flip, walk with your hands and learn to do it so well you could sleep on the water without noticing, Jiraiya said. Naruto gulped in fear, but went to do his exercises. Jiraiya looked at his apprentice as he did his 700 push-ups. Gomen Naruto, but it's the truth, you need more physical stamina than you already have if you need to get by this training, he said to himself. Naruto had done his laps, ran through the forest with the weighted vest and then practiced the water walking exercises, and by sunset he was doing as Jiraiya had told him, and would you have it, Naruto didn't even notice he had fallen asleep on top of the flowing river which took the best amount of chakra control needed. Good night, Naruto, Jiraiya said as he slept on the ground in his sleeping bag by Naruto's river. The next day, Naruto was up at dawn and was in the middle of doing course 3, after doing the push-ups with Gamiozo on his back, which he found were getting easier to do the more he did them. He had to do some sparring with Jiraiya for the rest of the day. Jiraiya stood in a fighting stance and Naruto was in his Kitsuniken stance. Ready, Naruto? Jiraiya asked. Ready as I'll ever be, Ero-sanin, Naruto said with a grin. Then let's begin the rest of course 3, Jiraiya said. Naruto then rushed Jiraiya and cocked back his fist for a punch. Jiraiya caught the punch and flipped Naruto over his head and slammed him into the ground, but Naruto disappeared into smoke. Kagebunshin Jiraiya thought as he blocked a kunai aimed for his head. Naruto then jumped out of the bushes with some bunshins behind him. Jiraiya punched one of them, but it fell as a puddle. He then kicked another in the stomach, but it disappeared in some swirling winds which gave the Gama-sanin a few cuts on his leg. Good use of the Kagebunshin. Never thought you could use it like that, Jiraiya complimented. Naruto grinned and rushed Jiraiya again. You can't beat me with such open attacks, Gaki, Jiraiya stated as he got ready to block Naruto's attack, but as Naruto was about to kick Jiraiya, Naruto poofed into smoke and then a large fire dragon flew through the smoke. Kyuso, Jiraiya said as he made some hand signs. The dragon was almost upon Ero Sanin until the Sanin completed his string of hand signs. Suetun, Suijin Hiki / water style, water wall, Jiraiya yelled, and then Jiraiya summoned a wall of water from the nearby river which blocked the Karawendan no Jutsu. The /N. They're fighting at the Team 7 training grounds. Looks like you're not holding back, Egaki, Jiraiya said with a smile. Gomen Ero Sanin. But time for you to lose, Naruto said when the steam created from the dragon and wall colliding dissipated. Oh, and how will you do that? Jiraiya asked with a cocky tone. Like this? Oryoke no Jutsu / sexy jutsu, Naruto cried and then transformed into the naked blonde that everyone knows and loves. Jiraiya gawked in surprise at his student and was then blown back several meters due to a super nosebleed and was knocked unconscious after colliding with an oak tree. Naruto then passed course 3. For course 4, Naruto did his 700 push-ups and then he had to wear the 500-kilo weighted vest for the whole day and then do various physical exercises for the rest of the day. Naruto then fainted from exhaustion and by then it was 11:30 p.m. Jiraiya was a little worn out himself, not from just the blood loss from his nosebleed, but also because he was having trouble keeping up with Naruto's unbelievable amount of stamina. Dear Kami-sama, this boy has so much fucking stamina, but then again his father and mother had it so I guess it's genetic or something. I just hope the Gaki's children don't get it or else Konoha is doomed. It would be stronger, but doomed nonetheless, Jiraiya thought and then fell asleep. The next day, Naruto did his daily 700 push-ups and then got ready to do the other torturous exercises that his sensei was supposed to give him. Alright Ero Sanin, what are we doing today? Sparring 100 laps around Konoha at full speed. Stand up on a waterfall or something. What? Naruto asked, eager to finish the final course of physical training to finally attempt elemental fusion. Okay Naruto, your final exercise is to do an exercise given by the boss of the animal you have chosen as a summon, and in your case it would be Kyubi, so ask him what you have to do, Jiraiya told him. Well Kyubi Tusan, you heard the man. Give me something to do, Naruto thought to the fox. Kyubi sat in the meadow that is Naruto's mind and tapped his claws on the ground as he thought for something for Naruto to do. Then Kyubi smiled evilly as he got an idea. Okay Kit, your exercise to be done is to summon my eldest daughter, Suki, and then race her until you beat her. But I must warn you, she is the strongest of all my kits, Kyubi told the blonde. Naruto looked at Jiraiya and told him what Kyubi told him to do. Well, kitsunes do tend to be quick in order to do their mischief, so I would take what Kyubi said to heart, Jiraiya replied. Naruto nodded and then bit his thumb. A small bead of blood oozed out as Naruto formed the hand signs. Kuchios no Jutsu, Naruto yelled, and then slammed his palm on the ground. Suki, he added. A plume of smoke appeared and then a kitsune about twice as tall as Jiraiya and had 5 tails swishing behind her. Suki had orange fur like her father, but had white paws and her tails were tipped with white and she also had green slitted eyes like her mother Saiyan. Suki looked around and spotted Naruto. Are the summoner of us Kitsune and Tusan's Jinchuriki? Suki asked. Naruto nodded. I can sense you have a pure heart. I think Tusan made the right choice picking you, Suki said with a large grin that made her look a bit like Kyubi. So what does Tusan want? The orange and white fox asked. Well, you see, I'm learning how to do elemental fusion, and in order to do it I need to be ready physically, and the last exercise is to an exercise given to me by the summons boss, and in this case is Kyubi, and he told me to have a race with and keep doing so until I can beat you, Naruto explained. Suki was surprised. You're learning elemental fusion? Sugoi. Now I know Tusan made a good choice, Suki said. Okay, let's race, but I should warn you, I'm fast. Well, we'll see about that, Naruto said in a confident tone. The forest outside Konoha. Naruto and Suki were side by side. their legs tense ready to take off running at a moment's notice. Jiraiya stood in between them and was to tell them when to go. Okay, the rules are simple. First one to run from here to that oak tree way down there. Jiraiya began pointing to a giant tree a few kilometers away. And back wins. The boy and Kitsune nodded. Are you both ready? Jiraiya asked. Once again the boy and Fox nodded. On your marks, Jiraiya said. Naruto and Suki tensed their legs. Get set. The boy and Fox glared at one another before looking back at the tree of victory. Go! Jiraiya shouted, and then in a huge boom and a large dust cloud due to them breaking the sound barrier, they took off towards the oak tree. Suki had a huge lead and Naruto looked as though he was going a bit slower as they ran, and Suki looked like she wasn't even breaking a sweat. Time lose, little boy, by Suki said with a vulpine grin, looking back at Naruto, and then took off in a burst of speed and then seemingly disappeared. Naruto kept running, but had an astonished look on his face. She wasn't even running full speed. Naruto grinned, well, neither was he. Naruto then blurred, and when he reached the tree, Suki was already halfway back. Kyuso, I'm gonna lose, Naruto said through gritted teeth and sped off. Suki looked behind her and saw Naruto a good number of meters behind her. I win, she said to herself as she crossed the finish line. Naruto followed a few seconds later and was breathing hard. Wow, Kyubi wasn't lying about you, Naruto said with a smile, but then fell on back as he rested on the ground. Suki wasn't even breathing hard and was swishing her 5 tails in victory. Well, what did you expect? You think Tusan lies? Suki said. He never lies. Except for jokes, Naruto chuckled and then got up. Let's go again, Naruto said. Suki smiled. Oh, already in a hurry to lose, Suki said. Yeah, right. I plan to keep racing until I win. Now let's race. The boy and Kitsune then took off. They raced at least 6 more times, and in all those 6, Naruto lost. Naruto laid there on the ground at Suki's feet. Naruto, 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 you just can't beat me. Not even if you got faster in a million years, Suki said with a cocky tone. Oh well, you see, I was holding back so that I could get used to this 500-kilo vest I was wearing, Naruto said, grinning as he removed the vest and dropped it in the ground. With a small boom, a 3-meter-wide crater was formed with the vest in it. I see, Suki said with a calm look, but what she was really thinking was, oh my god, what the fuck? This boy has been running with 500 fucking kilos on him. No wonder he was so slow. Kyuso, I'm gonna have to step up my game for this one. Are you ready, Suki? Because this time victory is mine, Naruto said, flashing the Kitsune his trademark foxy grin. Keep dreaming, human, but you'll never defeat this Kitsune. The moon was glowing in the sky, casting its glow as though it were liquid silver upon the forest, just outside the gates to the village of Konoha. An old man with long spiky white hair emerged from the forest depths, and with him was a young 13-year-old blonde-haired boy followed by a 5-tailed Kitsune about the size of a small car. Told you, I'd win, the boy said to the fox. Yeah, you don't have to rub it in my face, the Kitsune replied. Well, seeing as how my exercise I finished, I guess you can go home now, Suki, the boy said. Suki, the Kitsune, nodded. Johnny/goodbye, Naruto-kun, she said and disappeared in a poof of smoke. Naruto stares at the spot where the Suki left and turned to Jiraiya. Well, Ero-sanin, elemental fusion starts tomorrow, and I still have a few weeks left before the finals, Naruto said. Jiraiya looked at his student and smiled. Well, so it seems, Gaki. You finished that training faster than I ever could, Jiraiya said. He then ruffled Naruto's spiky golden locks. I'm proud of you. I might even consider taking you on as my full apprentice, Jiraiya said. Naruto looked up with a smile. Well then I'd better start getting serious then. Nay, Ero-sanin? Jiraiya looked at the boy. Well, time to get some sleep, Gaki. Training starts tomorrow, Jiraiya said, and then poofed away. Naruto looked up at the shining silver moon and smirked. Training is gonna be fun, he said, and then sped off to his apartment to get some sleep. Next day, 7:00 a.m. Hokage Monument atop Yandame's head. Okay, Gaki, you've mastered the physical and mental training for elemental fusion, so now, time to start the real thing, Jiraiya said.
Hai Nachu Riplit Irali.
Okay, so the first part of elemental fusion is to focus the two elements you want to combine into each hand respectively, watch Jiraiya explained. Jiraiya then focused some wind chakra into his right hand and then water chakra into his left. Now Naruto, I just focus some water chakra into my left and wind into my right. Now when I form hand signs and apply the chakras, they will mix and form the sub-element Hyo/Ice, such as Hyojin Hiki no Jutsu/Ice Wall Jutsu. Jiraiya said as he formed the hand signs. Then wind started to swirl into shape in front of Jiraiya, but then water started to condense from the air and mixed into the wind. The wind then started to cool the water to extreme levels below 0 degrees Celsius, and then the water froze and a wall of ice was formed. All this happened in a span of 3 seconds. Naruto was astonished and began to start, but froze before looking back at his mentor. Oi Ero Sannin, do I have to use a limited amount of chakra to perform the jutsu, or can I just use any amount I feel necessary? Naruto asked. Jiraiya pondered the question for a moment, tapping his chin in thought. Well, I never really paid attention to how much chakra I use for these Hyutan jutsus, so I would say you could use any amount you feel is necessary, Jiraiya replied in a sage-like nodded, and then channeled the wind chakra into his right hand and the water into his left and performed the hand signs. Inoshishi, Tora, Tori, Hibi, Ryu. Hyutan. Hyojin Hiki no Jutsu/Ice Style. Ice Wall Jutsu, Naruto yelled. Then a wall of ice formed, but the process was slower, taking Naruto an exact 5 minutes for the wall of ice to become fully constructed. Well, at least you can form, but now work on the speed of making it, Jiraiya told his student. Hi, Naruto barked back and began practicing his ice wall. 1:00 p.m. Hokage Monument atop Yandame's head. Jiraiya had fallen asleep watching the Gaki practice 3 hours ago, and saw that Naruto had managed to form the wall in 4 minutes. Although it wasn't as fast as Jiraiya's, but at least he made progress. Then Jiraiya heard a voice whisper to him. Ero Sannin, the voice whispered. Jiraiya muttered something incoherent and then fell back asleep. Ero Sannin, the voice said a bit louder this time. Jiraiya's eyes then opened halfway, but then his eyes became heavy and he fell back asleep with a bit of drool leaking from the corner of his mouth. Ai, Ero Sannin, Naruto yelled. Jiraiya awoke with a start, kunai drawn. What are we under attack? Don't worry Naruto, I'll get him, Jiraiya said in a lazy tone. Jiraiya then became fully awake when he heard the sound of laughter. Jiraiya narrowed his eyes as he turned towards a laughing Naruto. Oh man, Ero Sannin, why you should have seen your F-face, Naruto said, struggling to breath from laughing so hard. I hate you, you know that Gaki, Jiraiya said through gritted teeth. Don't be like that, Ero Sannin, you know you love me, Naruto said with his foxy grin. Just shut up and stop calling me that, Jiraiya commanded. Stop calling you what, Ero Sannin? Naruto said in an innocent voice, knowing he was annoying the toad hermit. Jiraiya then took out a rubber ball and destroyed it with his chakra in order to vent out his anger. Naruto was like, whoa, how'd you do that? Jiraiya then looked at the blonde with murder in his eyes. Naruto, just show me the Hyojin Hiki so I can teach something else, Jiraiya said, killer intent flowing in each word he said. Naruto became very scared and nodded. He channeled the cutting-edge Kaze/wind chakra into his right hand and swirling winds then appeared around said hand, and then he channeled the cool flowing Mizu/water chakra into his left hand and blue clear water engulfed his left hand. He then formed the hand signs and yelled the name of the jutsu. Hyutan. Hyojin Hiki no Jutsu/Ice Style. Ice Wall Jutsu, he said, and then in a span of 10 seconds the ice wall was created in all its crystalline glory. Naruto grinned and then clapped his hands and the wall of ice broke and shattered into a million pieces before somehow evaporating into the atmosphere. Nice job, Gaki. Now to teach you the Yotan Jutsu/Lava Style Jutsu, the Gamma Sannin said. Naruto was shocked. Lava Style, OMG, that sounds so cool and destructive. Teach me, Ero Sannin, Naruto said, jumping up and down like a year-old getting his favorite toy. Alright, the same principle applied for Yotan Jutsus as it does for the Hyutan Jutsus and all other sub-elemental Jutsus, except that for Yotan you use High/Fire and Tsuchi/Earth chakra. But unlike ice, the Yotan Jutsus are very destructive and even the littlest amount chakra generated can create a destructive jutsu, Jiraiya explained. So, I guess that means I need to control the amount of chakra I use to make these techs? Naruto asked. Jiraiya nodded. Good, he said. At least you understand the concept. Now I will teach you your very first lava jutsu, he said. Naruto instantly became excited. Jiraiya then looked at a tree that just happened to be atop the Hokage monument. Jiraiya then took a deep breath and then concentrated as he flowed burning high chakra, shown by his hand catching on fire but not burning, into his left hand and hard dense Tsuchi chakra into his right, and then his right hand became encased in a glove of earth. He then formed the hand signs Tora, Tori, Ryu, Inu, Inoshishi, Saru, Tora. Jiraiya then took another deep breath and blew a stream of lava from his mouth towards the tree. Yotan. Kawa no yo/lava style. River of lava, he said. The tree then burst into a flame as though it had been set with dynamite, and the excess lava then began to melt the ground below. Jiraiya then froze the lava with a high-level Hayatan jutsu and clapped his hands as the frozen lava cracked and dissipated. Jiraiya looked proud at his handiwork and looked down at his pupil. Well, go ahead and try it, my little Gaki, Jiraiya said. Although Naruto grew to a remarkable 5 feet 3 inches due to eating healthier, he was like a little dwarf compared to Jiraiya. Naruto nodded and channeled the Hai and Tsuchi chakras into his right and left hands respectively. He then formed the hand signs and took a deep breath. Yotan. Kawa no yo/lava style. River of lava, he yelled. But unlike a giant river like Jiraiya's, a little trickle flew out of Naruto's mouth. All was silent for that little trickle as it created small holes in the stone of the Yonodime's head. But that silence was short-lived as Jiraiya started to burst out in a fit of laughter. OMG. Oh Kami-sama. Naruto, that was pathetic, Jiraiya said as he clutched his stomach in laughter. Naruto then walked over to the laughing Jiraiya and stood towering over him, killer intent flowing of him and his eyes a blood red with slitted pupils. Jiraiya stopped laughing and looked at Naruto and saw Naruto's left leg moving in a kicking motion, but was too low to block as Jiraiya let out a silent scream. Naruto had just kicked him in the balls, and judging by Jiraiya's now grabbing his balls in pain and the Gamasanin now crying, I'm guessing it hurt. A lot. Don't laugh at me. It was only my first try, Naruto said with a growl. Jiraiya looked up to apologize, but he was suddenly speechless because from the angle he looked at Naruto, he could have sworn that the Yondaime himself was standing before him. Jiraiya then sighed and got up, which was rather difficult for him after being kicked hard in the tenders. Gomen nasai. Naruto, go ahead and try again, Jiraiya said. Naruto muttered a hi, and then formed the hand signs again, and this time a larger stream of molten earth spewed out of Naruto's throat and covered a large area and began to melt everything it touched. Naruto and Jiraiya smiled at the progress Naruto made. But then that pride turned to panic as the Yondaime's head started to melt at an alarming rate. Jiraiya used a Hayatan, Hyobakufu no Jutsu/Ice style. Ice explosion jutsu which stopped the lava and literally destroyed it, and Jiraiya then used a high-level Doton jutsu to fix the damage done. Kyuso. Gaki Didi, don't ever use that again when in training, Jiraiya said, panting like a dog. Naruto chuckled sheepishly. Hihi gomen nasai ero sanin. Guess I need to control my chakra more, he said. Like hell you do. But first you must learn the Mokutan/wood style jutsus, Jiraiya said. There's more, Naruto said in surprise. Jiraiya nodded and then told Naruto how to form Mokutan jutsus. Okay, Naruto. In order to form the Mokutan jutsus, you must fuse Mizu and Tsuchi chakras, he said. Naruto looked confused. Mizu and Tsuchi, but wouldn't that make mud arrow sanin? He asked. Jiraiya shrugged. Hey, I didn't understand it either. But then again, nobody really does except for the Rakuto Sanin/Sage of Six Paths, he said. Naruto looked at Jiraiya with a puzzled look. Who's the Rakuto Sanin? He asked. I'll tell you after the Chunin exams. But now get to work on mastering Mokutan, and then I'll be teaching you jutsus for the rest of the month, Jiraiya said. Hi, Ero-sensei, Naruto said. And stop calling me a pervert, Jiraiya added. Naruto shrugged and then channeled Tsuchi and Maizi chakra into his right and left hands respectively and then looked at Jiraiya. What hand signs do I form? He asked. Jiraiya looked at Naruto. Oh, right, the hand sign. I totally forgot, he said. Naruto sighed as he released the chakras from his hands to observe what his perverted mentor had to teach him. Okay, so you do as you had just done, focusing the water chakra into your left hand and the earth chakra into your right hand. Then in order to perform Mokutan no Jutsu, you use the Hibi sign, Jiraiya said as he clasped his hands together and yelled the name of the jutsu. Then a pillar of wood rose up from under the layer of rock which made the Yandame's head. "Oh great, I'm gonna have to fix this again," he said, looking at the spot where his wood pillar rose from. "Well Gaki, let's go to your training grounds to do this because I hate fixing this damn monument over and over," the Gama Sannin complained. Naruto nodded, and then he and the Gama Sannin shunshined to Training Ground 7. Training Ground 7 to 3 p.m. "Okay Gaki, show me that Mokutan Jutsu," Jiraiya said. "Alright Ikuzo," Naruto said. He then channeled Tsuchi Chakra into his left hand and Mizu Chakra into his right hand. Naruto then clasped his hands together to form the Hibi hand sign. "Here we go, Mokutan. Mokutan no Jutsu / with style. With style Jutsu? /N. I don't make these names. Masashi Kishimoto does." A pillar of wood, about 15 meters high, rose up from the dirt and stood strong before a measly little wind blew it down. "Oh Gaki, you got the height and formation, but you need to work on density. Do it again," Jiraiya said.
Hai Naru Riplit.
Naruto kept repeating the Mokutan no Jutsu over and over and over again until finally, in the end, a stiff 17 feet tall wooden pillar stood proud. Jiraiya then performed a futon de tapa to test the pillar's strength, and would you have it, it fell down after a minute. "Good job Naruto. You've mastered the art of elemental fusion," Jiraiya said. Naruto was silent before yells of victory were heard from the Jinchuriki's mouth. "Yada! I did it! I did it!" he yelled before glomping the perverted hermit. "Domo arigato ero sannin," he said. Jiraiya was surprised by Naruto's show of affection, but then gave a smile that a father would give to his son. "Do itashimashite / you're welcome. Gaki. Now let's celebrate with some food. We haven't eaten for the whole day," Jiraiya suggested. "I know just the place," Naruto said. "Please don't say Ichiraku Ramen. Please don't say Ichiraku Ramen," Jiraiya prayed to Kami. "Ichiraku Ramen," Naruto yelled. "Nu!" Jiraiya yelled to the sky. The last time he went there was with Minato, and he ended up paying for a whopping 29 bowls. "I always wonder where that ramen goes," Jiraiya said to himself as he reminisced about his time at the ramen stand with Minato. "Aero Sannin," Naruto said, waving his hand in front of the Gama Sannin's face. Jiraiya was snapped out of his reminiscing and looked at his disciple. "Ha, what Gaki," Jiraiya said. Naruto grinned and grabbed Jiraiya's hand and raced off to Ichiraku's. "Come on, we gotta go, and also, you're paying, ha 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 ha," Naruto said as he dragged the great, revered Gama Sannin through the streets of Konoha no Sato. "Kyuso, no way Gaki, pay for yourself. You hear me, you pay for yourself," he said. But in the end Jiraiya ended up walking out of the ramen stand with an empty wallet. "I'm starting to hate Orioke no Jutsu," Jiraiya said to Naruto as they walked to Naruto's apartment. "Yeah," Naruto replied. There was silence as they walked. The lights of Konoha were starting to dim, a sign that it was time to sleep. "Ano ero sannin?" Naruto asked, looking up at the taller shinobi. Jiraiya looked down at his student. "Yeah," Jiraiya answered. "When will you actually make me your apprentice?" Naruto asked. Jiraiya was shocked as he looked at the shorter blonde. He never really thought the Gaki would remember that. But it was true, Naruto was like a second son to him, just like the Yandame. "I don't know. I guess I'll know when the time comes," Jiraiya answered back. Naruto nodded. "Well, we're here. See you tomorrow for training." Jiraiya-sensei. Naruto then dashed up to his apartment room and shut the door. Jiraiya looked at the spot where Naruto just stood and smiled. "He just called me sensei," Jiraiya said as he walked to the Hokage Tower to talk with his old sensei. "He really called me sensei. I like that kid," he added before sunshining to the tower. Chapter 13. Finals begin. Naruto versus Neji. The sun was shining high in the sky. People were gathering towards the arena of Konoha where, finally, the finals of this year's Chunin exams were to take place, and the great Kazekage himself was coming from Sunagakure to see his children fight. S/N. Children equals Gaara, Temari, and Kankuro, and our favorite blonde Jinchuriki was walking along the road to the arena, but decided to take a detour. Training Ground 7. Naruto walked into the area where he and his teammates, now family, first met as a team and graduated to become genin. Naruto was walking when he heard a noise that sounded like a palm against wood. Naruto walked closer to the noise until he saw Hinata-chan. Naruto said. The raven-haired Hyuga turned her head when she heard her name. Naruto-kun? She said, blinking her pupilless eyes at him. Naruto then ran towards the girl and hugged her. Hinata-chan, thank Kami-sama, you're all right. I thought you were still going to be hospitalized, he said excitedly. Hinata giggled. Naruto-kun, you know it's going to take more than a few fatal shots to keep me from seeing you kick Niji's ass, Hinata said with a smirk. Hinata-chan, what bad language you use, he said, wagging his finger in a teasing way before being interrupted by a sudden kiss on the lips courtesy of Hinata. Hinata then stepped back and looked at the dizzy-looking Uzumaki Naruto. For luck. Not that my Naruto-kun needs it, she said, and then ran off to the stadium. Naruto grinned his foxy grin and followed his girlfriend to the stadium. Konoha Arena. The stands were packed and were busy talking. Quite loudly, I might add, about who would win and placing bets on their fighters. In the Hokage's box, Sarutobi Hiruzen watched as the competitors lined up on the large field below. The layout of the field was mostly dirt with some large layers of grass here and there. There was a small cluster of trees surrounding the outlining of the dome-shaped arena, and the top was nothing but the cool, crisp air. Sarutobi then noticed some movement out of the corner of his eyes. Ah, Kazekage-dano, what a pleasant surprise, the Hokage said with a smile. The Kazekage was dressed in robes like the Hokage, but it had blue instead of red on it and the kanji for wind instead of fire on the hat. Oh please, the pleasure is mine, the Kazekage replied as he sat down in the seat next to Sarutobi. Sarutobi then got up to say his speech. Arena floor. Naruto looked around him and saw all of the competitors, all except Sasuke. Kyuso, Sasuke and I. Don't tell me Kakashi's lateness got to you now, Naruto thought. Don't worry, kid. I'm sure he'll come. Probably just wants to make a dramatic entrance, Kyubi said. Naruto sighed before looking up at the stands at all the cheering people. Then they all quieted down when the Hokage began to speak. Naruto smiled. Ah, Gigi, you really know how to get people's attentions, Naruto whispered to himself and smiled a bit more when he saw Hinata in the stands sitting next to Izumo and Kotetsu and Kiba. Welcome one and all to this year's Chunin exam finals featuring the best of the best in a fight to see who can accomplish the task of becoming champion of the tournament and obtain the coveted rank of a Chunin, Sarutobi said. The people cheered loudly. Now let the finals begin. He finished and then sat back down as the cheering of the crowd got louder. The Jonin to judge the matches, Shinranagunma S/N, I think that's his last name, looked at the competitors. Okay, rules are simple. The fight is over when I declare it's over or if one of you dies. Also a word of good luck to all of you. Now the first match, Uzumaki Naruto versus Hyuga Niji. These two competitors stay here on the field while the rest of you go and sit wherever you want until your name is called, Genma said. Sakura, Gaara, Kankuro, Temari, Shikamaru, Shino and Chuji all went upstairs to sit while Naruto and Niji remained on the field a few feet away from each other and glared into each other's eyes. You look like you have something to say, Niji said. Yeah, Naruto replied. Like I said in the Forest of Death. I'm gonna kick your ass for hurting Hinata-chan like that, he said. Niji smirked. You cannot defeat me. Fate denies your ability to win, Niji said in a confident tone. We'll see about that, Naruto said. Genma then jumped back. Heijime, he shouted, and the start of the first match began. Naruto then made a cross-shaped hand sign to signify the use of his signature jutsu. Kagebunshin no Jutsu, he yelled, and 5 Kagebunshins poofed into existence. The clones then each drew a kunai and charged with a battle cry. Niji activated his Byakugan and saw that he couldn't tell which clone was the real Naruto since their chakra was all evenly distributed in each bunshin. Guess there's only one way to find out, Niji said. He then blocked the punch of one clone and threw it into another. The clone skidded along the dirt, but didn't poof away, for Naruto learned that the more chakra put into a bunshin, the longer it will survive. Niji then spun and delivered a palm strike to a bunshin about to attack him from behind, and then he jumped and did a backflip, kicking off the face of a bunshin, making it disappear before rotating his body and kicked 2 bunshins in their faces, making them dispel as well. Niji then finished of the other 2 by striking them with a juken to the stomach. So he strikes the Tekkensu using his juken and uses the Byakugan in order to hit those Tekkensu with pinpoint accuracy. This is gonna be a difficult battle, Naruto said as he tried to come up with a plan based on the knowledge received from his clones. Well, he's a smart one, Izumo said from up in the stands. Yeah, Keijibunshin is a Jonin rank jutsu, and also he used it in the way it was originally designed for, to gain information. I say we've got ourselves a chunin already, Kotetsu said. Hinata, who was sitting nearby, heard this and smiled happy that Naruto had already been nominated for chunin. Kiba, who was also sitting nearby, grinned, happy for his friend. Well, I'll just have to better. I mean, if the class dope can go from zero to hero in a matter of months, I can too, Kiba said. You can't beat me, you fool. Surrender now and you could keep your dignity after you lose. My Byakugan shows me that is your fate, Neji said. Naruto looked confused. Demo, how can I lose if I don't surrender? And if I do, how can lose my dignity after losing to you if you haven't done anything to make me lose it? It's all very confusing, Naruto said, scratching his head. Neji was pondering this as well. Because I said so shut up and let's fight, Neji said, getting tired of thinking. Naruto laughed. Looks like that Byakugan of yours can't see everything, Naruto said. Neji glared and then, in a burst of speed, struck Naruto in the heart. Everyone gasped a killing blow so early in the match. The daimyos present shook their heads. They had hoped for more of a fight. Then something happened that nobody expected. Naruto looked up with blood dripping from his mouth and was smiling. That smiling then turned into a chuckle, and that chuckle became full-blown-out laughter. Naruto's finally lost, said Ino to Sakura. Sakura just grinned. No, it's not that. When he laughs like a maniac, it just means his plan has been set. Neji will lose now, Sakura said. Then everybody heard those fateful words from the mouth of Uzumaki Naruto. Keijibunshin Daibakufu / exploding shadow clone, Naruto yelled. Then the Naruto in front of Neji started to glow, and then grabbed Neji's arm in a strong grip. Neji tried to get the Bunshin to release him by shaking his arm. But that didn't do any good, as his Byakugan showed him that the chakra in the Keijibunshin began to come together at the core of the clone. Neji was then forced to show his trump card. Hakusho. Kaiten / 8 trigrams. Rotation, Neji yelled as he expelled chakra from all his Tenketsu and began to spin at high speeds. The Bunshin continued laughing, for as soon as Neji started spinning it said the words that struck Neji to the core. Too late, boom! It yelled, and then an explosion that had the power of a few sticks of dynamite occurred, and then a huge mushroom cloud was blown upwards into the air, and a powerful gust of wind blew throughout the stadium. In the Kage's box, Sarutobi was awestruck. Where did he learn that? He said. From me, a voice said. Sarutobi turned in the direction of the voice and saw the familiar face of his student. Jiraiya, the old man exclaimed. Jiraiya grinned. How's it going, Gigi? He said. The smoke had finally cleared, and there stood a smiling Uzumaki Naruto. But there was something else that surprised them. Neji was also standing and appeared completely unharmed, everywhere except for his right arm, which was now covered in second-degree burns. His hair slightly singed and his face covered with dust, and his right sleeve was completely blown off. Oh, Neji, you look a bit banged up, Naruto said teasingly. Urasai, I took precautions in case this might happen, and it's a good thing I did, Neji said with a smirk. Neji's left hand was then covered with glowing green chakra, and then his left hand passed over his entire right arm, and in a span of 1 minute it was completely healed. Naruto's smile had disappeared. Well, that was unexpected, you using a healing jutsu, Naruto said. Wow, this battle is getting intense, Ino said. Who knew Naruto knew such a powerful jutsu? She added. And Neji having the ability to heal since he looks more like a combat-oriented person, Sakura added. Naruto-kun. Be careful, Hinata said quietly to herself. Wow, that was unexpected. The Hyuga learned some new tricks, Jiraiya said. Sarutobi grinned. Now this is getting interesting, he said. Well, Neji, guess I have to bring out one of my many secret weapons, Naruto said, getting serious. Oh, really? And what fate tell is your secret weapon? Neji said. Naruto grinned. This, Naruto said, and then he formed a cross-shaped hand sign. Taju Keijibunshin no Jutsu, he yelled, and then an army of over 1,000 clones appeared. Neji was surprised at the sheer number of Keijibunshins. You can't beat me with those things, Neji said, and then rushed into the mob of Bunshins, destroying them left and right. But then Naruto did something unexpected. He tripped Neji, and then Neji fell flat on his face and was introduced to his new friend, the ground. That was your plan, Neji said as he wiped the dirt from his face. Tripping me like a child. Well, it was this child that nearly blew off your right arm, Naruto countered. Neji became silent. but then once again rushed the army of Narutos before finally hitting one in the heart. The others instantly dispelled and the Naruto that was struck began to bleed profusely from the mouth. "Since you just don't know when to give up, I'll end it for you," Neji said. Naruto looked up and grinned again. "I guess I'm just a sore loser," Naruto said, and then fell to the ground. Neji smiled while Naruto's friends in the audience gasped. "It's over, Proctor," Neji said to Genma before turning. But then he heard the all-familiar sound of a poof of a Kage Bunshin dying. Neji quickly activated his Byakugan, but was too slow as two Narutos punched in the face. Blood came from Neji's burst lips as he was once again hit, but this time in the chin from a triple kick from three more Bunshins. Neji was sent sky high. Another Naruto then appeared and delivered a swift spin kick to Neji's stomach, sending him into a face full of fist from another Kage Bunshin who had jumped from a nearby wall. Then another Kage Bunshin who had jumped up using chakra head-butted Neji. Neji was bleeding profusely from his face and was bruised heavily and was at least 20 feet off the ground. The original Naruto then shunshined above the damaged Hyuga and delivered the finisher, the classic axe kick. "Kitsune Rindan," Naruto yelled as his foot came into contact with Neji's face. Neji then fell to the ground and formed a crater a few feet in diameter. "It's over," Jiraiya said, but was once again surprised when the Hyuga crawled out of the crater, his wounds healing, but slowly from being beaten up so much. "That was one of my secret techniques," Naruto said and then chuckled. "But it seems I'm not the one who doesn't know when to quit." Neji gasped as he got into a stance unknown to Naruto. Naruto then felt his whole body freeze. Naruto looked at Neji, who was almost out of chakra from healing so much. "You are within my field of hack," he said. "Hack Rokujion Sho /8 trigrams 64 palms," Neji said. Neji then rushed the frozen Naruto, striking two of Naruto's Teketsu. "2 palms," he said. Naruto gasped in pain as his Teketsu closed shut. Neji then delivered 4 more strikes, shutting down 4 more of Naruto's Teketsu. "4 palms, 8 palms, 16 palms," Neji yelled as he continued his onslaught of relentless attacks. 32 palms, Neji said. Naruto was trying not to scream, but found it hard to do from being hit so many times. 64 palms, Neji shouted as he delivered his final set of blows. The final one being a strong and powerful one that sent Naruto flying back several feet and rolling on the ground. Neji gasped for breath as he took out a chakra replenishing pill and chewed it. Naruto was on the ground clutching his stomach in pain. "Kyuso, Kyuso, Kyuso," he said. Naruto then gritted his teeth as he struggled to get up. "I can't lose here, not when I've made it so far," Naruto said. "Kyubi, now I need your chakra now," Naruto thought. Naruto waited for a response which he got in the form of a rushing feeling through his body. Naruto grinned. "Arigato," he whispered. Naruto then rose to his feet, which surprised every Hyuga that had come to see Neji fight. "Impossible, he shouldn't be able to get up after that attack, and what is this red chakra that is, if it is chakra?" Neji said. Up in the stands, Hyuga Hayashi, Hinata's father, watched in surprise. "It's the Kyubi's chakra, no doubt about it, but it lacks the feeling of bloodlust and killer intent from that night," Hayashi thought. "Jiraiya, you taught the boy how to use its chakra," Sarutobi said. Jiraiya shook his head. "Nope, the boy has a sort of bond with the fox and can therefore access its chakra in certain situations," Jiraiya replied. "Now go on, Gaki, show these people here not to underestimate you." Naruto then looked at Neji and his eyes flashed red for a second as the Kyubi's Yukai surrounded his body in a silhouette that looked like a tailless kitsune. "You lose, Neji," Naruto said as he shunshined in front of Neji's face. Neji was too surprised to react and therefore was kicked in the stomach and sent flying into the wall, creating a Neji-shaped imprint. Neji groaned as he tried to get up due to the pain. Then Naruto appeared in front of the damaged Hyuga. "What are you?" Neji asked, for as he looked at Naruto, he saw the image of a fox laughing at him that originated from the core of Naruto's chakra network. "Me?" Naruto said. "I am the person who's going to avenge Hinata and someone who will prove to you that fate doesn't control people's lives, like those branch members in the Hyuga who have the seal of a caged bird," Naruto said, his eyes getting soft at the last part. "Now allow me to show you my newest jutsus," Naruto said as he made 3 Kage Bunshins. The Kage Bunshins then focused their chakras and made their respective hand signs. The original Naruto jumped away to enjoy the show. Mokutan. Jibaku Iso slash wood style. Wood binding jutsu one Bun Shin yelled. A dense pillar of wood then rose from the ground and encircled Niji before closing the small space between human and element, thus immobilizing the Hyuga. Everyone in the stands were astonished. No one had seen a Mokutan jutsu since the Shodame Hokage. Sugoi, a Mokutan jutsu, Izumo said as he scribbled down notes on his checkboard. I know, right, that's it, it's official. Uzumaki Naruto is made Chunin, Kotetsu added with a grin. Hinata squealed with joy at hearing her boyfriend becoming Chunin. Did you hear that, Kiba-kun? She said, turning to her teammate. Kiba turned, still shocked at seeing Naruto perform a new jutsu. Hear what? He asked. Naruto had been made Chunin, she said with a foxy grin. A sign she has been hanging around with Naruto a bit too much. Kiba was flabbergasted. He was made Chunin. Then I gotta do some more training, Kiba said. The second Naruto Kagebunshin also finished his hand signs and then took a deep breath. Yotan. Yo Umi no Jutsu slash lava style. Lava wave jutsu. It yelled. Then after applying only a small bit of chakra, a stream of lava was spewed out of the Bunshin's mouth, forming a puddle. But then the puddle started to move and started to increase in velocity, getting taller as it moved. Then a 6 feet tall wave of lava crashed down onto Niji. Everyone in the stands recoiled as if the wave had at them and hissed as though they had felt Niji's pain. Niji then screamed as the lava hit him, but Naruto had controlled the temperature to only give him first-degree burns. Then the final Kagebunshin finally finished his string of hand signs and took a deep breath, and then a huge dragon of ice flew out, its wings glittering in the sunlight as it sped towards Niji. It let out a roar, and then as soon as it made contact with Niji, there was a flash of blue light, and then Niji stood in a pillar of ice. His face frozen in the expression of extreme pain shown on his face. Naruto snapped his fingers and the ice pillar collapsed, and a shivering Niji was there. Hayatan. Hairyuenden no Jutsu slash ice style. Ice Dragon Blast Jutsu, he said. Give up? Naruto asked with a grin. Niji nodded and then fainted from the cold. Medic Nin instantly ran up to the field and looked at Naruto oddly before taking up the damaged Hyuga to the medical room. The crowd was silent for a while. Genma grinned and raised his arm. Shousha slash winner, Uzumaki Naruto, Genma shouted. Then cheers erupted from the audience as they clapped for our blonde Jinchuriki. Naruto's Kagebunshins poofed away as he looked at the cheering crowd before him. But then he realized something. They were cheering for him, the demon. But now he was no longer Uzumaki Naruto, the Jinchuriki of Kyuubi. He was now Uzumaki Naruto, the winner of the first round of the Chunin exams. Naruto grinned before jumping around and sending out kisses in the air. All right, Naruto, his friends yelled as he came up the stairs. Sakura and Hinata hugged him. You did awesome, and I-san, Sakura said. Hinata then gave him a kiss on the lips. Told you would win, she said with a wink. Shikamaru patted him on the back and told him, You did a good job out there, Naruto. I still going to try and kick your ass, Kiba added. Shino nodded in respect towards the blonde, and Ino and Chuji just slapped on the back and told he did well. Naruto grinned at the praise he received and then at down. Hey, wait, where's Sasuke and Ai? He asked Sakura. Sakura blinked. She was so wrapped up in Naruto's match she forgot all about Sasuke, which is kind of hard to believe. I really don't know, I mean his match is next, Sakura said. Naruto and Sakura began to grow worried for their missing teammate. The other Rookie 9 members just sat down and began to discuss other things like if Sasuke's match will be as spectacular as Naruto's. At the Kage's booth, Sarutobi began to grow worried for the Uchiha prodigy. Then a Jonin appeared next to the old Hokage. The Jonin had a large number of veins that were visible across half of his face. Hokage-sama, there is no sign of Uchiha Sasuke. If he doesn't show up quickly, he will be disqualified, the Jonin said. Sarutobi took a puff of his pipe. I see. Well, I guess I can't deny the crowd their fights, so I guess I'll just disqualify him, he replied. Then the Kazekage intervened. Pardon me for eavesdropping, Demo. I believe most of the people here are here to see the young Uchiha prodigy fight my son. I mean, who doesn't want to see the fight where the last Uchiha battles a Kage's son? I mean, that's the main reason I came here, the Kazekage said. Sarutobi took another puff of his pipe and looked at Jiraiya, who was down in the stands congratulating Naruto on his victory. Oh, alright, I guess I can delay his match for a few minutes, he said. Good. Now let's just move on to our other matches, Kazekage said. The Jonin who told Hokage-sama the message then relayed the information to Genma. I see. Okay, Genma said, and the Jonin shined away. Okay people, there will be a slight intermission for the second match. But if Uchiha Sasuke doesn't show up by the time these other matches are over, he will be disqualified. So we will now move on to the other matches, Genma shouted out to the crowd. The crow then started to groan. We all came to see the Uchiha fight, most of them complained. Okay, will Aburame Shino and Kankuro please come down to the arena, Genma said. Kyuso, if I reveal Karasu/Crow's mechanisms so early to the enemy will be in big trouble, Kankuro thought. I forfeit, he yelled. Shino rose his eyebrow, /N. I always wondered how to do that. Okay then, Aburame Shino is the victor. Next match. Temari versus Nara Shikamaru and then Haruno Sakura versus Akimichi Chuji, he said. Temari gave a snort of annoyance and then flew down on her fan. Looks like you're eager for a fight, he said. Temari ignored him and then looked up at Shikamaru. Shikamaru sighed and then muttered, troublesome. But then Naruto pushed him off the railing. Go get TM buddy, Naruto said as poor Shikamaru fell on the arena floor. Itai, Shikamaru muttered. Temari then rushed Shikamaru with her fan in hand. Shikamaru looked at her and then drew two kunai. Temari then slammed her fan down onto the spot where Shikamaru lay. When the smoke cleared, Shikamaru stood on his two kunai which he had managed to wedge into the wall and stand up on to avoid her strike. Although I don't want to fight, I can't upset the fans and lose to a girl for that matter, so I guess I'll have to fight, Shikamaru said. Shikamaru then jumped away and made the Nezumidoshi/rat sign. Kagemain no Jutsu/shadow possession jutsu, he yelled. His shadow then extended to attempt to control Temari. Temari noticed this and then jumped to dodge. She avoided it, but when she looked up, Shikamaru was gone. You seem to be good at hiding, she said with a grin. Shikamaru hid behind a tree and tried to think of a plan. Well, if you won't come out willingly, I'll drag you out, Temari said. She then opened her fan all the way, revealing the 3 moons imprinted on it. Kamaitashi no Jutsu/wind scythe jutsu, she yelled and swung her fan with all her might. A huge amount of cutting-edge wind blades flew towards the cluster of trees where Shikamaru was hiding and nearly blew them down due to force and speed of the winds. Shikamaru covered his eyes as a huge amount of dust was kicked up. Kyuso, this woman is going to be the death of me if I don't something, he said. After the winds died down, Shikamaru stepped out from behind the tree and then went up to the edge of the large shadow created by the sun's angle to the arena. Shikamaru then performed Kagemain no Jutsu again, and his shadow raced across the arena floor to Temari. Temari continued to hop backwards as his shadow extended longer and longer, trying to bind her. But the shadow halted after a while. Temari grinned. So that's the limit that his shadow can reach, she said. Shikamaru then sat on the ground and made a hand sign. Kurenai, who was sitting next to Asuma, for obvious reasons, looked at the boy with a puzzled look. What hand sign is that? She asked Asuma. Asuma took a smoke from his cigarette. It's not a hand sign, it just means he's making up his plan. Whenever we played shogi together, he always made that sign when he was in a pickle. That's why I could never beat him, he said. A plan? But I heard he got even lower grades than Naruto, she answered. Asuma grinned as he took another pull at his cigarette. That's just because he was too lazy to pick up his pencil. But one day I had given him an IQ test and told him to do his best just this one time, Asuma said. Kurenai looked at him. What was his score? She asked. His IQ was a whopping 200. The boy's a fucking genius, he replied. Kurenai's ruby orbs widened. 200, what the hell? She whispered. Shikamaru then rose up with a smirk on his face. He's going to make his move now, Asuma said with a smirk. Shikamaru then went back behind his little tree. Kamaitashi no Jutsu, Temari yelled, and the miniature typhoon sped across as it intended to slice Shikamaru to bits. She then hid behind her fan to make a bunshin to distract him, but then she felt her body freeze. She looked down and saw her shadow was connected to something. Kagemain no Jutsu, success, Shikamaru said. How did you do it? She asked. Shikamaru made Temari walk in front of her fan and made her head look up, and there in the sky was Shikamaru's overshirt. tied with a kunai, and then her head was moved downwards to see that his shadow was connected to the mini parachutes which was connected to hers. Shikamaru then walked towards her, and then he released the cage mane and then held a kunai to her throat. "It's troublesome, but I guess I win," Shikamaru said in a bored tone. The crowd then began to whisper among themselves as Shikamaru was walking back to the stairs. Naruto then jumped in front of him. "Good job, Shikamaru. But why do you look so beat up?" he asked. Shikamaru sighed and then told Naruto to go back up and watch the match between Sakura and Chuji. Naruto then walked back up the wall to his teammate to wish her good luck. "Good luck." Chuji Shikamaru called to his best friend. Chuji nodded and gave thumbs up. He and Sakura then jumped down to get ready for their match. "Amazing, he managed to make up a plan in all that action. I think he's smarter than the Uzumaki boy," Izumo said from the stands. "Yeah, I mean, if we had him and the Uzumaki on a team, they could be able to make plans to improve our mission success rate and the survival rate as well. I think we got a second Chunin," Kotetsu said. Izumo nodded as he scribbled on his checkboard. Arena field. Sakura shook Chuji's hand and smiled. "Don't hold back, Chuji?" Sakura said. "Same for you," Chuji replied as he stashed his bag of chips in his pocket. "Okay." The match between Haruno Sakura and Akimichi Chuji, Gamma yelled, "Hey Jaime," he finished. Sakura then jumped back and threw a few shuriken. Chuji took out a kunai and countered the 5 shuriken and then formed the Torai sign. "Buben Baika no Jutsu / partial expansion jutsu," Chuji shouted, and then his entire right arm grew larger. Chuji then swung his gigantic fist at Sakura. Sakura jumped back and then formed some hand signs. "Katan. Gukakyu no Jutsu," she yelled as a fireball flew from her mouth. Chuji's arm then did the most unexpected thing. Chuji had swung it and then demolished the ball of heated oxygen. "Wow, that's pretty cool, Chuji," Sakura said. Chuji smiled. "Arigato, Sakura-san. I've been training pretty hard for this match," he said. Sakura grinned and then took out a few more shuriken and threw them. Chuji jumped to the side to avoid them. But then the shuriken took on a pinkish hue, and then they changed their course and headed back for Chuji. Chuji's as well as everyone else's eyes widened at that. "Wow," Naruto exclaimed. She pulled of a controlling seal mixed with a power enhancement seal and fused them into the shuriken, he said. "The rookies minus Sakura." Chuji looked at Naruto oddly. "How do you know that?" Ino shouted her question. Naruto revealed his foxy grin. "I've been taking lessons on Fuin/seals with Ero-sanin here," he said, pointing at the white-haired man beside him. Jiraiya turned towards Naruto. "Kyuso, Gaki, how many times have I told you not to call me that?" Jiraiya said. Naruto counted his fingers before saying, 1298 times. "Ero-sanin," he said. "You actually counted?" Jiraiya asked. Naruto shrugged. "There's nothing to do when I'm in my spare time after training, so I tried to recall the amount of times you yelled that question at me," the whiskered blonde replied. "Back with the fight." Chuji was too slow to dodge a few of those shuriken, which hurt like a bitch as about 7 of the 20 were lodged in his back. "That's a new one," Chuji said as he removed the shuriken from his back and throwing them on the ground. "Arigato, Demo, watch this, return," she said. The shuriken on the ground that had missed and that Chuji threw along with the ones lodged in Chuji all flew back to her. Chuji winced in pain due to the shuriken being removed from his body. The shuriken flew back to their master and hovered in front of her in a circular pattern. Chuji then used Baika no Jutsu and then followed up with Nikuden Sensha. The rolling human boulder then sped towards the pink-haired girl. Sakura jumped out of the way and began to form hand signs.
Genjutsu. Kokuanyo no Jutsu /diagonal Genjutsu. Infinite Darkness Jutsu Sakura yelled.
Then Chuji stopped rolling and reverted back to normal size. He then saw he was trapped in darkness, and it was so dark he couldn't even see his own hand in front of his face. Genjutsu, Chuji guessed. Chuji then formed the hand sign for Kai, but nothing happened. Chuji then heard Sakura's voice. "Gomen Nasai Chuji, but this is a Jonin-level ranked Genjutsu and can only be released when the user calls it off or if the user is damaged by the victim," she said. Sakura, outside the Genjutsu of course, looked up into the stands and mouthed a thank you to Kurenai. Kurenai just smiled and nodded. Sakura then turned back to Chuji, who looked like he's stumbling around through the arena to those who didn't know it was a Genjutsu. Sakura then grabbed Chuji and held cold steel at his throat. Gomen, Chuji, demo, I win, she said as she released the jutsu. Chuji blinked his eyes to adjust to the light and looked at his neck and saw a kunai hovering near his jugular. No problem, Sakura-san. Good fight though, he said as he turned to shake hands. Sakura had already let down the kunai and smiled. You too, Sakura said and shook his hand. The crowd cheered as they shook hands. Shousha, Haruno Sakura Genma said. The crowd cheered even louder. Then in the middle of the arena, a huge whirlwind appeared and the scattered leaves on the ground and joined in the wind made Kaiten. Then the wind died down and there stood in the center of the arena a young 13-year-old boy with spiked black hair and onyx eyes wearing a black t-shirt with the Uchiha fan on the back and long black shinobi pants, and the entire area of his arms were covered in something that looked like a cast from his shoulder to his elbow, and the rest was covered in bandages, standing next to a silver-haired jonin who was reading a copy of Ika Ika Paradise. Genma grinned, shifting the senbon in his mouth. Hey, what's your name? He asked, although he knew the answer. The raven-haired boy smiled. Uchiha Sasuke, he said. Sasuke isn't late, is he? Kakashi asked. Genma looked at his pocket watch. No, and by the looks of it you just made it, Genma said. See Sasuke if you hadn't been. Kakashi started. Shut up, sensei, we agreed that would be a secret, he said. Naruto and Sakura then ran up to the raven-haired boy and hugged him. Sasuke and you came. I was beginning to think you had chickened out, Naruto said with a smirk. Sasuke smirked as well. Hiya, right, and judging by your attitude, I'm guessing you kicked Niji's ass, he said. Naruto beamed. You know it, he said, giving a thumbs up. Oh yeah, Sasuke. Naruto continued, his voice getting serious. Sasuke turned. What? He asked. Don't lose because I want to fight you too, Naruto said. Sasuke smiled. You got it, he said. Sakura then gave him a kiss for luck, and then Gaara appeared in a swirl of sand and wind onto the battlefield. Kakashi then left with Naruto and Sakura to the stands. Okay. Uchiha Sasuke versus Sabaku no Gaara, Genma said. Sasuke tensed his legs and Gaara just stood there with his arms folded, his eyes boring into Sasuke's skull. The crowd then started to cheer, but that noise became softer as Sasuke and Gaara only focused on each other and the voice of the proctor. Hey Jaime, and with that Sasuke rushed Gaara ready to kick his ass to Timbuktu. Sasuke then cocked back his fist and let it fly, but Gaara's sand blocked it. Sasuke then jumped back and threw a few shuriken, but the sand caught it and then morphed to form a Sunabunshin. Sasuke grinned and then in a burst of speed appeared behind Gaara and punched him in the face. Sasuke then appeared in front of Gaara and was about to punch Gaara again. Gaara then looked at Sasuke and noticed something. Your movements are just like Rock Lee's, he said before getting punched again, and his Suna no Yoroi/sand armor cracked in many various places. Mato Guy and Rock Lee, who had arrived a while before, looked surprised. Guy looked at Kakashi. He's as fast as Lee with his weights on, but why focus only on speed, Kakashi? Guy asked, turning to his eternal rival. Kakashi just answered with, it was necessary for a certain jutsu I taught him, as he looked on at the fight. Guy gritted his teeth and returned to watching the fight as well. Gaara then began making fists out of his sand and sent them to attack Sasuke, but the young Uchiha just disappeared again, and then continued with a large amount of merciless blows to Gaara, causing pieces of his armor to break off. Gaara then started to get desperate and released his most powerful defensive jutsu. Gaara then managed to kick Sasuke away and then formed a few hand signs. Suna no Domu/Sand Dome, Gaara said. The sand in Gaara's gourd then completely flowed out and encased Gaara. Sasuke's Sharingan then activated and then sped towards Gaara as part of his face was still visible, but Sasuke was too late, and by the time he reached there, the sand completely covered him, and if it weren't for the Sharingan, Sasuke would have been skewered, for spikes had shot out nearly impaling him, but managed to cut his cheek. Sasuke then jumped back. Kyuso, Gaara, you're gonna ruin the plan, Kankuro said. But Temari shushed him. Shino, who wasn't noticed, had picked up on this and raised his eyebrow in confusion. What plan? He thought. Sasuke had tried to attack the dome from many angles, but the sand spikes kept appearing. Sasuke then decided it was time to reveal his secret weapon. Sasuke then jumped onto the arena walls and formed the hand signs. Ushidoshi/ox, Usagi/rabbit, Saru/monkey, And then Sasuke grabbed his right wrist with his left hand, and then chakra surrounded his hand. The chakra appeared to look like lightning, and the light from the chakra reflected off of the Uchiha prodigy's eyes, making him look a bit evil. Sasuke then slammed the lightning-covered fist into the wall and dragged it on the way down the arena wall at full speed. Showing off the power of his attack, a chirping sound could be heard from the attack. Guy looked surprised. "You taught him that?" Guy asked the copy Nin. Kakashi nodded. "That's why I had him work on his speed, and the best way to do it was to remember Lee's movements," he replied. Sakura and Naruto looked at the two jonin. "Kakashi-sensei, what is that jutsu?" Sakura asked. "Yeah, the chakra is completely visible," Naruto added. Guy then chose to answer the question. This move is the only original jutsu Kakashi had ever created. It is formed by using lightning chakra to supercharge the flesh and produce the lightning-covered fist, and there is so much chakra used for this jutsu it is completely visible. It has also been nicknamed Raikiri/Lightning Blade since Kakashi had once slashed a lightning bolt with that move. Once this jutsu is activated, it turns the user's arm into a killing machine that can cut through anything, but is usually used for assassination purposes. The power of the attack mainly comes from the force and speed of the arm thrust, which is why it requires a high amount of speed in order to be done. The chirping sound you hear sounds like the chirping of 1,000 birds, and that is why the name of this jutsu is called. Guy paused as he saw Sasuke plunge the attack through Gaara's sand sphere. "Chidori, 1,000 birds," Guy finished. Gaara then looked down and felt something warm and liquid coming from his shoulder. "Oh, I'm bleeding. It's my blood, ah!" Gaara screamed. Kankuro and Temari were shocked. Gaara had actually bled. Sasuke's eyes widened and then removed his hands from the sphere, and then a clawed hand with an arm covered in blue veins was followed with Sasuke's hand, who quickly used Chidori again to shock it off. The arm then retreated back, and then Sasuke saw a golden yellow eye with 4 blue stars outlining the iris. Sasuke's eyes widened as he felt the blood lust coming off from just the eye. In the stands, some random guy was watching this happen, but then fell asleep. Then everyone began to fall asleep too. Everyone except all the shinobi present. It was a genjutsu. Then in the Kage booth there was a large explosion, and then the Kazekage jumped off with the Hokage onto the roof, and then 4 people surrounded the 4 corners of the roof and formed a purple barrier to prevent anyone from entering, and then created a similar barrier around themselves to protect themselves. The Umbu Black Ops were unable to break through, so Jiraiya went up to see what he could do. Kankuro and Temari jumped to Gaara's aid and jumped to the forest. Naruto and Sakura jumped down. "Are you all right?" they asked the frightened Uchiha. Sasuke got up and shook his head to clear it of the bloodlust he felt. "Yeah," he replied. Genma then blocked a kunai sent to them by Baki Gaara-sensei with his senbon. "Go and chase after those 3, you guys. You 3 are already Chunin level, so go and help your village, because starting right now this is war," Genma said. The 3 nodded and then made chase. "Hello, Sarutobi-sensei," the Kazekage said, and then the Kazekage peeled off his face to reveal it was really Orochimaru in disguise. Sarutobi's eyes widened. "I see you've perfected that kenjutsu," he said. Orochimaru chuckled. "Yes, I have, so now time for you to die," the snake said. Sarutobi jumped away and then removed his Hokage robes to reveal the battle armor he had worn during his prime. "Oh, I see you've prepared for this. Well then I guess this means war," Orochimaru said, getting into a fighting stance. Then master and student clashed once again on the field of battle.